it working?
So it's not going to load that.
Reconnection successful. Let's see what that did. Might be better now. Okay. All right. I think we are actually live, folks.
Well done.
Gracious. Okay, so
Wow.
now let me change some stuff.
People on the screen are moving and everything.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about the delay. We are live, although I think nobody's going to be watching this right this second because everyone's going to be going to Twitch. So,
I'm going to assume they're watching it. Yay!
give me a moment here.
Greetings.
I will.
I used to be a DJ at a college station that I didn't attend the college for. But I think this was generally, I would generally broadcast, and I'm pretty sure there were 0 listeners. Yeah, it's only I think it broadcast in like a 3-block radius. That was the strength of the signal.
Nice.
And you had to be interested in listening to. I was the reggae show. And it was like Sunday nights at 7 or something.
Put the volume right.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I never had a single listener. But
Somebody can I get somebody to bring up the stream on my YouTube? Listen to the volume. Make sure we're not getting any feedback.
Sure. My headphones are in my car.
Delayed video.
That's fine. You can play it out loud, even if there's a duplication of audio. Nobody's actually on right now. Somebody can I get somebody to bring up the stream on my YouTube? Listen to the volume.
Sounds good.
That sounds good, right?
yeah,
Okay. Cool. I'm good with that.
yeah,
So let's see if I can do.
rock and roll.
All right.
Music style, Ambrose. What's the name? What's your one you've been listening to lately?
All right.
I don't listen to.
Yeah, I don't listen to a lot of music, but I figured maybe. Okay,
I have a very sort of mixed playlist.
that's the way to do it. I made a.
Word for that is eclectic.
Yes, exactly. I used to have a. Back in the day when I don't know how young you are, but I think you're pretty young. But I'm old enough to have
I
made.
appreciate it, but I am 35.
Are you okay? Well, I'm old enough to have once made
my
mixed
God.
tapes.
Why are there so many?
That's and one of them I actually called
I've been there.
Eclecticity was the name of
Nice.
my series of mixed
I
tapes.
did mixtapes, but they were on CDs.
Fair enough. Same idea.
But I did also listen to tapes.
I'm old enough to have done both.
Wow.
Yeah, you are.
Remy used to make mixed LPs.
I did have a Walkman. I did have a Walkman as a kid. But,
Did you?
yeah.
Okay. There you go.
I'm trying to remember the 2 cassette. Well, I think it was probably honestly like 3 cassette tapes.
What's the problem is that you had to carry the cassettes too.
One was like a disco mixed of like it was just like disco greatest hits, and man,
That's
looking back,
great.
I'm like, oh crap! I mean, just very generic.
Okay.
And then the other one, which I didn't fully recognize what I have been given to as a child,
Okay.
but it was called Cheech the School Bus Driver.
Was it Cheech and Chong?
It was Cheech Marin's children's sing-along thing about him being a school bus driver and talking to all the kids. And it's fantastic.
That
It's
sounds great.
ridiculous.
That sounds fantastic. That does sound great. Now I want to go try and find that.
It's him driving through LA with a bunch of kids and
Just
the whole
talking.
time.
That's
Basically
great.
just saying about, oh, you gotta get ready for school, kids. What projects do you have? Oh, you didn't finish your homework? No, well, let's work on that. It's really silly.
How random is that?
One point, one of them is like doing all the colors, so they're teaching the color wheel. You mix these 2 colors, you get this color. Well, we have all this brown. We keep getting it with brown. We're mixing these colors. What else is brown? Well, the trees are, the tree trunks are brown. Okay. Well, we still got more brown. What's the dirt? Okay. Well, we still got a lot of browns. We made a lot of brown because everything makes brown.
Yeah.
What else is brown? Then all kids go, the smog in LA. So
Oh,
it's a
nice.
Very 90s.
Yes, exactly. That's
that.
funny. That's cool though.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. I have that somewhere. I don't know where.
Yeah,
Well, it doesn't even work anymore.
I found one at home the other day. Yeah, my Walkman. The first job I ever had, I was doing inventory in a warehouse
Okay.
up in the 3rd floor by myself. I'll talk to you.
All right.
Say later. But
That is the DM's chair. Unless
Supposed
you're,
to know.
if
There
you
you
feel
go.
like running, you're welcome to.
I'm not running.
Oh, is that-
I'm walking.
Hold on, I've got a dog in my lap.
Oh
no.
Oh yeah.
Will kisses.
Oh yes.
Come here, handsome. Hi.
There you go.
All right, Brandon, this is actually for you.
Oh
Picked it
no
up in
way.
Boston. It's a thank you for watching the critters.
Absolutely. How cool is that?
Right.
Well, okay. As long as we're exchanging gifts, this is for today's.
Uh-oh.
For your festivities
what
for
do we got?
today.
All right.
These I recommend trying them together, depending on the wheel.
Nice, those are perfect.
How the wheel works.
Okay, speaking of the wheel. Okay. Oh, no, the wheel.
Wait, do you not like Fig Newtons or something?
No,
Oh,
I
no,
have no problem.
who's
I'm
got-
scared of
they're
the
doing-
wheel.
We have horseradish.
They have a wheel of. Explain the wheel. We're
Yes,
live
that,
now.
That is exactly what I was about
I
to do.
think I understand it.
So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Extra Life 2021, where we are looking to save sick kids. Extra Life is the foundation of a network of hospitals across the nation that helps families pay for the treatment of sick kids if they can't afford it. It's a wonderful foundation. Think St. Jude, but widespread. So, and as part of our, so I'm Remy. This is my son Ambrose. I caught him at a good time.
You're right. This is Ambrose's backside.
This is my brother Neil. There are 3 cameras. You can say hi anywhere you want. Oh, that reminds me. Actually, hang on. Hold up. I need this open. Which means I need that open. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. So, and this is Brandon. So we are starting the day. There's 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
We are starting the day with a D&D game by our illustrious Dungeon Master.
Illustrious. I think that's a promotion.
Pretty good.
Indeed. So, every year for Extra Life, what we do is we create milestones. And our milestones this year, for every $100, we are going to select. Oh, Ambrose, can I get you to do me a favor? Run downstairs. There's a kitchen right about there. It has a lunchbox. Yeah, in the fridge. There's a lunchbox.
Open is like a.
About that big.
That's not
It's,
right.
yeah, it's got a bunch of stuff in
Oh,
it.
I'm scared.
We're
Baywatch.
gonna
I'm
start with
nervous
that.
what's in there.
So while Ambrose is running and doing that, I'll explain what we're doing today. So every $100 that we get donated today, we will eat a randomized. So what that means is we have numerous condiments, and Brandon was nice enough to add horseradish to that
Only because.
plethora of flavors.
Only because literally they don't sell hollandaise sauce. That was what we were going
Ooh,
for.
that'd been a
It was
good
Sherry's
one, too.
idea. Was hollandaise
That'd
sauce,
been a
but I
good
couldn't
one,
find
too.
it.
So we are going to basically spin the wheel. I don't have the wheel set up right this second. We're going to do that later because I ran out of time because we had technical issues. That's why we're late. So we're going to spin the wheel, 2 wheels. One will have savory, one will have sweet, and then we're going to dip random things. Brandon was also kind enough to provide fig Newtons, which will add an interesting flavor profile.
I like Big Newtons a lot.
Oh, I love fig Newtons, but dipped in, say, caramel
Nope.
horseradish.
Yeah, I
why
tried.
not?
Exactly.
No.
I tried to find something that has definitely had a flavor that wouldn't combine with everything.
Yeah,
Put it that way.
You succeeded.
So at $500, we will be eating the Last Dab
Wait, we?
hot sauce. Well, myself and Ambrose, you guys are welcome to join any of these
I may
challenges.
just smell it, and
You're
probably
welcome
still
to
be
join
too much
any
for
of
me.
these challenges.
What does lunchbox look like?
It's just a little rectangular. It's black with a blue handle, I think.
Like
Maybe.
blue handle, is it
What?
metal or
What?
is it metal or just
No, it's material. It's fabric.
Okay.
Thank you, bud. At $500, Ambrose and I will be eating the Last Dab. I've had it before. He is a wuss with spices, so that should be fun.
That's good parenting. That's good parenting right
That
there.
was his idea.
Okay, now
To put that out there right now.
well, it was probably good.
His idea. Neil, can you reach up above you? There's a switch right up there. The button in the very middle.
This one?
Ring light.
Oh,
Thank you.
nice.
Nice.
I don't know that we need it, but just in case, extra. At $500, we'll be doing that. We'll be dipping something. Depends on when we hit $500. It could be chicken wings.
I
Could be
really
fig
hope
Newtons.
it's fake Newtons.
I don't know. We'll find out when we hit
It'd be
500.
so gross at the
So
last
if you want to
day.
see us
Oh,
dip
really?
fig Newtons in Last Dab, donate
Yeah,
now.
I'm wrong.
Because my wife Ashley will be here in a couple hours with tastier food. Well, not tastier, more appropriate food for spice for hot sauce. And then we'll go for it. But actually, I want to try one of these. Have we tried these yet?
I did. There are. It's
Ghost pepper?
it's ghost pepper if the ghost is the nicest ghost you've ever seen. It's like the ghost of Mother Teresa or something.
Casper the Friendly Ghost
Yeah,
Pepper.
Kate's Casper the friendly ghost pepper. Exactly. That's pretty much it. Can you even
I like
taste the spice? Because I know you.
It's a little spicy, but it's not bad.
No, it's yeah, exactly.
Which is honestly the best way to do that is have a little bit of heat there, but most
Yeah,
flavor.
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So,
Are we gonna advertise for the King? Available now at Burger King.
Brandon was kind enough to bring breakfast for everyone. This is mine.
Kiss from the King. These are both yours.
Oh, whoa. All right. Okay, so we're starting the day off with a module of D&D.
module might be
We
generous.
have absolutely.
Microfiction is what this is. Okay.
We the players have absolutely no idea what our characters are.
Yes.
Still no luck.
No.
All right.
I'll
Hop
not-
off. Hop off. All right.
Okay, that'll work. Come
Vamp
here,
for me.
I'll take care of it. I'll just stay here and rap and
Vamp for me.
rap.
No, you guys.
I'll rap.
Yeah, your way.
I think we
William.
I think we should just you know what scat is the
No,
the
nothing to
rapping?
scat on
It's a
stream.
different scat. Yeah, there we go. We're just yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm not gonna try it. Not
exactly.
I'm not
I was hoping I could talk you into
I'm not off the cuff enough to be able to do that. So I don't know if he explained it at all to you what we're going to do here. Is at first I asked him, "Do you want to create characters for this?" And he said, "Maybe I'm thinking about this and that." I'm like, "Or do you want me to just create characters?" He goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "Well, I would just create generic characters and y'all will just play them how you want to."
Yeah.
And he goes, "I kind of like that idea."
Ambrose,
All
I
right, let's get it
apologize.
done.
That's on me. I forgot there were two
Oh, it was
refrigerators
green.
down there.
Okay, I saw that one.
I
And
totally
didn't
forgot there were
realize.
two fridges down there too.
Gotcha.
Um,
Hold up, I'm setting my.
so
floor
here is the
roll
last
dice.
dab. I'm sure we'll need that for.
Now did that come from Hot Ones?
Yes.
I've
This is the season 8 Hot Ones.
got it.
The triple X, I
My
think.
my brother-in-law started
Well, that's
getting the
easily, I
Hot
think,
Ones ones, and some of them
So
I
good.
was very impressed.
We
I think
have-
they
Some
vet their
of them are very
sauces
good.
very well. Some
Yeah.
of them are really good.
A couple of them are not.
Oh, fair
Well, a
enough.
couple of them are just very, very hot.
They're just heat.
Like
Yeah.
the bomb.
But
The
some
bomb-
of them
the
have a
bomb
lot
is
of
one of them.
flavor.
The bomb is just.
The bomb
nice.
is okay if you
No, it's not.
very lightly dip
No,
it,
it's not.
but you have to like
No.
really go light with it, and
Or
it's
maybe,
like, whew.
or
Okay.
maybe you mix it in with like sour cream or something.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you're like no.
As I said, $100. We have already made, as you can see on the stream, we have already made 175. Which
Oh wow.
thank
Nice.
you
Should I
to.
pull up the donation
What?
Should I pull up the donation amount on my phone?
No, I got it.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Nice to know.
Wait there. It's up there.
Not wrong. I'm just saying.
So, what I would like to do, since we don't have the wheel set up just yet,
I would like to let the audience know I am scared of the wheel.
as you should be. So, okay,
Do I get to choose your fate?
you
With
choose
the,
the fate.
Oh.
I get to pick the grail for you to drink from.
There you go.
Please. You're picking 2.
Pick 2. There you go. I like it.
This is
Pick 2. It's just like Panera Bread, but different. Pick 2. That's one of their menus.
whatever
So
this
scared.
is.
Okay,
Oh
so-
no! What have I done?
What do we
You
have?
have
Have you
ketchup,
done?
Ketchup and.
foo sauce.
I'm sorry?
It's smeared.
Taco sauce.
Oh, that's probably not gonna be bad at all.
Why did I not bring baby
Okay.
food? That would have been awesome.
Taco sauce and ketchup.
Tacos
With
like
Fig
ketchup.
Newtons.
Oh.
Big no.
Oh,
Oh, that's
or you
all
can do
you
that
have to eat?
breakfast sandwich. Actually, that'd probably be really good with the breakfast
that?
Oh,
sandwich.
theoretically you could.
We could.
Yeah. Or you could
We could.
just show your manliness and do it with the big news from the
The
start. I like it.
purpose is
Well, 'cause-
to really mess with us.
Because
Impress.
all those
Just
things
one?
over there would be tasty
Just
with
one.
taco sauce and ketchup.
And I have to,
That's true.
And I have to dip
Exactly.
it in both.
Fig Newton's gonna be weird.
Do I have to dip it in both at the same time?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and pollute the taco sauce, not the ketchup, because I feel like we're gonna want that. For
You could also pour the taco sauce on like a lid or something. If I like it.
You know what? Actually, that's
Not a
here.
bad idea.
Here, put your Fig Newton right above that. You're
You're gonna put,
pull it out. Sorry.
he's gonna pour it on it.
Put a little bit of ketchup on that Fig Newton
Oh,
there. There you go.
Jesus.
There you go. Let's share that ketchup. There
Oh,
it
that's
is.
disgusting, man.
And here we go. Ready? All right.
It takes a lot to disgust me, but we're getting there already.
All right. Some taco sauce.
There you go. What kind of taco sauce is it?
Taco Bell taco sauce.
Oh,
So-
it's good taco sauce.
Yeah, the
Oh,
premium
no.
stuff.
There you
Okay,
go.
cheers.
Oh, jeez.
Cheers.
You need to have
First
water or
and foremost.
something to drink, don't you?
We have water.
I mean,
But where is
make
it?
sure it stays down.
Boy, that's awful.
Are you recording this?
I don't like anything about that.
I knew it was bad when I saw Ambrose do like the
Yeah.
an animal like swallows.
yeah, exactly. My body wants to expel
like,
this.
like a baby bird or something
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
I don't like Fig
Those-
Newtons either.
Oh, real serious? I didn't know that. That's
And you
great.
get the Fig Newton taste afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Jeez.
Solid follow-up. So that was awful.
That's
was
hilarious.
Okay.
I,
So
Nice.
I don't like
thank
that.
you to those who donated so far.
That was horrifying.
Thank you very much.
We're going to
Yes.
keep those on hand because
Thank you
I
much.
expect that we're going to need those quite frequently.
I like you have the bag of condiments.
Bag of
Did you put
condiments.
the horseradish in there too?
It's in there.
Excellent.
Oh, no.
There we go.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this
Horrible.
right.
I don't even know what's in the bag. I know like
That's-
one thing that's in the bag.
That's exactly why.
I think there's chocolate fudge in there or something
There's
like that. And caramel.
Yep, there's some caramel in there.
Wouldn't be bad if you get the right thing
Ambrose,
to
do you
dip
have your
into.
water bottle?
That's
my
I
water
think the
bottle's
chocolate fudge is exactly what we
Like
need to
what?
save the hash browns for. There you go.
Okay. So, Neil,
It took me a long
Yeah?
time to think of something.
take us away.
Oh yes.
Well, we have
That's
three
right.
characters here, and I will tell you what their classes are. It
No,
is
just hand out sheets random.
And that sheets.
Well, no, he's
Sheets
hand
handout.
out sheets
you know what?
randomly.
Here you go. He's gonna.
Well, I was gonna try to let you all
You're
have.
DM. You are DM. Do what you
You're,
do.
I don't have
you're
no
all
idea.
powerful
Oh yeah.
for temporary.
Temporarily.
It's not-
Into your head.
Too late.
Nice.
All right.
Now you done it.
Nice.
So, I don't remember which ones are which at this point, so we're just gonna go a 1,
That'll work.
a 2, and a 3.
There you go.
Okay.
Now, I
We all
believe.
pick our characters at the same time.
Well, hang on. Let me put my glasses on then. There they are.
1, 2, 3.
Drisden. I'm a cleric.
Off Hostel.
Still.
I'm
Sounds
dead.
awful.
Gwent.
Gwent.
Now,
I'm a cleric.
I'm sure there's parts of these that are missing, and I will help you fill them out as I need.
That's
I'm a
There's-
dwarven
I
cleric.
don't- You're a dwarven cleric.
I like that.
Almost made that one a little bit necromantic, but I decided to go with Forge because I
see
think
that.
you'll quite like that.
Okay. All right.
I
So
am
was
an
this specifically designed for me, or was this random?
No.
Okay.
I'm an elfin divination wizard.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. So,
I'm intrigued.
are you familiar with the divination wizard at all? We're going to go through each one of these and kind of explain briefly. And that means you end up with the human fighter.
I'm the human fighter. I'm a tank, a very strong tank with an initiative of 2. So I'm not very
I have
quick
an
on the,
initiative
off the
of
draw.
4.
You're more strong than you are
Yes,
dexterous.
fair enough.
I have an
Um,
initiative
We're
of 4.
strong.
Wow, you were generous with these characters.
yeah, I rolled.
These are
I
all
I
rolled
expect
these.
we'll need it.
I think each of them started off with a -1 attribute, but because you guys leveled up, and because, for example, a human gets a +1 to each of their stats, so it kind of
that's
boosted up to at least 10 at the minimum, which is nice.
One question. What level are we?
You were level 5. Did I not write 5 in on that? That's why I asked him to write pencils, because.
Oh, there it is. It's right there. Well, it's
So,
right
well,
there.
yes, but I did not write 5 in on his, so he's
Oh, okay.
confused.
That bag right there.
This
Oh, I see.
Also,
for you, yes.
I see it. The total of hit dice is the.
Also, I'm going to ask you to write a 1 in there, because I forgot to write
I didn't bring a pen.
oh, you're good.
I have special pens, man. I can be old school and use a pencil.
Pardon?
So, So we'll briefly go through each of the characters. I will need to look up, or Remy, if you can have something handy to be able to look up spells on various sites. I thought I'm really upset that I didn't put that up. I saved a cool little sheet for it and everything. It's on my Google Drive, but I bet I can share it with you
I
though.
was gonna say share it with me.
You just pull it up on your computer there.
I have Brave.
Oh, actually, you know what? I couldn't find it in my Google Drive. I bet it's just on my C drive at home.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
In my black bag with the blue, the blue lining is all my books. That's my book bag.
There you go.
So,
You do have a list of your spells at the bottom there. Because you are a fighter, you do not have spells.
Fair enough.
I almost made you an Eldritch Knight, which does have spells.
I have never heard of that.
that
So-
would have been fun.
So real quick,
We're gonna have fun regardless.
so each class has at least like 3 subclasses. A couple of them only have 2 in the core, but as other books came out, there's other subclasses for each of the classes and such.
Which D&D
There's no-
version are we using?
We're using 5e.
I think. Can you hold the front? Can you hold the cover? I don't ever know which. Okay, cool.
So
I know that one.
I do. That's exactly.
but I have set you as a battle master. What that is it gives you access to what are called maneuvers,
Oh, cool.
and those are kind of abilities to be able to,
All 3 dice.
for example, feint a target or riposte when somebody attacks you and misses you, or just doesn't get through on your armor. You can riposte and then do an attack back to them using, I think, it's your reaction. I've listed them down here, so you should.
Perfect.
Hopefully, it's not too blurry with the printout.
No, it's ready.
You have what's called.
Axe.
Well, you have a.
It's like the pole arm actually. But
You do.
It's a short one.
I've
I like it.
I put a couple pictures. I don't think I actually ended up attaching the picture for you, but
Well-
you'll find pictures on page 2 as a general idea of what you look like.
Well, I'm sure, I don't know if there's a camera there, but
But-
I think you have to have a high strength to use a pole arm one-handed.
No, I don't, it is a two-handed weapon.
Just leverage and momentum.
Yeah, exactly.
It is technically just a glaive.
Okay, thank you.
So, but as close as I could find with like a half plate armor, which he is wearing.
Okay, cool.
So you can still utilize 2 of your dexterity to be able to dodge around a little bit,
Okay,
but you are
encumbered.
on the heavy side of the medium armor spectrum.
Okay,
So I think your AC is an 18.
17 right now.
17?
I may try and bump that up. We'll see. I don't know if I'm carrying a shield or not.
You are not. Because the
It's a
glaive
two-handed
is
weapon.
it is a two-handed weapon. And you also have what's called Great Weapon Fighter. So if you roll a 1 or a 2 on your damage, you can re-roll that.
Really?
So you have a D10
Wow.
to roll. I believe it's 1 and 2. So you have a D10 for your damage with your weapon, and it also has reach. So in other words,
Nice.
you can hit somebody who's 10 feet away from you,
Nice.
not just in adjacent 5 feet squares. So if you want to really get fancy, you can start hitting people from far away without them being able to hit you. There's, I believe the 3 maneuvers I gave you were riposte was one of them. I think there's like a feint attack, which gives you advantage on your next attack,
Oh, and a sweeping attack.
and a sweeping attack, which allows you to hit 2 foes with 1
Seriously?
attack.
That's
So I
cool.
believe you have 4 superiority die. I don't think you get those back unless you actually take a long rest and sleep. So those are expendable at the, basically it's a 1 day kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So you want to use them sparingly, but there are definitely opportunities if you have like 2 guys right next to each other. Great time to do a sweeping strike. You also have 2 attacks per round
Okay.
because you're a level 5 fighter. So you'll be able to attack twice, and then you also have something called a second wind. So if you're not doing well on health, you can use a second wind and regain a little bit of health points.
Okay.
And then the last thing
Maniac,
is
I don't know what that means.
what did he say?
GL. Oh, good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun.
Oh yeah.
I'm hip.
There we go.
He's doing the
You're
Star-
down with the
I'm
kids.
down with
The
the
StarCraft lingo. And the last thing you have is what's called.
And thank you. very
Oh
much.
crap! I'm forgetting
I
it.
appreciate it. Start about to crank.
Well, you can look at the sheet and tell me what I have.
You will have-
Okay.
It's there. It's action surge. What that means is once per short rest,
Okay.
you can just decide to have a second action,
Got it. Okay.
Why not? It's like
and
Okay,
and
cool.
each of your actions have 2 attacks as far as I understand.
Okay.
So
And that is
so if you really want to go ham on
Whirlwind.
somebody, exactly,
There
you
we
can
go,
just
yeah.
kind of let the adrenaline flow and get 4 attacks instead of 2.
There we go.
anyone
And I will
else?
draw all attention to myself.
It's actually you are a bit more of a damage dealer than a tanky guy. You definitely have a decent amount of hit points. I think you actually have more than the.
if anybody wants this, I'm not going to use both of these. By the way.
Yes, you will.
I think you have.
No.
I think you have more hit points than he does, but he has higher armor.
He does have higher armor.
Because he is what's called a forge cleric.
And
So
you're
he's,
oh, got it. That makes sense.
so he's sporting really heavy armor.
So his armor class is 3 higher, and
'Cause he's
I've
wearing
got
sh-
4 more hit points. So yeah, I don't think I'm the tank.
Brandon.
He's
I have
wearing
a
heavy.
good question.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's your health like? HP.
We're,
I need to hide behind someone.
hit points. I
So
I know. This
Eight-
that is what your
60.
armor
So-
is with mage armor. Put it in the shield section
Okay,
there. So you.
I apologize, folks. I am a noob on D&D. I have no Pathfinder, okay, but
We're just gonna have
I
fun
will
here.
be asking so
We're not
much.
going to be heavy on the rules. We're going to be winging it. We're just going to be. We're going to be going through and doing a little adventure that I've nicknamed the Kobold Capers.
okay.
Okay.
Cobalt
Let's do
Capers,
it.
and we're 5th level.
And I was very tempted to just make y'all level 5 kobolds, but
That'd be hilarious.
but I decided that the enemies.
That's right, you texted me asking me if I knew what a kobold was.
Do you know what a kobold is?
It's a jackal thing, right?
Kind of.
Okay. It's got a
Pretty much
snout.
like a jackal.
It does have a snout. That is accurate.
And they're
They're
like
kind
3
of
feet
dog
tall,
sized.
right?
Yeah.
Dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon.
So it's like
Tiny
a,
dragon person.
it's a medium large dog almost. They stand on 2 legs, but we will see as we get
So
there.
kind of a jackal.
Very likely. They are a draconic heritage, though, I will say that.
I did not know that. Good job.
What is the cloak of visions? Because I have a cloak.
I wrote that very briefly. So once per short rest, you'll be able to use your reaction to impose disadvantage on somebody attacking you.
Thank you.
So it's I think there was a displacement cloak or something like that. It's been a long time, and I wrote that when I was tired. But it's not as powerful as that, I think.
I know, but it's always been a cloak.
But you can refresh it during a short rest.
You had spells written down or typed
I
down?
did, but I don't know what I did. I need to. So at the very bottom of the sheet there, you will see a list here that is
Yeah, I
very
see the
small
spells.
font. Those are your spells.
Right.
I tried to.
I don't know what they are.
I tried to print out a spell book kind of sheet for both you and for both the cleric and the wizard, and somehow I ended up with just the wizard.
Cool.
Oh, I got
So-
I got spells.
There you go.
Oh, here you go.
Thanks, sir.
All
Those
yours.
are your spells. I'm going to very quickly go through and my phone's already.
Are we telling each other what our alignments are?
You are welcome to do so, but you are all good alignment.
We are.
None of you are secretly evil.
Boring.
Although I very much so thought about
Unlawful
giving you
good.
guys each a
Ooh,
secret that you guys are supposed to not tell each
Okay.
other.
Oh, see,
But but the campaign did not get that, or the campaign, the one shot did not get that complicated
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
in the time that I made it.
I'm neutral good.
Yes,
Unlawful good. I've never played
Ooh.
Unlawful.
And I like it's my favorite character class, chaotic good.
So I will go through.
Fair
For
enough.
you.
Fair enough.
I'm neutral, man.
I did not write in a lot of the backgrounds or ideals or all of the things that you're supposed to write in for these because I want you guys to be able to improv and do your own thing with them.
That works.
Um, But a little bit of like I assigned you each a background. Gwent here has had a checkered past with the criminal underground as he was a youth, but he was reformed by a guard that gave him a better path and taught him the way of a fighter, and so that's why he's a bit scrappy and he's able to feint and do all those kinds of undercutting moves.
I'm unexpected.
You are.
There you go.
But so you're not, and you're not wearing the heavy armor of a guard or something like that. But you're, heavy armored enough. You're a little bit more dexterous than maybe a brute would be.
Fair enough. I like that. I like that a lot.
So you're able to use half play, which only allows you to have +2 for your dex usage. So even if you had a higher dex, you wouldn't be able to use all of it. But you can use it to their maximum. There are
Want to figure
because you have a criminal past, it gives you certain abilities as well as you have a crowbar with you. Actually, I don't know. You do have a few set of tools that are not your generic person's tools. On page 2 there, you should have a section here. I want you guys all to make sure that you have 2 health potions.
Yes.
And I will. Do you have it none on yours? I don't know.
Yep. Got it.
You do? Okay, I did put them on yours. And they do.
Where do I see that?
When they let's do it to equipment. Right?
It's 1d + 2, right? Well, I know. I did not write down for everybody.
I have nothing.
So that's why I'm having you write down.
Nothing at all.
So these aren't complete.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So you have 2 of those. It's 1d8 + 2 for the health potions.
I will for sure be needing them.
It is a bonus action.
You're an optimist. I like
It is a bonus action to drink them yourself if you use
bonus
it as your
action,
own.
nice.
So
Okay,
you
cool.
can just kind of chug it one-handed and then go to
Keep
attack.
drinking.
But if you try to administer it to another person, it is a full action to
That makes
tilt their head back and let them do that stuff.
Makes sense.
Wow.
Exactly.
Are you looking through your
You
spells?
saved my life numerous times. Yeah, I'm just saying.
It's all good.
That's all.
I can go through my phone here in a minute and
Oh, sorry. Okay. I got it. I'm just looking at it. You guys keep going with what you're doing.
and screenshot each of them and text them to you individually if you want. There is one that may not. I'm really frustrated because I made a cool spell. Maybe I called it something else than wizard. Let me check real quick because I'm pretty sure.
I don't know the words.
Sorry, you know the tune.
I do.
Um,
I'm not sure that was a tune.
the
Hi.
dwarven cleric
I see.
is a worshipper of Maradin, I believe it is,
All right.
who is the dwarven god, a lawful good god of craft and craftsmanship and I believe protection.
Do I work for
Craftsmanship and
I don't know. I have not listed you something. It's a religious
Weird.
class.
Okay.
The divination wizard is a wizard that is able to glimpse into the future. So because it is going to the beginning of the day for you, go ahead and roll 2d20 for me.
2d20?
Are you familiar with the divination wizard at all?
A little bit. I've read up on it because I like to read my books in my spare time.
So
8 and 8.
8 and 8.
Wow.
So that's
guys.
actually not bad.
Wow.
So you can actually take those 2 8s and you can assign them to yourself or someone else in time of need. Generally, you want either really high or really low rolls because you can send the low rolls to your enemies and the high rolls to yourself. But 8 is not that high, and if you think somebody's going to be able to not resist one of your spells, or if you want to use that as just like, you know what, I know an 8 will get me by to be able to jump over this river, I'll use an 8. And then you tack on to whatever your athletics are
Oh,
or
so I
dexter.
basically just see into the future, and then I'm like,
Those-
alright, I can.
Those are 2 occurrences
so I
that you've
use
seen, and you can
that
choose.
number.
hmm And you can either have an enemy use that number on one of their rolls.
For example, on a saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
To
So-
impose
so-
disadvantage, basically.
Well,
But minus 8 on the roll.
no, it would just be they take instead of me rolling for them, they just get an 8.
Just tell them what they're rolling.
Oh.
So you get to use the 2 of those. That's funny that you rolled 2 8s. That's really fun.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Roll that again for me because you got the same number and I don't like that. Well, no, just re-roll both.
I don't.
9.
9 and re-roll again.
So hard at that.
Reroll it again.
Yeah, when you get snake eyes, you re-roll.
16.
So you got a 9 and a 16. So you can assign those to either yourself or somebody else as you need to.
Okay. So.
I think
So
normally
divination-
a 9 would fail a saving
Oh,
throw. That can
At the
be-
beginning,
Alright,
at the beginning of their day, a divination has a brief vision of the future, and they're able to roll 2 d20s and impose that dice roll on either themselves, their own rolls before they make it, or on somebody else's roll. That
So
could be an
like-
ally's.
Okay.
That could be an enemy.
So you save that 9 for someone losing. Okay.
Mhm.
That's cool.
So if you think that somebody's only probably like
Oh,
you know
trying to
maybe
get-
they got a +2 on their dex save. Oh, okay, you took a 9.
9.
You're 11.
yeah,
fail.
yeah, exactly.
You fail
Yeah.
automatically. So it's overpowered as hell, but it is the divination wizard's trick.
Roll like
It's only
20 to
2.
1.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you so.
That'd be
You also have an
hilarious.
assortment of spells which I've printed out for you.
Yeah.
Some of them are more tactic based, some of them are just straight damage based.
Magic missile.
Magic missile,
Nice.
is one of them.
Old school.
The Forge Cleric specializes in making its own armor and casting abilities on its items.
What's up, Frank? Welcome.
Hey Frank.
Holy Frank.
You're here, man.
At the beginning of the day, you can imbue one of your items with a +1. If it's a weapon, it gets +1 to hit and +1 to damage. If it's armor, it gets a +1 to your AC.
That's cool.
So you can choose one of your items to do that.
He can make his AC even better. It's already at 20. Maybe.
I'm
Alright, say that word.
sorry.
I'm sorry, I was reading.
It's okay. As a Forge Cleric, you're able to imbue one of your items with a little bit of magical properties.
Alright.
I believe it's your level 2 ability or something like that on the upper right of the first page.
My weapons are.
Your weapon is I think I've given you each something. I meant to do something with yours as well, but
I have a
not.
quarterstaff, which is 1d8 minus 1. I have,
Minus 1.
I have negative strength.
Actually,
It's a buck and a quarter staff.
And I've given them each something that's some variation. Like I give you the cloak. You have a weapon called +1 weapon called Bastion,
See that?
You'll have to
and
try
That's
then
a name.
mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, he's a Forge Cleric. He's got
Oh,
to name his weapon.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But because you have a criminal background, and you know how to use them. Put down a bag of caltrops. You know,
Oh,
you know what those are?
Yes, I do. We
Okay.
stop horses. And other things.
And other things. Anything that's
Yeah.
barefoot, basically.
Remind me, what does the Cloak of Visions do?
So what's called Cloak of Visions.
Yes.
So what that is you're able to. Are you familiar with like dancing? Not dancing lights. What's the hypnotic pattern?
No.
No.
I have it though.
It is a spell. So it's similar to that in terms. It's just something I made up for this is to be able to once out for a long rest. You can choose to use your reaction to impose disadvantage on somebody's attack line.
Okay, so it imposes disadvantage.
So it's kind of like a displacer cloak, but it's less powerful.
Can I do it at any time?
It is as a reaction when somebody
As a
attacks you.
reaction. So and I get one reaction per round.
That's correct.
Okay.
But you only get one usage of that per short rest. So if he has short rest, you can renew it and be ready to go. The wizard also has a ability. I'm trying to look what the name of it is called. I think it's called Arcane Recovery. Once per day, when you finish a short rest, you can choose to expend spell slots to recover. Or the spell slot can have a combined level that is equal or less than half your wizard level.
Frank says it's a staff made of a roll of quarters.
called the quarterstaff. Yeah.
Nice.
I would not. I would. The quarterstaff is a focus for you. I would not suggest attacking with it.
I'm not going to.
You
What's the focus? Well, that's kind of cool.
so that allows them to use non-monetary value components. So like,
Okay.
so it's like Eye of Noon or something like that for his spell
I
cast.
just never thought of a staff as a focus. That's kind of cool.
So
he's got
I
a-
don't have to use.
There's a crystal on the end of it.
I-
It's quarterstaff technically. You can whack people like Gandalf does.
So if
But
they
it
get too
doesn't-
close, I'm gonna back off.
You can whack people, or if you need to get on higher opportunity, you can do so with quarterstaff.
So I only have to use verbal components for a spell now. With
No,
my
you have to
quarterstaff?
use all. You have to use just not the material components, unless it's something
Gotcha.
very expensive
So
like.
somatic is what exactly?
Somatic is a hand
It's like a
motion.
hand. Okay, that's a hand motion. So I can.
Verbal is something verbal. Somatic is something with your hand motion, and then
Just
M
use
is
the word, just
material.
find a word.
I know, right?
Okay.
I mean, there you go. It works.
Good deal. You can actually, well, you know American Sign Language. You can actually say what your spell's going to be as a somatic component.
Remy, there is one more thing about the clerics, which I don't remember if you know. I don't know if you have that with the druids in Pathfinder. You have 4 domain spells. What that means is instead of having to choose those to be prepared at the beginning of the day, every day they're prepared for you. So you have your list of prepared spells on the bottom. Then you also have 4 spells up here and to the right, and you always have access to those. I've chosen your guys' spells to make them a little bit easier.
I know what those, most of those are. I like the thinking.
Some of their
Especially I like the heat.
Don't thank me. Those are just the forge domain. Each cleric domain class has a set of spells they just have access to based on their domain. They are nifty. I believe the light one has fireball. At one point, yeah, I thought I would have given that to you, but I was like,
I'm playing a light cleric in my
Yeah.
in one of my
There's-
campaigns.
Spirit Guardians, what is that spell?
Spirit Guardians is a area of effect. I believe it's within 15 feet of you. Maybe it's 10 feet of you. I'll look it up in a minute. But it's an AOE area that you have to concentrate on. What it does is anything that starts its round within that area of you has to make I think it's a dex save, and then you roll damage against them.
Okay.
So it's a very good, like, oh, I'm being swarmed. All right, bring out the Spirit Guardians.
Alright.
Hit the
Just
mark.
making a little notes on the spells.
If
Alright,
you
let's roll into
if
these.
you see something with a little, and maybe I can get all of them, but you may see. I think I put silence on there for you.
Yeah, I see that.
The little black dot means that you can cast as a ritual spell. You can take 10 minutes to cast it, and it will expend a spell slot.
It will not.
So instead of actually,
And silence, I assume.
instead of like
Success.
pushing it out very quickly, you make a circle, you prepare it, you put the right items around it, and you ready and put energy into it slowly, and then you're able to cast it.
Okay, and silence does what exactly? I assume it quiets the party.
It quiets an area, so it can be around you guys, but you cannot hear. Kind of, but it's just auditory. So, for example, if you knew that there was a caster and you could see them, and they couldn't see you, you could sit down for 10 minutes, ritual cast it, and then next thing they know, they can't hear, they can't speak and do any sort of verbal component spells.
Wait, so you can't do verbal components?
Well,
Whoever he does it again.
well, yeah, just make sure you're outside the ring.
And you cannot if you cast on a creature, it still stays where they were when you first cast it, so it doesn't move with them. Just to keep that in mind.
How many superiority dice do die?
I believe you have 4 at your level. Let me double check that. Actually, let me borrow the player's
We can
handbook.
just go with, I mean, if you think it's close, we can just go with 4.
I'm pretty sure it's 4. I think I may have written that down somewhere. Did I not?
Maybe somewhere. I should have thought.
I actually did not.
It's okay.
Can I borrow it for just a moment?
You did a nice job on the sheets.
Thanks. They are not finished by any means because, like I said, that held potions. Also, one of your character sheets does not have. I had you write down inspiration die. Good. Do me a favor on both of those. Let's see. What is your?
Oh, it's gonna be the.
It's just 3. Put 3 and sorry, 13 and 13 on both
Got
of
it.
those.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think I've written 4, so that's actually 14, and that's actually 17.
Oh,
Oh
so
yeah,
much
because your
faster.
wisdom is so high.
So I'm just gonna
Yeah.
write down the 1 in front of it.
Okay. So I want to get the right superiority die for you because it's kind of important.
think I like these more than I usually do. I think these character sheets are different.
You have 4 superiority die, and they are d8s.
Okay, thank you.
And each of your abilities should say like, oh, well, you choose to use this ability, and then if you hit with it, you get to expend the superiority die in some way.
Got it.
Some of them increase your chance to hit, some of them increase your damage, some of them increase somebody else's damage. It depends on what it is, and each of them should say it.
Nice, thank you. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, a lot of people think the fighters are bland. They're fun.
Oh,
They're usually quick, and they're very. You can get strategic with them. It's fun.
yeah.
I think one of my goals to play like a character in D&D, halfling barbarian, the smallest.
I actually played a halfling warlord for got up to 18th level. He wasn't very strong. His big thing was intimidate. I decided to do intimidate halfling. So
Nice.
at one point I bumped him by like I think it was 15th level. He had a plus 18 on his
I'm
intimidate.
gonna write stuff down for.
Of course, then again, I was trying to intimidate some things I probably shouldn't have been trying to intimidate. When you're trying to intimidate a dragon, you need a high number.
Yeah.
Just look at them in the eyes, just be like, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Do
Let's
it.
do this.
We'll figure everything out while we go. We'll make sure we get through this and enjoy this.
So, you all know each other. You've been traveling together for a little while.
Okay.
You have actually been sent to a small town because there's been a bit of a kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle.
Yeah, there's sorry, I had a name, but I believe the name of the town is not Kerfuffle. Although that is actually
The Hamlet of Kerfuffle.
it is a medium-sized town, maybe a village even.
So kerfuffle.
And it's got a market and a bit of a logging industry in the area. So it's by no means a small town, but it's not a city. But it has a small bank there amongst the market there, and there are a few guards in town and such, but they're probably less than needed. And because the mayor is sent out for help, and as you guys are adventurers in neighboring towns, you got word that perhaps they could use help, and there'd be some coin for some do-gooders in the area.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
How are we doing on stream? Is it still live?
Yeah, we're still good.
All right.
Just checking things.
So, the town's name is Chriswood, K-R-I-S, like the dagger.
Okay.
I think it's a dagger, right? Like Chris,
Say it one more
I think
time.
Chris Knight,
Chris?
but that's different.
like a Chris knife. Is Chris knife?
Chris Knight is from Dune. That's very
Oh
different.
yes, it is.
That's very different.
Yes, it is. Quite. Made from the two.
Yeah.
Oh, the what?
Sandworm. You haven't seen Dune yet?
Not yet.
So good.
Do me a favor and don't watch it on TV. Watch it on the big screen.
We have a big screen.
No. I'm actually never seen it on IMAX if you want to go.
I've seen it on the little screen, and I want to go see it on the big screen. Anyway,
Anyway.
the yeah,
It's
okay.
Is that Turtles?
Eternal.
Eternals.
Actually,
You just saw Turtles. I'm like, Turtle? Okay. Is it good?
Frank says kerfuffle.
Kerfuffleville.
You know what? It's Kerfuffle.
It's Kerfuffleville.
Which actually,
Nicely done,
thank you, Frank, because honestly, the K Kerfuffleville works perfectly. Because as I mentioned earlier, the little one shot I've come up with here is the. Actually, let me see one of those spare sheets if you don't mind the blank ones. I'm gonna use this round notes. Is what I call the Cobalt Capers of Kerfuffleville. There are a lot of C or K noises here. So the news you've gotten is that there's been a few robberies in town, which is unusual. It's a small town, there shouldn't be robberies.
It's called kerfuffle.
It's the name is sort of ass.
Yeah, as it has for
The family of Kerfuffle, we wouldn't disagree with you.
And as you get into
This
town,
lovely town.
and as you get into town, you've been told that you should make contact with the mayor. who will then point you towards and hopefully conscript you to whatever this job may be.
Okay, let's go check out the mayor. Let's go say hi to the mayor. Shall we?
I think we shall. Where would we find the mayor? We have to ask somebody where we find the mayor.
Excellent question.
I like to always start at the tavern. Do we have a tavern?
Who's the head with now?
Oh, that's a fine question.
Who's the sweet talker?
Who's the sweet talker? I don't know if any of you guys have like
14, I'm decent at, I can do deception and intimidate, by the way, but I'm not a sweet talker.
Okay,
This
so
sounds like deception.
you're a sweeter talker than I.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
-2.
-2? Okay. Well, then. There you go. Yes.
Your head in the cabinet.
Actually, you know what? How about each of you guys make the first roll? I want you to each make a perception roll.
Modifier.
Should be under your wisdom section.
Yeah, it's a 0 modifier. Got it.
Perception.
16.
We got a total of 13.
13.
Including a modifier?
13, 13, 16. You guys are moving through town, and you guys hear a lot of noise. You kind of like go towards the market first. But you know what? You know the layouts of towns. You know how to recognize where somebody's walking away from a place drunk. And you know what? That's probably where the tavern is. And you spot it pretty quickly, and you kind of guide your two friends over to it.
Because we're not.
No, we're just not
You said smart.
Not perceptive. Not perceptive. And you may be smarter than I, but you're not as perceptive today.
It's my I have a +5 intelligence.
You're fine.
Every now and then, it's more about knowing the layout of towns in general than it is actually knowing, what to look for. And you find the local tavern, and you guys enter.
Absolutely.
It's about midday, so it's not super busy. There are people drinking already.
What day of the week
It's
is it?
immediately exactly. It's one that ends with Y.
Okay.
So there are
That's
people.
that's
There are people that are drinking in the
my
tavern.
favorite day to drink.
I'm gonna go straight up to the bar.
Straight up to the bar.
Straight up to the bar. Order my buddies around you.
Okay, what do you
I
want?
will follow him.
Can I?
A grog.
I'm sure. I'll just follow.
You want an ale?
I want an ale.
Okay.
Barkeep. Bring me 3 ales.
And you actually see another dwarf on the other side of the barkeep.
And one for him.
Ah, 3 ales and 1 for him.
Indeed.
What else for your elven friend here, or is it just the 2 of you guys drinking today?
I am elven. Do you guys have a fine? I need a voice.
There you go. Perhaps a
What's my inspiration?
some champagne. Yeah, exactly. Maybe a nice.
Well, we have a wine, but it's a little bit more expensive if you want it.
I don't even know how much money you have, by the way.
It's on page 2.
26.
I have no gold.
You do have. Sorry,
I have
There-
no gold. I'm poor.
I believe yours is the last one here. You're gonna have a little bit more than the rest of them. You're a high elf, just heads up. So you got a bonus 2.
Like to
A family voice. Family voice.
Yeah.
Bit more of a fair being.
like to order a wine for the
Fun.
Wine.
A wine for the
Drink a wine. Wine for the little man.
Ale for
No, he's the little man. He's the thin man.
the thin man.
Wine's the thin
An
man.
ale for my friend here, an ale for me, and because there's another dwarf, why not?
I have 2 hands and you order me 1 ale?
For now.
That's just.
It's a good start.
It's poor.
It's midday. Let's get it.
It's time behind.
And he comes around with a few drinks for each of you. And he asks you, what are you in here for town? I don't recognize your faces.
We come bearing the gifts of our presence,
The gifts of your presence.
honoring this town with our presence.
Well, what presents do you have to give to us?
Presents. We have a spelling error then.
Well, I've got plenty of spelling errors. I don't need gifts for those. Well,
We came to be handy.
I see you are all well armed, it seems.
We hear there were robberies around.
There have been.
Weird.
For the most part, the townsfolk have been keeping that low key. You'll be looking for the mayor then.
Not that low key, by the way.
Not that low key, but just under the radar.
Have I got my ale yet?
He does. He brought those back for you guys before he inquired as to where you guys. You want to be speaking to the mayor then. He's up the road and to the right. He kind of gives you brief directions as to how to get there.
And what's the mayor's name?
The mayor's name is.
McCheese.
Yeah.
McCheese kerfuffle.
The mayor's name is Tristan. He's
I used to know the wizard by that name.
not a wizard as far as I know. Seems to think himself pretty smart, but I don't know if that makes him a wizard necessarily.
Sounds like a wizard by name.
The floor wet.
Oh, because I spilled your drink a little bit.
Oh, good reason. That's all right. I was wondering why. It's all good.
Okay.
There we go.
And he has been looking for help. He didn't specify what though.
Luckily, we're good at everything.
Do you know what he's? I'm curious now.
Well,
As far as we know, there have been robberies, and we're going to figure out what's break-ins, robberies.
Robert, I believe it was Robert, break-ins, theft, thieveries.
We hear there's a kerfuffle in Kerfuffleville.
Ah.
Well, we haven't had a kerfuffle here in quite some time.
Then maybe we should we leave?
Perhaps it was Shenanigan Town we were supposed to go
Does this
to.
have to do with the copper shortage?
Potentially.
Of course. Sure.
We were
That's
all
fine.
like, says this town needed assistance. What kind of assistance? We're here to find out.
Go see Tristan. But on the low key, if you find anything about that, I'm curious as to what the gossip. I'm curious as to what the gossip is around town, and if you come back, I'll give you each a nail. If you spread the word as to what he's sending you on, I'm curious.
If you need assistance of any kind, let us know.
Just good patrons like yourselves. Good to have business in the middle of the day like this.
Did the dwarf that I ordered a drink for do anything?
It's the barkeep, is the dwarf.
Oh,
okay, cool.
Even better.
Yeah.
And he was drinking when you got there. It doesn't seem to be affecting him.
What was the wine?
The wine was a gold compared to the 5 silver per ale. It is a little more expensive.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
it's a total of 2 gold. Or the 2 ales and then the 1 wine.
For a bit cheap. Not bad.
Why is it a bit
I
more
like it.
expensive?
Eastern European.
Alright. Well, I guess we'll
Oh, okay.
I've lost my accent.
No problem.
Nice.
So you make your way across the town and find the what is fairly obviously the mayor's manor. It's yeah, it's a little bit nicer. It's got those Greek columns, even though there's no Greece here. And you make your way into this this place, and you see a receptionist up front, and she immediately goes, "Oh, thank God we have adventurers here. Give me 1 moment. I'm gonna go get." And she immediately recognizes, a large weapon on one person's back. A dwarf that makes noise everywhere he goes because of his heavy plate armor.
I was going to say what I'm writing.
Perhaps you're flatulent. We don't know.
And she disappears around back. Do you guys wait up front?
Yeah, I'll stay up front.
I'd like to look around the room.
I'll do that. What kind of artwork do we have on
I
the
would
walls
also
here?
like to look around.
It's not a lot of artwork, but there's some rugs hanging on the walls, some tapestries of sorts. Nothing magnificent, just general,
People that walk on the walls.
just general stuff to keep the room warm, away from the stonework and such.
Oh, it's a stone building?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? Fancy.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's the mayor's mayor.
The mayor.
Mayor's manor.
Mayor's manor.
Mayor's Manor?
Mayor's mayor, yeah.
This
man's
is the
manor.
Mayor's Manor.
So she disappears around back. You said you wanted to look around a little bit?
Yes.
I would also
Okay.
like to look around.
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me. Or if you're going to really get snoopy, you can choose to do investigation if you'd like.
I've got a...
But if you get snoopy, you're going to have to roll stealth as well to make sure you're going to... If you're going to start snooping instead of just do an investigation, I'll have you roll stealth as well.
19
perception.
for perception.
Wow.
15.
15.
15.
Plus 4.
You all hear whispers quickly in the background. And there's not a lot in this room. It's more of a receptionist area. There's some maybe chairs and such, but it's generally kind of a waiting area for it to be seen. But you hear kind of a fever back and forth, and you hear sentiment. She comes back out and goes, "He's ready for you if you're ready."
Excellent. I'll go third.
Okay.
I'll be in the back.
So she guides.
He does.
It's definitely the dwarf.
But I can see over your head.
And
How tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
And you're the tallest here by far.
I'll stay in the middle.
Okay.
I'll crouch though.
Nice. Crouching elf.
And you go back and you find fairly well dressed, although his his outfit's a little bit dirty because it is a backwoods town. It's not, a big city. So, but he's trying to present himself still as, an official. But he's, it's obviously this is like farmland and stuff like that. So, but he's got a little office in the back, and he sees you there. And he goes, "Come in." He's a little bit of a portly gentleman, and he's probably up in his years with gray on his sides and a little bit of bald patch on the top. And he says, "Thank God thank the gods you've come. You haven't talked to anybody about showing up here in the job that I'm recruiting for. I would like to keep this a little bit hush hush.
I'm going to shoot a dirty look at her.
The only person we talked to told us you were looking for people. So
Good. That's about all the news around town that needs to go about. We've had a little bit of an issue here in town. At first it was just kind of funny. And then the second time it happened, it got annoying. And well, they've been stealing our copper. Not the silver, not the gold, just all the copper.
Who's they?
Well, these damn kobolds. And they come into town, and they think that they're they're disguised, and they wear masks, and they go to the bank, and they hold it up and take all the copper. And they're just so quick to get out of there before the guards can respond. But they just take the copper. So first we didn't think anything of it. So we sent off to the Empire and get more copper pieces because we were cleaned out. Can't make change for silver without copper pieces. So the second. So the second time, so we get a restock of copper, and sure enough, 2 weeks later, they show up again in this same big robe and disperse out into the bank, and they steal all of our copper again and took it all from us.
Wait a minute. So they're coming stacked on top of each other?
That's how they make it to the bank without us noticing.
Not noticing their kobolds. Excellent.
At first we thought it was just like maybe 2 or 3 of them in that damn code. But there was like 20. I don't know how they all pile in there.
Cloak holding.
Yeah. Would I be able to make, what check would it be to know of, like, what kobolds like and, like...
Yeah, go ahead and,
in general?
you can roll on, a nature or arcana because of what they are. You can choose nature or arcana.
Oh,
He's asking.
Arcana. So that's a, that is a 12.
You have a 12.
I rolled a 4.
You do know what kobolds are. You don't know a lot about them. You don't know a lot about what kobolds, how they act or anything like that, or why they may be stealing copper in particular. Generally, they don't come into towns very often because they're ridiculed and they're smaller. And hearing about like 20 of them all working together in a strategic manner like this is very strange. They have been known to be crafty, but not planners. Not doing bank heists like he's describing. And he kind of goes on, he goes, the second time was troublesome. But we sent out for more copper for the Empire, but the Empire said, well, we can't just keep sending you copper pieces. So they sent us the press for the copper piece so we could make our own, which we have a mine nearby, we can make our own copper pieces and put them back into circulation as we lose them. It's a very good scenario, and we were supposed to return it. Well, the third time they showed up to the bank, damn it, they didn't take our copper clapper. Claps down and makes the copper pieces. And damn, these kobold capers stole our copper clapper. And I can't go back and tell.
The copper clapper from
the kobold.
The kobold capers did.
Ah, no.
Jesus.
So, and now, I can't go back and tell the Empire that they've stolen. It's kind of a federal crime to steal a money press.
It's a copper.
It's a copper clapper. It's an official copper clapper.
Exactly.
It's the kingdom's copper clapper, to be honest. And we can't just have that in circulation. We can make as many copper pieces. That would break the economy around here all the time.
Having a copper clapper is key.
It is very key to the economy here in
You said that
Kerfuffle.
you have copper mines. Do
We-
you ever have any issue of kobolds at the copper mines?
No, they just want the copper pieces. They came in, they could have stolen the silver, They could have stolen the gold. Hell, there's even platinum in there. Not a lot, but there is platinum in our local bank here, just in case there needs to be a big spender. And they didn't take it. There's a single bag of it's just sitting there, and they left it. So, I need somebody to go back, and if you can recover the copper, that's fantastic. But the copper clapper is really the key part of this. I need that back. It'll be my ass on the line if we don't get that back and return to the Empire within the end of the month. So, if you're able to find anything, any monetary there, it's yours. Whatever copper you find, if they've taken any silver from residents or anything else there that they have of value, it's yours. But I need that copper clapper. Yes.
I'm just gonna inform him that taking money from banks is not usual for kobolds.
It's not. We always knew that there were a few clans of kobolds around the surrounding countryside, and they never really caused us tremendous trouble. Kerfuffleville didn't have any kerfuffles with kobolds until lately. Something's changed, and the thing was, it wasn't just red kobolds. It wasn't just blue kobolds. There were several different colors, and they all swarmed around and worked together. It's very strange that the clans should be working like that.
Is there a regular frequency to which this happens? Do you restock it and then it happens the next day? Or is it next week?
Good question.
What kind of expectation?
Well, they figured out that we were getting them every about 2 or 3 weeks. After they tried to do it a second time. They tried their capers a second time. Well, they went to the bank. They asked for copper. They said, well, unfortunately, there's a copper shortage right now. And they turned around and left. And we didn't really figure out that was them until they saw the tail dragging out from behind the cloak that they were wearing.
How dumb are your tellers?
Well,
To not be able to recognize kobolds in a trench coat.
well,
Kobolds in a coat.
They may have had fake mustaches. We don't know.
Burn them.
Exactly.
and that's the strange thing. They were wearing a disguise. There was a cloak over there. There was a snout. And we aren't going to turn on a dragonborn. And that's what they thought it was at first. Maybe a skinny dragonborn with the head sticking out there. So they saw the snout, maybe the eyes, and the scaled hands out one each end, but they weren't very coordinated, and it was starting to throw some stuff off. But as soon as they knew that they were copper or not, they either initiate their caper or they just leave.
How long has it been since you've last seen these?
Well, they stole the copper clapper about a week ago. I fear that they're not going to come back now that they have that, and they can just make their own kobold copper.
They still need copper. Maybe they would go to maybe now they need raw copper.
It's possible.
There's a copper mine, correct?
I don't know that they know how to use the copper clapper.
Now they need somebody to use the copper clapper.
I don't know if they know.
They need a copper clapper coach.
I don't even know if they know what it is. They took it.
Does it have copper to
Well, it is. It does have the image of a copper piece on the end of it. And it's not actually made of copper, but it's made of the damn.
Harder.
Yes, exactly. So you can press the copper pieces.
Have any residents gone missing recently?
No, here's the thing. The kobolds do ambush travelers in the far outside of town, and not on the main roads, but they have been known to steal and take from people, as bandits would be, but lesser so, and honestly, generally they don't hurt people. They try to intimidate, and they'll take some money or some resources, usually food, but they're not... I would suggest going to the bank, seeing if you can get any information from the teller there. There's only a couple of them. It's a smaller bank, and she might be able to tell you what they asked for, what they did, and when they were there. I think that might be a best way to look into. The mine may not be a bad idea. I don't know if they would. I don't know if they know how to forge copper or anything like that. I don't know where they're taking it, whether they have a forge or all the setup to be able to do that. But it's not a bad idea.
Sounds like a good idea to me. You're not as dumb as the bartender lets us believe.
Thank you.
And you're not as dumb as the tellers. I can tell you that.
Exactly.
Well,
Question for you. Is there a metalsmith in town? Not a blacksmith, but a metalsmith that works with jewelry.
You're looking for a jeweler.
A jeweler or somebody that works with soft metals. Yeah, somebody that works with, for example, copper. Is there one in town? Because there isn't.
There's a blacksmith, but I don't think he particularly works with copper. And he's reported no issues with the cobalt, as far as I know.
I'm thinking we need to draw the cobalt out. If somebody happened to come to town that was a jeweler that worked with copper and gold and set up a shop, perhaps the cobalt would be interested in frequenting that shop. Do you have any empty shops and empty storefronts in town?
There is the local market, mostly produce and wares of sorts. But they have not been seen through there necessarily. You think about setting up a trap, a cobalt trap?
A cobalt, exactly.
Oh.
For cobalt capture.
To trip them. To trip the cobalt. A trap to trip them.
Well,
Catch the cobalt capture.
you have an idea.
Exactly.
I have a spell called Prestidigitation, which I can change the color of something
That's neat.
for an hour, I think.
For an hour.
So you could, for example, change
For 1 hour,
silver
yeah.
pieces
So
to
I
look like copper pieces.
Or I could even get like little rocks or something that are flat enough that I could like
Okay.
lay them out. And,
That's a
like,
good idea. I like that.
I like that.
So you're thinking about maybe setting up a cobalt trap?
Perhaps we can combine these two ideas.
Well, the market does run along the side of the bank. I could probably procure a small little booth next to the bank for you guys, so if they do come about, they would see your little booth there, and you could advertise your copper pieces. Kobolds, they're crafty, but they're not real bright.
So we have crafty kobolds.
You have crafty kobolds, but not bright kobolds.
They're cowards.
This is killing Ambrose a little bit.
I'm good.
I absolutely love it.
So
It's killing the kid.
The crafty kobold capers
Yes.
in Kerfufftown are killing the kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
Crazy.
the crazy kobolds.
Alright. So
I can set you up with a market there. It may have to be tomorrow morning. I couldn't really clear out somebody if they've already established themselves, but I can send a couple guards over there to kind of section them away and make sure that you have a space there tomorrow.
in the meantime, let's go talk to the tellers.
We talk to the tellers, and we also maybe spread the word that there's a new jeweler in town. Gonna be at the market tomorrow.
A dwarven jeweler.
Dwarven jeweler, excellent. A dwarven jeweler.
Dwarven
And the
jeweler.
market-
jeweler that specializes in copper has just moved into
Exactly.
town.
You know what? That damn tavern keep, he always wants to hear gossip. If one of you were to go over there and tell him, hey, you know what? We have a mission from the thing, and we have a secret for you, and that's we're going to set up a new vendor. And you guys are bringing jewelry to town, and it's a special surprise, but not to tell anybody. He will spread that word like wildfire.
Excellent. Let's go get a drink. I mean, go talk to the bars.
Exactly. Yes, that's yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Tristan.
And if you guys are able to bring the copper clapper back to me safely, I will reward each of you with 10 gold pieces. That is just part of the contract with this.
Each of us.
It will be under the table because I do not want this under the records that it was lost.
Because that would be terrible for your reputation.
It would be bad for the town's reputation.
Exactly.
Um,
And
The Empire may not send us these kinds of goods in the future, and we really do need them.
Fair enough.
Spells?
Tracking spells.
I
Excellent.
have guidance.
Guidance is, do you know what that is?
That's on tap.
So what it is, you touch somebody and you give them guidance. It's a touch and it's a spell. It's a cantrip, so you can do it once a round if you want to. But it gives them a +4.
I think it's a D4.
Oh, I
I
see.
think it's sorry, you're right. A D4, not a +4.
No.
It's a D4 to a check. So if somebody's doing a survival check to try to trap some kobolds, that would get an extra D4 on there to roll, which is really good. Or if somebody's trying to make a jump across a bridge or something like that, and they really have a hard time, it's great for that. And you can be like, guidance, go!
Yeah, nice,
And I
nice.
believe it lasts a minute, but you only cast on one target at a time, so you can go guidance, jump,
So-
guidance, jump.
New question.
It's overpowered as hell.
Fair enough.
As far as actions are concerned,
Hmm.
that considered one action. Yeah.
If it is labeled with an A there for the, or it says it's an action spell, then it is an action. So real quick for everybody here, because I think you guys all know this, but with D&D 5e, you have 3 things per round you can do in when we're in combat. That is movement, an action, and a bonus action. There are free actions like drawing your weapon and maybe saying out something out loud to your allies. That's a free action. And if you want to know something's reaction, just ask. We'll figure it out.
Standing up.
Standing up takes half of your movement. So if you're prone on the ground because we knocked you down, you'll have to expend half of your movement, which for you is 30 feet. So if you got up, you could only move 15 from that location.
Got it.
That makes sense?
It does, yeah.
Cool.
Because I was thinking if he had a tracking spell, I don't have a tracking spell, but if he did, he would be able to cast a tracking spell, and then I would cast prestidigitation, have them get the.
How long does effect of prestidigitation last?
1 hour.
Okay, but you can recast it because it is a cantrip. So it just can't.
Cast is off his own.
So,
Yeah.
to the
It's not all
bar,
fun things you do with prestidigitation.
The bar.
to the bar, and then go talk to the town.
Before we leave, on this booth, we're gonna need a net of some kind.
You need a net.
We need a net.
Tracking?
Who's
Catching
in
kobolds.
Who's in it?
There's a net. Mr. Funicello's daughter.
Chill.
So
We need somebody to catch kobolds.
I think I can arrange that. There's a not a big fishing. There's a local river that people do fish in, and I can arrange for a net to be here. Just come back at the end of the day, and we'll make sure. Or I'll make sure there's one at the booth for you in the morning. I have a couple guards here that, unfortunately, they generally patrol around the outskirts of town, and there's only 2 of them generally at any one point in time, so it's hard for them to keep an eye on everything. So when there was an alarm at the bank, they moved in there as soon quickly as they can, but the damn cold balls, they're quick. So if they're in there and they're out of there, and they are very heavily burdened with the weight of silver. We have crafty, quick kobolds.
Okay.
I'm glad you guys have caught on to this and begun to add into this.
Papers and Kerfuffle Town.
Exactly.
Near, with the countryside.
Kerfuffleville, yeah.
Kerfuffleville.
Don't worry, I've said Kerfuffle Town, Kerfuffle.
I like it.
This hurts.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
That's alright. I almost named all 3 of your characters starting with K's, but it wasn't that cruel.
Maybe with just 3 of us, that'd be questionable.
Yeah, it would be.
Questionable.
Crazy.
Questionable.
Yes.
Kobold papers.
So, you guys depart the mayor's manor, I suppose, and make your way back to the tavern. And
Or I go straight to the bar.
oh, you're back. Good,
We're
dude.
back. We have rumors for you.
Ooh, and I have ales for you as well.
Our,
What is the rumor?
I'm sorry.
I just have a quick question. Is there any dragon chests going around?
Dragon
Dragon
chests.
chests, like this is out of character.
Oh,
But is there any like dragon chests on any tables or anything like that? I want to find a way to
Games
Like
for
the-
gamesmen.
intellectual fighting of an opponent.
Gamesmen. I like
you're looking
it.
for like a gaming set or something. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, is there just a dragon chest somewhere around?
There's not a lot of like gaming pieces here in the tavern. There may be a couple like if you were to ask, he may be able to find like a couple like board games or chess kind of games. But you know they'd be back behind the bar or something like that, and kind of for people that are staying in the inn part of the tavern. Kind of like a bed and breakfast kind of thing where they have a few things like puzzles and stuff like that. He's like, and so if you're looking around and you see that, you might spot a couple on the shelves back behind him.
The people here aren't as bright as my bright friend.
Oh, the people here are okay.
They're okay. He's exceptional.
Is he exceptional?
I am.
How is this one exceptional?
Well, you have to make an exception.
Oh, I have to expect exception for the exceptional. I see. So you've come with some gossip.
Indeed, we have.
More fact, I think.
Fact, indeed.
Fact.
Well, I mean,
News?
depends on who's the
Well,
extra false.
one man's fact is another man's gossip.
Indeed.
So what did the mayor want of you? What is it?
He would love us to open. I am a miner from far off mountain, and I specialize in copper pieces. And I'm going to be opening a jeweler's stand.
A jeweler's stand. You'd be doing copper work there, are
Indeed,
you?
I will. Yes.
A forger, are you?
I am.
I see.
Yes.
I see your beard is burnt on the bottom.
It happens. It happens to the best of us.
It's
It's a little low to the ground.
well, I recognize a forger when I see one. They oftentimes have that. It stays above the sternum for the most part.
That's where the fire is.
It's respect to the trade. Respect to the trade. And he kind of nods at your holy symbol of Marden as a fellow dwarf. He does worship probably, and so you'll be opening up a jeweler store here in our local town.
It's tomorrow, actually.
It's a grand opening. Oh, good.
So tell one, tell all. We'd love to meet all the towns.
Okay. You have deals in the first day, or?
For you, for my dwarven kin, certainly.
Oh, okay. I'll send word around and see if we can get people checking out the newsstand. Good news here for a small town like ours. It's interesting. Very well. And he pulls out 3 mugs, pours that ale out of a big old cask behind him, and then slides them and they slosh as he goes, "There, just as vet. Thank you all."
Does any get on my cloak or cape or whatever?
It sloshes a little bit, but you kind of back up because you're a dexterous individual.
I'm a dexterous fellow. I have a +4 to dexterity.
You're pretty
and a
dexterous.
+5 to intelligence.
Nothing gets on you don't want to get on.
And so like you kind of do the hop back where your like legs sweep out from underneath you, and kind of lean up, and the slosh goes right down where you're just standing. You're like, "Ooh, that was close."
I'm gonna
Actually, you know what? Roll a dexterity saving. Actually, roll a dexterity saving throw for me.
There we go. I like it.
Let's see.
It's more than 10.
14.
Okay, you're fine.
I was going to say, I'll do guidance.
How to avoid beer.
You're a little you're occupied with catching the mug that's sliding towards you.
It's already gone.
just
You mean the heavy one?
it just knocks out.
I do this ale.
I can drink more than my dwarven friend, but I can't drink as fast.
No, I checked that mug. There's no holes at the bottom. I promise.
You can ask prestidigitation wherever it's spelled. Just
Nice.
Clean it up very well. But, oh, thank you, and takes each mug after you guys finish and
Takes
just
the
clean
fun
it.
out of everything.
So, will you be needing a place to stay tonight? Could I offer you guys a room?
Ah, yes. What would you charge for a room?
Oh, just a gold for the whole lot of you. If you'd like a large enough room for
We get our own room.
You want your own rooms?
No, we don't want anybody else in our room.
No, I mean a run room for the 3 of you.
And for gold, you'll throw in breakfast, won't you?
Make a persuasion check.
Again, I can't write down these things.
Persuasion is under charisma. I don't know.
Right to be right here. I just wanted to see if I had a bonus. I do not.
So it's just the 2.
19
Oh,
plus 2.
well done. You know, for that little bit of gossip that you got me in. Notice, I will include the breakfast. Get you guys out of here early enough to that grand opening of yours.
What time is the market open?
Market generally opens a little bit after daybreak. Generally, people give about an hour, maybe 2 hours before they start shopping around. But generally, the vendors are setting up when dawn opens up. So about 6:30 in the morning.
We'll need breakfast at 5:30. Breakfast and a wake up at 5:30.
I'll have my night crew make sure that the ovens are hot and the griddles are burning.
Excellent.
By the way, I've given my beer to one of them because I think it's very good wine.
You just drink the wine. I can give you a discount instead since you didn't do the ale. And he downs that one as you.
I'll clean this up for you.
No, the bar said if he's declining the bar, I can offer you a wine instead, and starts downing the ale that he was going to offer him.
For now, I'm fine. But is there like a stage? This is out of character question.
There's a little bit of a stage there. There's nobody set up on it, but you can see the platform slightly raised, maybe like 3 inches.
I would like to walk up on said stage and challenge anyone who's in the radius of my voice to a dragon chest.
To a dragon chest. All right. Are you? Let me see real quick. I don't remember if your proficiency with this. I don't know if you're proficient with a gaming set. Are you familiar with?
I still have +5 to intelligence.
Although, with your background, I said I gave it to you as sage. I don't remember if that comes with any proficiencies. Because yours unfortunately has the second page details fairly blank compared to
While he's doing this, I'm going to continue talking to the barkeep. And I apologize, sir. I did not get your name.
Oh, my name is Christoph.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Dad, just gonna let you know.
Christoph of Krakow.
I hope you have a list.
Dad,
Well,
I'm just marking the beginning of the spell. I'm not marking the beginning of the spell. Is that okay? Wherever the pink paperclip is, that's where the spell is. Alright. Back up. Okay, so.
It's like 1:15-ish. If not there, then close.
Going forward, I will be your guard.
And you guys.
And you will be mine.
I see. I was going to say
Not you personally.
Yeah.
So, DM players, how do you plan on filling this kiosk up with various wares to make it look?
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation
So-
and large
So you're gonna be prestidigitating some stones, some small stones as
Stones, if they have any
pieces,
spare, like,
gems, that sort of
gems,
thing.
armors, whatever.
Okay,
Wood.
just to make an illusion to look like it's that.
You know what? I bet there's a hardware store somewhere that would have like nails, maybe not nails, but some
Not
kind
a bad
of
idea.
something cheap.
Yeah, like maybe like wood pieces or something like
Wood
that.
pieces or pebbles, something.
Yeah, or just pieces of wire. Even you can probably just work it out.
And we're gonna need one large box.
You actually have an ability that I did not think was going to come into play. And I love that you. Here's the thing: never, never, ever should you doubt that your players will come up with something that you don't expect. And the last thing I expected you guys to plan a cobalt trap. So the cobalt kiosk trap is my favorite.
Yeah, nice. It's the Cobalt kiosk.
Cobalt Keeper kiosk trap.
Exactly.
Is there another word for trap that starts with a K or a C?
Cobalt cat. Cobalt
The
cat.
cobalt kiosk catcher. That's right.
Cobalt
Yes.
Keeper kiosk catcher.
I did not anticipate that. You have an ability that over a period of an hour you can take an amount of supplies and items and make them into an item or artifact of some, or not artifact, but like either a piece of armor or yeah, he's a
You're crafty.
he's a crafter.
Okay.
Okay, so
He's
He's crafty.
he is a forge clerk, which means he's made his own armor.
Okay.
Because what did I set your background as? Soldier, I believe, right? So he has a couple of his armor is kind of interesting because it's heavy plate armor. So like yours is, it's got a big metal piece down one arm, and actually most of this left arm is metal plates. And you often will use those to block, almost like a shield.
Okay.
And let things hit you a
There's a
little
word
bit.
for that. I can't remember what it is. But got it.
But
Okay.
instead of like a buckler, it's just the whole side here. You kind of like lean into it and use that to block things. Or sometimes we'll get you on the leg or the flank and stuff like that. But it gives you a guard to and then you can grab and then pull in and block again. So it's a fairly large pauldron on the left hand side, and then maybe some pieces on the right leg and the left leg. And so it's a patchwork armor.
Okay.
Still keeps you mobile, and you're still pretty fast, and you're not weighed down too heavily. But you are both of you, because the weight of your armor. If you have to roll stealth, will roll with disadvantage.
Makes sense.
Not the wizard, because he's not wearing any armor.
Yeah.
He's wearing
I'm
boots.
standing behind him, by the way.
Yeah.
He's my meat shield.
Just be aware, you do have
I'm keeping cover behind him.
you can cover behind cobalt cover from the kobolds.
Crafty, creepy.
He's like, I hate it. Everyone's gonna think of every way you can think of what non-C or K words can I come up with?
But it is catchy.
Mhm.
Okay, so be that the case, since I have not spent any spell slots, anything of that nature, I'm going to take the evening continually crafting things for our
Okay. I believe it's under. Oh shit! It's gonna. Do you have Xanathar's Guide?
I do.
Can I borrow that? Because
I have-
that's where his subclass is. And I want to read something on it real quick. There's a ability that the Forge clerics have that it's actually really cool. And basically, you just put some raw materials in front of you, and over a period of about, I think it's an hour, you're able to craft a piece of like armor or something like that. And you could probably craft something that would be able to go in the kiosk as a
Maybe a
That's
strong
kind of-
box.
well, yeah, like a strong box or something that should looks flashy and might draw attention in.
Is there an armorer or a magic sellers?
Who are you asking?
The DM.
You may have to ask someone in town.
You don't know?
That's the
You haven't been in your town?
Barkeep.
You want to ask the barkeep? Oh, wait. Oh, what? Did you look for that wine finally?
No.
Oh, he puts the bottle back down under there. He's ready to go. So
You know what? Why not?
Why not?
Wine.
while
Well,
we go
why
there,
not?
Yeah, it was wine on.
channel divinity.
Wine.
Okay, also, before we get too far into this, before I forget it, I have the Blessing of the Forge. Because I'm not taking a long rest, and I assume before we got here I haven't used anything, can I apply the +1 to my armor now so that it
Yes, you can.
resists throughout? Thank you.
And you have to do that at the beginning of each day because it does wear off the next day. So
Right.
you're gonna reach
Wear it
this.
off on the next long rest, which is why I'm asking now, because I'm not going to take a long rest.
You're not gonna take a long
You're
rest.
gonna work all night.
I'm going to work all night to make sure that we have enough shop.
You do need rest. Because of the artisan's blessing, read that. You should be able to do everything you need because of your domain. So read that. I'm going to finish up with Ambrose, and then we'll come up with a plan of what you want to design with that blessing.
Roger that.
So you look.
donation total?
What are you looking for exactly?
Currently, we're still at 175. We only have a couple people watching at the moment. We'll
Okay.
Either
enough,
a armorer's store, blacksmith sort of thing,
We can take
or
suggestions on chatting.
Oh, absolutely.
For the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
uh,
Anybody watching, if you guys have suggestions as to what to do, by all means, throw in the chat.
like
We'll entertain it.
magical
Absolutely.
items, like the magical items store or something like
Well,
that.
we're kind of a small town. We don't really even have an armorer necessarily. There is a blacksmith.
Suddenly he's
I
Greedo.
was gonna say his
Yeah.
Marky
Your Jedi mind tricks do not work on me.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Tricks do not work. See, it is different. Subtle. Not so subtle.
Perhaps not.
We do have a blacksmith in town. He mostly does horseshoes or carriage chassis and that sort of thing. He tools, farming tools and such. But if you're looking for something, he may be able to do something for you. What are you looking for?
Either a sort of sword weapon, like so I can melee. I don't really have that many melee options.
You're looking for a weapon?
Or an armor, or both. Honestly. Both.
Out of game. Actually, make an intelligence check real quick for me.
Easy.
That shouldn't be a problem.
What is that? That is 22.
22. As you're talking to him, and you're realizing like he's kind of going back and forth. He's probably about 5 cups in. It's only about noon.
Nice. That's a lot of booze.
And he's well, yeah, and it's probably a lot of booze even for a dwarf. And you kind of realizing, if you need a weapon, I bet the mayor might be able to get you one.
That makes sense.
He does conscript the guards, and the guards have weapons.
Small.
So if you're looking for like a some sort of sword or something like that, you may want to check with the officials or the armorers, or not the armorers, I was gonna say armory, but the guardsmen. See if they have a spare weapon for you. What are you looking for?
I'll check with them. Just some sort of like sword.
Okay.
Easy to pull, draw, just
Well,
back off, fend people off.
if you're doing work
Cast
for the
spells,
mayor,
I'll do that.
I'd go for the mayor.
Is there a local jack of trades?
Local jack of trades.
Jack of trades.
Like
Suggestion from chat.
like a
Jack of
handyman.
trades. I like it. I guess
yes.
no.
They're dabblers in all things and masters of none.
There you go. Okay.
No, we mostly have specialists here. There's some handymen if you need some craftsman works done, but nothing quite as good as what I see on you already, my friend. And if you made that yourself, very impressive.
I did indeed.
But no, mostly moderate work around here. Nothing is too specialist. That's why I'm kind of excited about the idea of a jeweler in town. That's some professional work there.
Oh yes.
What were you looking to do?
Well, I'm gonna need some material.
Okay.
So something as simple as going to a junkyard or something of that nature.
Okay. So you're looking for like a junkyard or even just raw material.
Yeah,
Scrap.
Some sort of
Okay.
scrap. So I'm looking for
Oh, so you're looking for like a thrift store.
preferably somewhere where I don't have to pay for the material. It's something that's been disposed of. Is there broken wagons of swords?
You looking for the dump?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a good place to start.
Oh well.
That's called upcycling.
Shit, man. You got me. Upcycling. I'm not familiar with it, but it is locked up. Keeps the vermin out as much as it can. But again, your friend here was asking about possibly wares. Again, I would go to the mayor, and if you're doing work for him and you're working with him, and you need something for your setup, maybe you could go to the junkyard over there and find some stuff. He would give you the keys for that if you asked kindly, I think. One man's trash is another man's treasure, so I can totally understand.
You'll be amazed what I craft with it.
I'm excited to see it. I'll be your first customer tomorrow morning.
Excellent.
Well, I'll be the first one to make you food in the morning, and then I'll be your first customer.
Now we're talking.
Well,
We'll be your first customer, then you can be ours.
I like that. So, so the plan is, as far as I understand, we'd like to go back to the mayor and try to get the keys to the Kerfuffleville junkyard.
Indeed.
Or as I like to call it, the Kerfuffleville crap pile.
The crap keeper.
The crap keeper. That's a good one. We'll get through this, I promise you. You know what's funny?
Maybe you won't.
I actually didn't expect you to hate this as much as but I understand.
But he's glad that you do.
Exactly.
I'm glad it's annoying somebody.
And who knows?
Not just the people online. It could be annoying everybody online too.
So the plan for now is to go back to the mayor and ask for a few things. Is there anything you would like to request of the mayor? Since your two companions are making one, it would.
I've already got the net coming.
You do. You would make that request.
I'm gonna need to get to the market. I need to know where the market stall is ahead of time.
Okay. So let's do this because again, never ever doubt that your players are going to send you on a wild goose chase. Do you remember how you were like, oh, how long do we have? I'm like, probably like 4 hours because we can come up with weird ass shit.
12.
Oh yeah.
So I'll draw out what this kind of looks like. So here's the bank.
Okay.
Main road's right here. Main road. So the main Broadway here, and the front entrance to the bank is here.
Perfect.
Here you're gonna get set up a nice little kiosk on the side of the bank here.
Oh, that's.
And there's a few other kiosks, and there's the back alley here to the bank with a gate here sealed off, and more
So the market is
kiosks.
right outside the bank.
It's along the side of it.
Also, before we leave the
Well, it's kind
tavern,
of close to the center of town, and the bar keeps drawing.
When you have enough.
Yeah, the bar keeps drawing it for you a little bit. It's not super complicated. It's just a large bank. Is it visible there?
It's a little delayed.
Okay, but so there's an alleyway there in between the bank and the next big building. You'll see a bunch of small booths there, and it changes out who's where when depending on who gets there and where. But if the mayor is set one side to you, that's fantastic.
Excellent.
And so you will be on the one closest to the road.
So, just realize that the kobolds may have a connection. That's a
cobalt
teller.
connection.
A cobalt connection, exactly.
Convenient.
Crafty, a convenient cobalt connection with one of the tellers. So we should make sure the people at the bank know we're opening the jewelry.
We intend to
booth.
stop by the bank soon.
Yeah, so we'll make sure they know we're opening the jewelry booth, so the word goes among the bank.
So
tellers.
originally the mayor was suggesting to you to go get information about the kobolds and the kerfuffles that have been happening in Kerfuffle Town, and suggested to you to go talk to them and ask them about the kobolds, stuff like that. But are you worried that the kobolds maybe have an inside man?
Or woman, we don't know.
Yeah, I guess if it was
A cohort.
Stop by the
I think the kobolds
the
have a cohort.
there's a cohort for the kobolds. Got it.
anywhere
There's-
Kmart.
I knew we were getting there somehow.
Before we leave the tavern, I would like to see if anyone like intelligent looking is around the tavern. Like anyone reading like a in-depth book that I've
Okay.
read or something.
I
like
can
that.
tell you right now that I wouldn't recognize them.
Make an insight check
An
for me, rather,
insight?
because you want to look at somebody and try to figure out
What's my
whether or not
insight?
they're somebody of intellect.
15.
Okay. You do spot an older man. He's got a longer white hair pulled back into a ponytail, and he's sitting there smoking a pipe, and he does have a book that he's reading.
I would like to ask the barkeep, what is that man? What is that man's
What's his deal?
name? Yes. What's up with that guy?
That works.
Would you happen to know what his name is?
Old Jim? You're looking for Old Jim there?
Old Jim?
Well, don't call him Old Jim to his face. He thinks he's 25.
What's his name?
His name's Old Jim.
Jimmy Jim.
Just don't call him that. He gets mad. You can call him Jim. But, he's... he used to do the local fishing in town, but he's since retired. He comes in and relaxes during the day and hangs up and gives me some good company sometimes. The conversation's not too bad. He forgets himself sometimes, but, he's good company. He is reading a book. Make a perception check if you want to try to figure out what he's reading without him noticing.
I indeed do. Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Nice.
He's ready.
Many a
I
time.
wrote it.
But while you may not necessarily recognize, like you haven't had to lean into like read the spine of the book, but you recognize you do recognize it because you have read it. It is a
Yes.
it is an adventure novel. It is a kind of like a old style like swarmy adventure novel like Indiana Jones or something like that. You probably read it in your youth when you were. It's surprising to see it here. It's an older book because you yourself are, I believe, is 193.
I'm 194.
194.
And we're calling this dude Old Jim?
Exactly.
I mean, he looks like he's in his 20s.
Fair. Elves.
So do you, to be fair, and you're like 90 something, I think.
It's all that hard work.
I don't even know if I gave you an age.
I'm human.
Yeah,
I'm looking like I'm about 30.
I think I did give you an age.
I
Yeah,
think you did. Maybe.
30.
30, there we go.
So-
95 and 410.
95, 410.
And-
So on the taller side of dwarves, they're usually between 4 foot and 5 foot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Poor
You
kid.
youngsters.
You're a bulky motherfucker. What's your constitution? I believe it's a 20, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're a tough guy. You have more of a well-rounded stats, whereas both of you guys have a lower stat and then a higher one because of it.
Me, intelligence and dexterity, just a little bit below.
Yeah.
And then strength. I'm not one of those strength
So,
casters.
I'll move the stuff around if you can tell me what to move.
Yeah, right.
Kick in.
As well.
You have to tell me. You're the intelligent one. You have to tell me what to do. And then, deal?
Precise instructions.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
To that letter. Okay, so let's head over to the mayor's once more to acquire the key to the junkyard.
Okay.
The crap collection.
And we do need to go to the bank, too.
Yeah, let's. Do you guys want to split off and do that?
Let's not split off. Let's go to the mayor's first.
Party. Split.
It makes it tough on the DM.
No, it's actually the joke is you never want to split the party.
Yeah,
But then again,
exactly, yeah.
you're in town, so it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, it gets more done. So I think we should.
So where would you like to visit first, the teller or the mayor?
I'll go to the teller and tell them that
Teller.
I'm the guard.
Well,
We can play it out. if you
I was
want.
going to ask you, do you want to go in there trying to gather information like the mayor suggested, or do you want to go in there to try to incognito and just kind of be like, hey, just a heads up, we'll be opening our wares next door in case you hear, and try to kind of spread some word in case there's a kobold on the inside, so to speak.
I think we can do both.
You think you can do both?
We can do both, yeah.
How are you going to do both?
I'm gonna go in. I'm the guard for the jeweler. Go ahead.
For sake of time, is there going to be any issue with me just going to the mayor's house, gathering the key? So just.
I don't know.
Okay,
I was gonna go to the
I'm
mayor's
gonna
house as
I'm gonna
well.
go gather while he's doing all this.
She-
that's what I'm doing.
She quickly, lets you into the back, and he signs off on some paper, gives you a key, makes sure he checks it out to you, and says, "I do need this back." And I'm doing the tavern dwarf. I do need this back, and by the end of the night, if you can.
Probably going to be fine.
Yeah, probably. I do need this back tomorrow at the latest. And is there?
I'll deliver it with a kobold.
And he does provide you with a weapon. What kind of weapon were you looking to get?
I was looking for just sort of not a longsword, not.
You are proficient in certain weapons because of high elf.
Okay.
I don't recall what it is. Where's your player handbook?
Yeah.
I borrowed it from you.
Rates of rapiers? What's a high elf use?
A high elf is
I think
by the
was-
nature of being a high elf, you are proficient with like 3 sets of weapons. I don't remember what they are. I think it's a
Oh.
long sword.
I think it's a long bow. I think it's a bow.
I think
Definitely
well,
one of those as well.
I think a longbow is for the wood elves.
Oh, really? Okay.
I could be
Yeah.
wrong. It could be a short bow for the wood elves and a longbow for the. I don't remember. That's why I'm having to
I'm
look
a
up.
high elf, right?
You are a high elf.
Longsword, short sword, short bow, and long bow.
Okay, so you're
I
proficient.
am going to go with a short sword
No, say he will
because
provide you
then
with-
it's like easier, quick combat.
Yeah. I don't know. Double check and see if the short sword is a finesse weapon, because otherwise you have to use your strength for it.
Sorry about that.
Sorry. And if you don't want to use that, you can use a bow, and he will provide you with one if you want to do range
Yeah,
combat.
but
So
I
you
want
don't.
like a range or a close.
I understand, but you don't really want to be close range anyway.
Right. What am I looking for?
Looking
What-
for the short
weapons.
sword.
There it is. Looking for
I
this-
don't think the short sword's a finesse, but I could be wrong on that. So what's the plan with the bank teller?
I'm going to the bank. I'm going as as a person that accompanies the jeweler.
Okay.
It is a finesse weapon.
Going in, I'm going to first
It is.
tell the
Okay,
people
so
in
you
the
use
bank.
your dexterity to hit. So,
Okay.
so it's your since you're proficient with it, it'll be 3 plus your dex mod, so it'll be plus 7 to hit with it. If you want to write that in there, short sword, or sorry.
Yeah, sure.
So 3 things I'm going to tell the hoteliers. One is we're going to have the jewelry stand tomorrow.
Okay.
My friend's jewelry stand. If they have any clients that want to do anything with jewelry, please let them know.
Okay.
Number 2, that I'm going to mention that I'm helping my friend out, kind of security, but it's unfortunate that the first day of our booth, security is not going to be anywhere near what I like it to be. It's
Okay.
unfortunate.
So you're gonna play like the Secret Service, like it's not that great, but you know.
It's unfortunate.
Okay.
But again, in a week or two, even if you once we're 2 days in, I'm sure security will be much better. But tomorrow it's going to be terrible. So, has there been anything around town that we should be concerned about?
So you can see if you can get some information on these damn kobolds.
Exactly.
So the mayor was keeping it low key, so you may not be able to get much information out of her without her knowing, unless she knows that you were sent by the mayor.
Fair enough.
But you can try. So I'm gonna have you make 2 rolls. The first one's gonna be a deception check to see if you can deceive her to believe that you are actually opening a kiosk to sell wares.
Plus 3 if you're trained in it, right?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Also, I have a question.
5 plus 2 plus 3 is.
So it's,
yeah.
what is that? 3 or
Does
is
it say 2? What's it say?
it says 5?
Oh,
sorry.
it's 5.
So
Sorry.
it's this. If you're proficient in it, it's this plus your proficiency, so it's 5.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
So it's a total of 10.
total
It didn't
10.
take that much because she's not expecting necessarily a lie, and she has no reason to disbelieve you. So it's good enough. You don't feel like she caught on,
Okay.
and if she is in it with the kobolds, you don't think you're caught.
Okay.
I love this stuff.
And then next, roll a persuasion check to see if you can get her to give you some information about the.
Aha! That would be a 5 total.
A 5 total. She's kind of tight-lipped. She
Understandable.
She does kind of lean in and say, "Just be careful. We've seen some crime here in town. That's you mentioned being worried about the guards, so just be careful who's touching your wares and kind of keep an eye on people. And as long as they see you, a big strapping lad like yourself, I don't imagine you'll have much trouble as long as they see you right next to the booth. But just anybody whose maybe face is covered or of the Draconic heritage, not to be racist against the Dragonborn or anything like that, but just we've had trouble with some of the more draconically inclined." And so she suggests that to you, but it's nothing you didn't know.
Thank you. When I do see my friends again, I'll mention them that I'm pretty sure at least one of the tellers is not working with the kobolds because she was telling me things she wouldn't have told me otherwise. And I'll just tell them everything. The other.
And
Sorry.
it's a small bank. There's like 3 people that work there.
Oh, okay.
And it's like 2 tellers and like the manager in the back that doesn't do anything.
I have a question. Since a short sword is a finesse and a light weapon, would I add my dexterity to the damage as well?
Yes, you can either add the dex modifier to your yes. You can add dex modifier to your chance to hit and your damage, just like you do as your strength.
What that was.
So it's
I
1d6
could be wrong on
plus
that,
4
but that's
damage.
how I'm rolling it because it'll be fun for you to fight with. Use that.
Okay.
And you're not really going to be
It's
using your short sword, to be honest. I mean, you might.
If I need to.
It's exactly. Or
It's
an
a
attack of
necessity.
opportunity or something like that. Yeah. What's he doing?
He just licked his finger.
Yeah, he's like, never seen him make that face before. I don't know what
You,
he's
right?
doing.
That's an uncommon one.
Yeah.
Does anybody want this, by the way?
I'll split it with you.
I don't want it.
Oh, we'll get it on the table. Here, I'll split it.
All right.
The Brady Bunch method. I'll rip it into 2 pieces and you pick, and you pick which half you want.
All right. So he gives you access to the junkyard there. Do me a favor, roll an investigation check for me. An investigation or perception. It's up to you. Whether you want to be digging in and.
How about a natural 1?
Natural 1. In contrast to the modified 1.
Roll with advantage because you are looking through.
Even with the crit fail? I mean,
Well,
do I get to roll advantage when I get a crit fail?
rolling advantages, regardless as to whether you crit fail or not. It's
That's
just
not how it
two.
works in
It's
Pathfinder, is it?
it's
That's
two,
like if you.
So-
This is the advantage here is different.
Is it? Okay.
so what it is because
How about
you
magic?
Okay.
because you have reason, because of the fact that it's your craft and you're looking
see.
through materials that you're used to. You're used to copper, you're used to aluminum, you're used to steel, even necessarily. That you're able to kind of go through this and be like, that, not that, not that, that, not that.
I see.
Because you're a dwarven and you're forged, that's why you roll with advantage.
Would I be able to go with him and just see if I can find like pieces of armor or something like
Absolutely.
that? So I could like enhance. I do not have a
It
bit of
is a
armor,
junkyard.
yes.
There's not a lot there. You
That's fine
aren't.
by me.
You also aren't proficient with any armor because you're a mage.
Never mind. I'm gonna look just for. I'm also gonna look helping him just
You
if
do.
I can find things
Gotcha.
that he might use.
Yeah,
Around, See
absolutely.
if there happen to be
Um,
a ring of power around.
And honestly, exactly
It's
right.
not like I'm just like
So honestly, even if you weren't going to roll with advantage,
store spells.
even if you weren't going to roll with advantage to find your scrap that you needed, because he's there helping you, you would have rolled with advantage to find it because you have assistance.
Okay.
So-
I rolled a total of 23.
23.
And
Okay.
this is perception or investigation?
Oh, I didn't even check which investigation was.
Perception's much better for you because I think investigation's an intelligence check.
Is it perception or
Oh, so
investigation?
It's up to you. But you're gonna,
Investigation is better, but it doesn't really matter.
I would suggest you that you're going to assist him, like you said.
It gives you a choice. Do the better.
I know. I have a +8 to investigation,
Yeah, do
but I
that.
rolled 16 in the first place. So that's a 24.
It stuck my finger in it too, I swear.
There's a pile of stuff over there already thrown. Don't worry.
Yeah, do me a favor and grab one of those and bring it closer. It was not intended to see it at any time.
Oh, I liked it. And put the other one all the way in the corner so I can use it as
Put
a
it like
background.
right up there. Just put it right
Oh,
here.
nice.
Just rolls down the stairs, goes into one.
Well, there's
side.
actually a good
Okay.
port up there. That's perfect.
Hmm.
Thank you.
One of your neighbors is going to still let her know that we're going to be talking. One of your neighbors just walked by a few minutes ago. So I'm just going to let them know that make sure we're not interrupting anything.
Yeah, just let them know we're doing a charity. day.
Exactly.
So what do I find? What is everything that I find?
Well, are you helping him or are you trying to do your own investigation? Okay.
I'll do my own investigation if I find things that would be useful to him. I'll
Well,
pick 'em
it's
up
going to be a
and-
two-parter for him because I imagine you'll use kind of this space to do some of your work as well in the
Does
scrapyard.
that make sense?
Because of the blessings thing, it's not just like it's one part you actually like using an anvil and pressing things into place. It's also part of your magic. So you'll work it, but it'll magically seal. Like you're almost like welding it shut when you're pounding things together.
That'd be such a cool skill.
Isn't it? And you kind of manufacture over time. And while he's doing that, you do have a chance to. So did you roll an investigation?
I did roll an investigation. It was a 24.
24 investigation.
24 because I'm a +8.
Okay. There's not a lot in here for you. It's mostly junk. It's mostly
Also, I'm looking for copper.
you're looking for copper.
Copper
Okay.
pieces, copper anything really.
You do find some clues for your copper pieces.
Copper clues.
Copper clues.
Hurts.
Convenient.
You do find some.
No.
Coincidentally.
Coincidentally, conveniently.
Yeah, actually both.
How about a combo?
As you're going through here, you do see
Could be.
cobalt
Could be.
tracks.
Could be.
Cobalt tracks.
They're old, but they're cobalt tracks. There's a really high investigation roll.
Which way are they going?
They're kind of wandering and meandering around. They're kind of older.
They were looking for copper as well.
They're looking for resources of some sort. Maybe early on before they figured out there's copper that you could just steal from a bank.
Who's got the best perception here? It's not me.
Me.
Is it?
I think so.
I've got
Well,
+4.
When we're walking through town, keep an eye out
My
for cobalt.
perception is also +4.
Okay, so
Really?
Well, wouldn't it be investigation to look out specifically for cobalts?
Cobalt
You
track.
mean
That
look-
would be perception.
Perception.
Okay.
So
Because
keep
you're,
an eye
'cause
out.
you're looking around, you just kind of get a grip. Investigation is more like digging through stuff, looking at it, and inspecting it.
And
sort
would
of
that be like trying to like see cobalt tracks and where they're going and stuff?
So if you're since you've already found the tracks and during your investigation, because you're pulling stuff out and looking through that, and you found like underneath rubble and such were these cobalt tracks. So they've been here, but it's old because there's stuff on top of it.
Gotcha.
So it
Keep
probably
an
isn't
eye
last
out
few
around
minutes.
town for cobalt tracks. That would be
Mhm.
passive perception or active perception.
It depends on what you're. If you're like walking through an area,
Yeah.
and you then it would be passive perception.
Okay.
But if you're actively looking for it, then you could roll and potentially get much better than that.
Okay.
So they look like they're older tracks. So they were looking for resources here. You don't know if this is necessarily the same grouping of them. He did mention that they've been around for a while and they come into town like and scavenge a little bit, but they've never really been trouble like they have until recently, and not organized like they have been. A suggestion, because your friend over here went into the bank and inquired in kind of an incognito way, in a very sly way. Because neither of you guys interacted with the teller, one of you guys could go and say, "Hey, we're here with the mayor. I'm looking for any details about the kobold issue that you guys are experiencing." He did give you a piece of paper with his signature on it saying, on business, and he did suggest to have you guys go over there. So you can inquire with the teller.
He's the jeweler, I'm the guard. Why don't you do that?
That's what I was saying.
Cool.
And I'm the second most persuasive.
Yeah, good.
And
So-
charismatic. You have +2, I have +1, he has a minus whatever.
So what are you
-2, yeah.
what are you going to ask the teller?
I've been hearing problems with kobold thieving.
Somebody told you about the kobold capers? Are you here on classified business?
Yes, I am. I'm with
Clandestine.
Clandestine. He's like, I don't want to play anymore. So to be fair, just roll a persuasion roll for me,
Okay.
and you do roll with advantage because you do have the note from the mayor.
Natural 1 and 17.
17. So 17 plus what?
+1, so 18.
So plus 1. 18 is really good.
Nice roll.
Because it was just charisma, right?
Yeah, it's just your charisma.
Nice roll.
And if you're not proficient in it, then just plus 1.
Let me-
Perfect. So 18 is pretty good. She kind of takes you to the side and like on a desk thing and sits down with you and kind of goes through what had happened. And she gives you she's doing paperwork and somebody comes in and she doesn't, look him right away and look him up and down. But next thing she knows, there's somebody at the teller thing and they're asking for exchange of copper pieces. And when she said, "Oh, well, yeah, how much do you need?" That's when suddenly the cloak falls out and about a dozen or more kobolds came scurrying back into the back parts of the thing and overwhelmed them so quickly that they couldn't really she got knocked down, the manager got knocked down, and they took all. She did get up again. And they're never gonna keep her down. And she does mention a new piece of information to you that when they asked for the copper pieces, they said, "We need copper pieces for her."
Her?
For her, is what they said to her. And it was very strange. It was like they were getting them for someone. They didn't say who, but it was someone.
The Copper Queen.
The kobold copper queen.
You did that.
You think the kobolds have a queen? I don't know much about kobolds. Do they have queens, or is that a thing? Oh no, is there a kobold kingdom underneath our quaint little town?
That'd be crazy.
Possibility.
Tons in the alliteration are like
But the second time she came into the second time they came into town, I did recognize them a little bit earlier, and I was able to talk with them a little bit. I said, "Oh, are you making?" I kind of played it along a little bit while I was hitting the panic bell underneath the thing, so just ting 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 ting. It's loud, and I did ask, "Oh, are you making a withdrawal, and for who?" And hold on, I had a name for this, and I've forgotten it. And they did say, we must bring more copper for our queen. I don't know who they were talking about. They didn't give me a name, but I think they said, and I think one of them yelled for the brood mother as they were running out.
That's so good. Frank says you did an excellent job on that.
Thank you, Frank. I appreciate it. So you do find out that they are stealing this for somebody or something.
Well, if they're taking only copper,
So it's not monetary value. It's the appearance of it.
Oh.
They're taking a certain shape. What?
Or the utility of it.
Utility.
It is a certain shape. You're
Yeah,
right.
they're taking certain
they-
shapes. They're
Although they were
decorating
looking
something.
they were looking in
For
the junkyard
copper
as
to
well.
see how strong.
They were.
And
But
it
they're
was sparse.
compared to
they're
other
not
metals.
messing with the mud.
It's not. It's a
Maybe they don't
Actually,
have-
Yeah, it's not
Maybe
good.
they
You're a
don't
specialist.
They're decorating something.
But maybe
They
they
do
don't
have
have
a
to mine.
and because of that, he
No,
will
not
tell
to
you
mine.
that
Well,
copper
you
is
steal
the
raw materials from mine. Once
is,
it's out,
uh,
Turns out, sure, yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
is more is less moldable than pure gold is. But all the
So
coins,
it's tougher.
generally, yeah.
It's
But
covered with a copper.
but it is. But most coins are. But he'll tell you that most coins are made with a like a what's the word for it? An alloy. Thank you. Where it's a mix of metals. But that way it keeps the look and the feel of the copper, but it's a little bit more hardy than because gold itself is very soft, just pure gold.
Right.
And if you made a bunch of coins out of pure gold, oh my god.
They
So they
just
generally
take
mix
their
it.
fingers and bend them.
So generally they'll mix it with something, so it keeps that that gold or copper look. Yeah, because the old gold coins were just made of gold, and you could bend them in your mouth. So, or at least you'd have a little bit of give when you bit down on it. That's why you do that. But they've mixed with the coin, so it's not so much that it's harder or better or worse than any other kind of coinage. It is very strange that they're just taking the copper.
That is very strange.
Did you guys all roll for knowledge on kobolds?
No. Only he was the only person to ask.
Okay.
I think it would be wise.
Indeed.
You guys both can roll
And
a
this is-
nature or history check. I had him roll Arcana because of the draconic heritage with kobolds,
Plus
and it's your bad.
They're
Your
both
best.
intelligence, so okay.
I know, no. I got a 9.
Wow, I got an 18. No
Okay.
modifier, but an 18.
Okay.
I got a +1, only a 9.
Yeah, fair
So,
enough.
so you've encountered kobolds before.
Apparently.
Not a lot, but enough. And you know that they are wily. They like to build traps.
That's right.
And they are they aspire to their draconic heritage. They believe
In other words, perhaps there's a copper dragon involved. Or a copper dragon born.
with an 18, you know that the metallic dragons are good.
That's I forgot about that. Thank you.
It's good to think about that
Okay.
though. And
Kobolds are evil, aren't they?
and kobolds are not good creatures.
Okay.
They do pay homage to Tiamat, which is the evil dragon god.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so they do worship and aspire to be like the chromatic dragons, which are the green, the colored dragons. So green, black, red,
White, black.
white, and black are the two that I was forgetting. Thank you. Gold is the chromatic, or any of the alloy dragons like silver,
Copper,
gold,
silver, gold.
platinum are all good of some sort.
That's what we were listing.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
were listening to the bad ones.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry.
Just the bad ones.
So you do know that,
Sorry about
I
that.
and
forgot
you know
about
it's
that.
very unlikely that a
Kobold would be associated with a good dragon. That makes sense.
very unlikely. It's possible, but unlikely.
Now, are all dragonborn good, or if they're from the?
They are not. They do not have the fated path that a lot of the other that some of the kobolds do.
And there are
Kobolds-
copper dragonborn, aren't there?
Kobolds aren't necessarily inherently evil. It's just more of like their upbringing and the life that they live. It's really hard for them to break out of this very clan mentality because they are also interdependent on each other. It's very rare to see a kobold on its own. You have encountered one, and you in your little bit of mercenary work in the city, there was a small tradesman that had gotten banished from his clan and was working with another tradesman, and so you were able to get some of this information about what that clan life was like within the caves of the kobolds, and about what they worship and that kind of thing. And so that's how you got this information.
Well, I want to find the caverns of kobolds.
Oh my god.
That is probably the goal.
There we will find our conclusion. I'm sure.
Yeah. So you guys have an idea that they're taking it for something or someone.
Okay.
And they did say the broodmother on the way out. And you did get that information from
How
her.
do
Good.
you
Well done on that.
spell broodmother?
BROODMOTHER.
Brood usually refers to a family, like it's an offspring, a group of offspring,
Typically
isn't it?
an insect base.
Usually
I
the
think puppies can be a brood, can't they? If there are enough of them. Maybe not.
usually the brood mother would be like the one that breeds to propagate the group.
Got it. Okay,
So
that makes sense.
it could also be a term of just like, okay, this is the queen or this is whatever it is.
Okay.
And generally kobolds are like a hive mentality, kind of like ants are. They don't have like that hive mind like necessarily like that.
Got it.
So you don't necessarily think it's more of a title than it is a like an actual like, oh, the queen of the ants kind of
Okay,
thing.
got it.
I thought they were taking like Zemi in there for a second.
So I think eventually we do need to find the caverns.
Indeed.
So-
I think we have enough information to get going.
I
Okay.
think you're right.
Let's go ahead and do our.
So you're gonna work
Cool.
on the
I'm gonna work on my stuff. Yeah.
you got that worked on. You don't have to do it all night. You actually are able to do it within. Actually, you roll me a What would this be? Is there? I don't think there's a crafting.
Wait, there's a
Roll
backpacker?
me.
That's cool.
I don't want to say a performance
There's a
check because
crafting.
that's just screwed up.
It's going back now. It's fine.
Roll me an athletics check.
Weird.
10.
10.
It's good enough. Yeah, I mean you don't need to outstanding. I want to make sure you're not rolling like a 2 or a 3 or a 4 or 5.
Gate dice aren't doing well.
It takes you longer than you would like.
What?
Yeah, that one's been laying on its one side.
Oh, that means the one is going to be burnt up. So
There
it's
you
good.
go. I like it.
Your superstition baffles me. It takes you longer than you would like as a professional, but it doesn't take you too long. It takes about 2 or 3 hours to be able to craft what you're looking for. What are you making?
A variety of jewelry-based items that are
Okay.
copper in.
So you're able to kind of
whether or not they look, or whether they're actually copper. I want them to resemble.
okay.
Copper.
It's a combination of magic and artistry that you do with this.
Like
It's-
bracelets with
Mhm.
copper coins
And-
looking.
yeah,
They
and
look like
and
copper
you
coins,
don't
so
even
it has the
necessarily.
It could
aesthetic
just be
value
Yeah.
a normal
or-
coin too. I could always.
Well, but I don't want to.
Here's-
We're not selling coins. It's wares. It's
You know what?
so
Maybe
like,
you are
selling copper coins.
selling antique coins.
Oh, that's an idea. So yeah, antique, and it looked like antique coins, like on bracelets
Okay.
and necklaces.
And you also have pieces of jewelry and stuff like that. But in
No, that's
what you
great.
work on is the main display case.
Uh-huh.
Is you're able to get because you rolled very well for your investigation throughout there to find the pieces that you need. You're able to find a full pane of glass and use it as kind of like a display case.
Ah.
And so you don't have because it's behind this glass, you don't have to like really do all the pieces. You're able to do arcs of hoops and stuff like that, so it looks like there's actually
Nice.
rings and stuff like that in there.
Well,
You're
I
able
want
to
to
just
make some actual pieces in case people.
yeah, absolutely. So the top row is actual pieces of like you worked into actually pulled metal into the right place and you wrapped it around your warfare chamber, so you have these big hoops that look like earrings and stuff like that. You can pull out and show and stuff like that, and it's scrap, but it's pretty good for an afternoon's work. And you have a couple ales delivered to you out there from the tavern, and make sure your work gets done. And then, so the 3 of you guys are going to turn in for the night and set up your global trap tomorrow.
I'm gonna go
Wait.
check out. I'll go you first.
What did he roll in the crafting thing? And would I be able to change that now?
He rolled like an 18. He rolled pretty well for the crafting.
That was an
You don't need to change it.
Oh, yeah, no,
Or
you
he
do your
rolled a
investigation for the
10.
tools, but then
He
you
rolled
actually
a
tell
10
him
on
you rolled
one.
10.
He rolled a
It's
10.
it's enough. It's
Okay.
not so much. He's got plenty of time. It was more to see if he rolled like under a 5 that he was gonna be like, okay, you do kind of have to stay up into the night and you're gonna lose some sleep. But you did fine. 10 is
Emerson, I love
average.
You can do that though. That's awesome. That's gonna be fun.
Didn't
Yeah.
think of it.
So,
No worries.
and because you guys are waiting till tomorrow instead of, because, again, never expect your players to do what you think they're going to do. You will roll 2 more dice at the beginning of the next tomorrow.
like
Because if you don't use them, you'll have to re-roll them. It's okay. It could get 1 and a 20. You never know.
Oh, but he can do this every day.
You do it once at the beginning of the day when you have your vision.
But I'm okay. So in other words, you've got vision right now. You haven't used yet.
So you could use that if you wanted to on something, but I don't know if you necessarily need to, because you guys have been rolling well enough for what you guys
Fair
need to do for now.
Not this piece of junk.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna go start setting up the booth a little bit. My goal, if I can pull it off, is to get the net in some kind of position where I can run a rope or a string. So when I appear to walk away from the booth and leave it unguarded, I will still have a connection to a string that will be connected to a net. So
A cord?
He's
A
busy.
cord. A cobalt cord. A cobalt catching cord.
He's busy. You two roll an intelligence check for me.
Okay.
Or
Don't
if
get
you
him,
want
Ambrose.
to just assist him, you can roll with advantage.
I'll just assist him.
Okay.
I got 20.
So
I got a 15.
you have 12. Okay. So well
There you
enough.
go, Ambrose.
You come up with this idea that so the booth there has this kind of overarching like canvas over the top,
Perfect.
and you align the net underneath there, so it kind of looks like it's just part of the design. And you're able to come up with a good way to jimmy rig it, and you're able to set it up with the strength check that you
Thank
did.
you, man.
That you kind of come up with an idea of like, oh, this is how we're gonna set this up. With
Or
a pulley system.
tripwire.
All you got to do is you just yank this cable down here, and it'll just fall. So you do well enough
Thanks
to
for
be
the
able to do that.
intelligence, my friend.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Also, before bed, I just want to read a book. See if I would I be able to increase my intelligence score by reading books.
No,
Oh.
not in this short game.
Okay, I'm still gonna read a book.
Downstairs.
Yeah.
Make up to the left.
Do you ask old Jim for his book?
I'll be back in 30
Oh
seconds.
yeah, I should probably go talk to old
30
Jim.
minutes.
Should you?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to old Jim.
Okay.
Jimmy boy.
Jimmy.
Jimerson.
Jimmerson.
Last name is Jimerson.
Jimothy.
So, roll an insight check for me.
Insight. Facts, you've been doing me good today. An 18. What's my insight?
Within a short
Plus
period of
4,
time, you're
22.
able to tell that Jim is suffering from what we would call dementia. Jim is in his retirement years,
That makes sense.
and he goes to the tavern because it keeps him out of trouble. But he's a good conversation. He kind of talks about, oh, well, the fishing was the... And you realize after about 5 minutes that he is old man storytelling you. It's not a bad thing necessarily. You can get away
How
from
old
it.
is this?
He's probably in his like late 60s, maybe 70s.
Young man storytelling.
For you, he's human. So he's you know, old white hair with a back in a ponytail, and he's a little bit hunched, and he starts telling you about his book, which is, you know,
This I'm interested.
it's just the adventures of.
Haven't you read it?
Yes, but I like
But it was about 100 years
the
ago.
book club. The book club.
It's a book club.
I am 99 years older than
Jim
you.
Jim is taking a lot less from the book than you did. Let's put it that way.
Different.
How old are you?
I'm 194.
Okay.
He's also full elven. Also, you don't have to sleep. You have to go into a meditative stance for
I
about 4 hours.
was gonna comment on that. Actually, like most people when they sleep, they just, or most like elves when they trance, I have like a little bit of space between me and the floor. I just sort of like float there.
Yeah, and you guys kind of you find your rest for the night. And the two of you guys were able to work on Jimmy rigging the trap, the cobalt trap, supposedly, for the booth.
Crafty kobold catcher, would you say?
And the net was there waiting for us and everything?
Yeah, you guys were able to, well, when you guys went to go get the key, you also arranged to have someone bring you the net at the booth, and they were able to set it up as a kind of a trap hanging over where patrons would stand to look at the kiosks.
Looks like an awning.
So,
Well, there is canvas up there, and it's underneath the canvas.
Right.
How
So
many
it could be
things
just
are there that would be easy to move to the thing while they're like sleeping?
How
That
much
I
what?
don't need. How many like little like trinkets or boxes that I can move to the booth to just help preset up or something?
Yeah, no. You wouldn't want to leave them out there overnight.
When we both did this, so do that again.
Oh no, do I?
Do that again. So now when it comes up on the stream, it looks really funny because you get it on all three cameras and
We're all like dancing. Yeah.
Hello.
watch.
Honey, I'm home.
Fantastic.
You're too entertained by that.
Nice. Well played.
So the night goes on uneventfully. There are no big. You wake up in the morning.
I've read a few books.
Really? Just a few. Just flip.
There were a couple like more dry but educational books in there, but they're not something that's kind of like magically boost your intelligence necessarily.
I'm
It's
a wizard.
interesting.
I just like learning things.
It's interesting. The first book you get about 2 chapters in and realize it's about agriculture methods, and you kind of like slightly put that to the side. But the next one is kind of about the history of the town and why it's where it is. And you find out that it originally it originally started because of a fight over the territory. There were some mines that were established, and there was kind of like a pseudo gold rush almost. And then it kind of
the Great Copper Kerfuffle.
wasn't necessarily for copper, but it was just it died out. But it died out, but the town found other uses and are able to do agriculture around there, some lumber, and amongst some other things. So it's no longer a big mining hub like it once was, but it does still have a small mine that maintains, and it does it's diversified what its trade is.
Gotcha.
So it's interesting, and it is kind of surprising that you're having these kinds of issues in this town, because it is kind of inside the empire, and it's unusual to have this kind of thing happen. And if you're looking through the history, they never really had trouble with kobolds, even in throughout the last 100 years of the history of this town.
There's no mention of kobolds whatsoever.
Not kobold raids, definitely not.
But there have been kobolds
there's
on the
mentions,
outside, merchants.
Yeah, there's mentions of
stuff
the young man Jim moved into the farm on the far reaches of the town, and he had some trouble with a bit of kobolds at first, but they kind of moved their little they kind of conceded the territory after about a month of scuffling with him.
Or he was old man Jim.
Yeah, this is young man Jim. So this is 50 years ago when he first got there and started doing his work.
He was a crop keeper.
Mm-hmm. Crop keeper. What have I begun?
Going all day.
All day. Like it.
Oh, missed. Short. The first one was too good.
You set up too high bar.
All right. So
I don't even know where that was.
the next morning comes on. The next morning starts off just fine. You guys are able to set up the
What was for breakfast?
kiosk.
Ale.
I mean, that was the main course was the ale. Sadly, the mugs are about this big, and they're about that deep.
Good start.
It's not great ale, but it's ale, and it's
I think
Oh,
it was
you cure your ale.
an appropriate breakfast, perhaps even oatmeal stout.
it is a bit heavier than it was in the evening, and maybe more alcoholic, strangely.
Okay.
But there's also a little bit of meat, some sausage, some eggs for sure, and a little bit of carbohydrates, like some bread of some sort, like a hard bread.
There we go. I like it. You can always
So,
get the hard bread in the beer.
It's like when you go to the Motel 6 and we have breakfast.
Bullshit. No, that's always like an apple.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's kind of
Yeah.
it's kind of like that. It's like there's 6 pieces of fruit that nobody's touched. There's some slices of bread in a bag.
Eggs and sausage.
The bran muffins are always
No, the eggs came from a carton, but
there you go.
and not like a.
I'll take it.
But no, they have local agriculture, so it's actually not that bad. And it is an inn, so it's kind of what they do. And he did throw it in for you guys since you were doing a group thing there for him. And you did indulge him with the gossip of the town. Go ahead.
Would there be a building, which booth are we setting up in?
Right here, the one closest to the main street, but also the bank there.
Which is conveniently closest to the entrance.
It is
Is
convenient,
there a
and that's why he set you
building
up to make sure you
right-
get that kiosk.
Yes.
There.
Yeah, there's another building there. It's like the hardware store.
Would there be a way to get on the roof? Because then, if there's a kobold that somehow gets away, I could.
Nice call.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You have a ranged attack?
I don't. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
cool.
what-
I'm a wizard.
Oh, just your 5th level. You can do all kinds of things from up there.
I would say-
Down on the
say
roof
a-
is the best
A
place.
wizard sniper.
I would say roll either an athletic or acrobatics, but I know which one you'll choose. Roll an acrobatics to make sure that you're able to nimbly get your way up there without any issue. Because there is a rain gutter and a
So
gate that you
carefully
can.
crawling is what I'm hearing.
No, carefully
Climbing.
clambering.
Carefully climbing. Pardon me.
As a clambering,
Back,
that's
don't
also
fail me
good.
now.
Clambering? I like it.
Nat 1.
You fool.
So
Wait a minute. Don't you have a number you can roll? Don't you have a number you can replace?
Oh yeah, I didn't
you
roll
need
my...
you need to roll both your dice.
Give me a 1 and a 20. Come on. 1 and a 20.
7 and
Seven.
6.
7 and 6. Those are actually both really good because then you can just tag somebody else with
Oh, it's true. You
saving
can
throw.
lower somebody else's
Give
numbers.
us
Mhm.
the,
Don't hit the puppy.
So with the Nat 1, you look at this.
I just go nope.
You look at this pipe, this like rain gutter, and you're like, I can make it up there. You get about 3 feet off and slide right back down because that is a greasy, muddy rain gutter, and you fall on your butt. And you don't think there's going to be much of a way to be able to get up there.
1 point of damage.
Takes 1 point of damage.
No, he doesn't get that high up to fall that hard.
We have this one, right?
That's the kiosk user in, yes.
Okay. Would I be able to climb on that?
Yeah, you're trying to get on top of the hardware store over here.
No,
Trying to get on top of the bank.
I was thinking that's my last resort.
The kiosk there, the roof is just canvas, so it's not really much.
Okay,
to be on
then I'll
top.
try the bank.
So you want to get on top of the bank?
Can I help boost you up?
Is there a?
Well,
Maybe.
well, you did present the
special?
the letter to the bank teller last time you were there, so she would
Oh.
recognize you as being on a mission for the mayor. So if you want access, you could probably actually just ask.
Oh. Then in
So,
that case, let's just
so roll me a persuasion check.
with advantage or no? Just
It is advantage because you have the note from the thing, but it is a bank that is not owned by the, owned by the mayor. So 19.
19.
Yeah. The manager lets you up on top. There's a way onto the roof with a ladder that's locked up normally, and he brings that out and around back and helps you up to the top. So you're on top of the bank.
Okay.
Well
I'm
done.
on top of the bank. I am going to position myself right there,
Yeah.
so I can still I have
see
a
the main
good.
street and as well as the.
Yeah, I have a good view of everywhere, so if I can
Yeah.
see kobolds and everything, and I can see where the kobold runs and all that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I just want a good overview of the whole thing.
She can create music. I'm sorry. What?
You're fine.
I'm on top of the bank.
Cool, you got up there? Good.
I didn't
Well,
have
he-
to make
he
an
tried-
acrobat, I just
well,
asked.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he did an acrobatics trying to get on top of the hardware store on the far side here.
And
he failed.
Yes, yes.
And so he went to the bank, and because he had already talked to the teller once, and with the note from the mayor, she did recognize him.
Oh, that's
And
right.
he rolled a persuasion check to see if they would let him on top of the bank. And the manager let him up there with the ladder that they have.
I just
that-
Nicely
that
done.
locked ladder. So they know that you are looking out for the bank, and then you are under the mayor's orders and probably on their side. So they do let you on top of the roof.
Which is concerning because there may be a mole. Which,
Is there a mole?
There may not be a mole.
well,
I don't trust no.
well, they know we're looking now.
That's okay.
But that's all right. I think
Yeah.
Well,
They don't know that he actually is working with us.
that's true. They haven't seen us
Yeah,
yet.
exactly.
that's true.
That's a good point.
Good deal, Ambrose. Way to go.
Yeah.
Now,
Our wizard sniper.
I like that we have an outlet.
as the manager lets you upside, roll an investigation on the man. I'm kidding.
Yeah, exactly.
The manager is just 3 kobolds in a coat.
Oddly shaped fella.
I have like 4 arms, 2 legs, and
Yeah,
tail.
yeah,
Some weird reason I don't know.
Kobold in the inside.
3 kobolds, so I can go. Okay.
So you guys did a good job of spreading the rumors around that there'd be a
Excellent.
copper jewelry and valuables place nearby. So
Also, I'm gonna use prestidigitation from the roof to give the
Oh.
whole thing like a shiny sparkle.
Nice.
you
cool.
glitz it up. You glitz it up a little
Fancy.
bit. Well done.
Nice call,
All
Ambrose.
right, that'll
Nice
lower
call.
that'll increase the likeliness that you might get some patronage.
And
So
it's fun to play with her.
you do get some people looking around, but these aren't. You kind of set sort of your prices a little bit high to try to lift the idea that that these are valuables, and you're not getting a lot of people looking to buy high cost jewelry in a rural
Well,
town
to
like
be
this.
fair, we don't have
You don't have high
top
cost
shelf jewelry. So.
Well, that's why you're trying to kind of set the price a little bit higher than you want it to
There
be,
you go.
and
Yeah,
you
it should be.
exactly, and it's
So no
also
one is like-
that way you attract people that maybe want to do a kobold heist, not people that want to buy jewelry.
Smart. You're smart.
So I'm gonna need all of you guys to roll a perception check, and you're gonna roll with advantage because of your
Because I have
on
the
the roof.
omnipotent eye.
Wait a minute. Can you give him an advantage of 1 die 4?
21.
So
17.
here's the thing.
Or maybe you just roll 21 and
Well,
don't.
here-
Yeah.
I was gonna say either one of you guys
Use guidance.
either of you guys both can roll individually, or one of you guys can roll with advantage because the other one's assisting you in searching for
Yeah,
these
I'll
kobolds.
help you with yours if
Well, no, you.
No, but
we already know
you've
we
already
will
rolled.
help you.
You've already rolled, so
Right,
you.
but I can use my cantrip.
Oh,
guidance
he's
to
gonna give me
just-
a cantrip.
to give him a
Yeah,
+4. So
Plus
roll that
one
and a
die
d4.
4.
I got
So
a
it'll be
17
die 20
by the
plus
way.
1 die. Die 20 plus 2. 5 plus 2 is 7, so I'm really helping you.
9.
You see
Yeah.
some people.
yeah.
Uh,
I see people. It's daylight. I know it's daylight. I'm very perceptive.
Good job.
You don't lose track of. Well, your focus is mostly on the people that are immediately in front of the thing, and you're kind of keeping close to that wire and keeping close to getting ready to pull that. So you're watching, really focused on like the people in front of you, whereas that frees him up to be able to kind of really watch wide.
I'm the wearsman. I'm
Yeah, and you've got kind of.
charismatic.
And you've got a chair, and it's kind of been boosted up a little bit, and you kind of got a like platform in the back, so you're kind of watching over everybody's head, and you're less watching the people that are really close up, and you're kind of answering questions, but you're really watching for the thing, and you're looking for that.
Well, I'm
that
being my dwarvish, charismatic self.
There you
So
go.
listeners don't stick
What do you
around
want?
too much.
and
can I
what
get
did you roll here?
You want that?
17.
You're 17.
You see
Okay.
somebody
So I'm just sort of like,
somewhere that's watching us. I can take the opportunity to walk away from the booth, make them think it's unguarded, while you stay near the wire.
I sort of had my
That's
like,
a great idea.
sort of
Does
cloak
anybody
just
have
sort of
messaging
like
thing as a cantrip?
blowing.
I
I
don't
do
have
actually. I have
What?
message.
Do you really?
I do have
That's
message.
really good to know.
Cool.
This is helpful.
You being up there is going to be very.
I like our.
Well, we don't have a.
So-
So okay, so
Wait,
hold-
he's
hold
our
on.
elf on the shelf.
Oh,
So
oh, I quit.
question. So
Beat me in my own game.
so message you can respond.
Yes.
What's the window?
It's a small message, so it's like one sentence.
What's the window of response?
What do you mean?
How long
How
do you have
long
to
until-
Like a minute. It's not super long. Like you maybe wait like 30 seconds before you respond, but it does. You do have to respond in kind of a timely manner.
So he can't leave like an open line. That's what I'm
No,
asking.
but he can check in with you like
Well,
once
I know,
every
I
few
hear
minutes or
you.
so.
I hear her too. I know. She's here.
Who's- How does he know who it
He
is?
knows her walk. He'll
Does she-
hear
does she
her.
bring
His
I
face.
don't need material components, right?
For message?
Since I have mine.
That's awesome.
No, just for any
No.
spell because of the staff.
Not just for any spell, but there are some spells like, for example, there's a warlock spell called Summon Demon,
Go get mom.
and that requires
That's
a
awesome.
vial of blood
Go get mom.
of a person that has passed away in the last 24 hours. That you would not be able to substitute with
Go get her.
a
Go
focus.
get mom.
But you know, if it's like a
I-
feather
This
or
is a
if
piece
it's,
of copper wire.
you're
For
fine.
you.
Okay, so I'm
I hear
I'm
Nancy
going
much
to
better.
message down to Dad and just
Who?
to I can't remember
The
his
dwarf.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Distant.
Wow.
I'm going to-
It was a really bad
Is
one.
it supposed to be for the next?
So
started-
it's
Okay.
it's good that you have a
And all the
message
words didn't come out.
because you're able to see
I'll
farther
do
than
that
them,
too,
especially with your elfin eyes. And you do spot a brown cloaked figure that you can't quite see the face of, and it's moving weirdly.
Okay, so I'm going to
Nice.
whisper a couple like
You
just
kind of say
arcane
Main Street,
sigils
coming
whatever.
down past the real
I
quick.
just-
Yeah.
Okay. There is a watch out for a brown cloaked figure.
And
I
he's-
can't see.
He's
their
coming from the main
exact-
street, away from the bank, towards this way. Coming along this way. And so as soon as he says what to look for and where, you spot him. Because you got the 21 perception or something like that.
Yes.
21%.
So part of that, why that was so good, is because you were given, Main Street. There it is. Got it. And it's like, see him. And you respond, I see him.
Alright. Roger that.
So you don't want to catch a bunch of townspeople in the same trap as the kobolds. Roll a persuasion.
Well, how many people are currently in the booth?
Let's say 2.
And what are they looking at?
They're one of them is looking at the case, and the other one is just looking at little knickknacks that you made on the side for little like $5 pieces and stuff that are
Okay.
five silver copper
Okay.
pieces or
Well,
whatever.
I'm going to. Can we RP this?
Go for it.
What,
So there's the woman is looking into the glass case. You get the vibe that she's probably just window shopping.
is there something you want to buy, woman?
Some of these kind of look like what my grandma had a long time ago. How much do you the back row there, the big gold hoop there?
The gold hoop? Ooh, that's about 20 gold for you.
Oh, that's much more than she paid. Times are hard.
I can make you a deal.
Okay,
25.
that's worse.
I'm not great at math. I work with my hands. It's
Well,
25, take or leave it.
how close is?
Thank you though, and she leaves.
Excellent.
How-
And the other guy? The other person?
The other guy's kind of looking at the little like the pendants and stuff like that, and he kind of is asking, well, when did you make these? Are these made here at on site or
Made him yesterday.
made them yesterday?
Yesterday.
Can I jump in? While he's doing that, I'm gonna walk to this booth over here
Okay.
and start screaming at the booth keeper.
Okay. What do you start screaming at the bookkeeper?
What are you doing? Why have you been? You're taking away our business. I can't believe this. That's it right now. Get out of here. I want to fight you right now. And I'll leave it at that.
All right. I need you to roll an intimidation check.
Okay. I don't want to. I want him to. I just want him. I mean, I'll be as loud as possible.
Yeah. You're doing an intimidation general.
There.
Hello. Your little friend knew when you walked in the building.
You probably heard me park.
20.
No.
Do you roll a natural 20?
I did roll a natural
That's
20.
a
Yes.
natural 20.
Well done. Okay.
Plus 5.
25. So it kind of grabs attention and kind of people grab. Some people gawk and some people kind of move away. But generally, it's the effect is gotten. This kind of area is dispersed a little bit, or people kind of moving to the side to watch over or away where they get a better view. But away from the booth over there and kind of leaving it alone as this kind of cloaked figure comes closer.
Didn't mean to interrupt, but I figured I had to jump in.
How close is the cloaked figure to the booth? Because I'm gonna get ready with. I'm gonna charge up a.
Beautiful.
How tall is the building?
It's about 20 feet up.
It's about 20 feet up. Okay, in that case, I am gonna charge up a ray of frost in my hand
Okay.
and aim it down towards.
Keep in mind you.
Keep my sights on the.
Oh, you're keeping your
I'm just keeping my sights. I'm not pulling the
You're
trigger. or
you're
anything.
you're looking. You're ready to cast a ray of frost in case you get a surprise round.
I'm holding it.
All good.
Okay. So his distraction, is that doing anything for my...
It is. People kind of dispersed and they're kind of like, if they were gawking at his big distraction, they move off to the side a little bit to get a better view down here since he moved away.
So is my booth clear?
It is. And that figure is continuing to move towards it. He's about 20 feet closer. And roll an insight check for me.
Insight plus 4, so it's 11. It's not gonna be-
Okay, but you can definitely see when he said it's moving weird, you see what he's talking about.
Okay.
It's probably what you're looking for.
Okay. Can I see any color on the head?
Not really. You can see some sort of figures in it, and that it's an outcropping kind of thing. So it could be. There's a few races that resemble have like kind of a snout thing, but it's kind of hard to tell. It could be a tabaxi. It could be a few different things. So you're not 100% sure that it's what you're looking for, but it could be, especially the way it's moving when you first got looked at it. And it's at first it's going towards the bank, and it's not really going towards your booth.
And I see them heading toward the bank. Copper, get your copperware.
Nicely done.
Roll a persuasion check for me. Gosh, no, you don't need to roll a persuasion check. You're yelling that.
You roll a lot of
Do you have thaumaturgy?
I don't think
I don't think you do.
I don't think so.
Thanks, Cantor.
Okay. I gave him prestidigitation. I don't think you.
I don't have thaumaturgy.
With all the people dispersed because of how good that roll was,
Nice roll.
Solid.
you've got a nice, clear, open voice path to this figurine. And they do.
Instead of just like that.
And at Copper, the head swivels underneath that cloak, and you see it kind of wobble towards you a little bit. What's that?
How close is it now? Is it like
It's
right
just
up
it's
against
just about to go
the-
underneath the netting area.
Don't
Don't put your hand. Get your hand over here. What are you doing?
if
We're
I
spies
cast-
everywhere.
If I cast message, would it dissipate my ray of frost?
Because you're ready to. Yes, you can only cast one at a time. But you're holding the ready frost, and you know what the plan is to try to drop this net. You guys have coordinated and worked on that. You have access to that little pull tab, so you just let me know when you want to drop it on him. He is underneath there.
I'm standing on the booth with my arm against the...
Yeah. And he comes up and he goes, you have copper jewelry or
Copper jewelry, copper coins. Sorry, started to imitate your voice. Copper jewelry, copper coins, whatever your copper heart desires.
We could go for some pieces. So yes. What do you have?
Is he speaking?
What do you want? What are you looking for?
Jewels, gems, valuables. She needs more, and I'm here to retrieve. Okay.
The cord goes, by the way. I start running that way. Yeah, I'm running that way.
All right. Let me roll some dexterity saving throws.
So how many kobolds can we get in one net?
As
That's a good question. How many kobolds are in a coat?
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
How many coated kobolds can we catch?
Nice.
Coated.
Clever.
no,
So upset.
angry.
I'm not gonna roll a dice for every kobold that's in there.
Anne.
Hi, Anne.
That's
Yeah.
mom.
My mom?
Yeah, it's your grandma. And she says, hi, Ashley.
Ryan.
Anne.
I'm not going to roll a dice for every single kobold in this coat. We will roll 5 because.
Thanks.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, vegetables.
Mom's here.
Can you get through there? I don't
No, I'm just gonna set it down. You guys
There's the
can
last
grab
one.
it.
We will roll 5 dexterity saving throws.
Okay, and as
Maybe.
the net,
Or maybe I'm rolling 1 for every 2 kobolds, or 1 for every 3 kobolds.
as the net drops, I'm going to pull.
You do know, you're smart enough to know that that might make the net less. It's also underneath the canvas, so you would hit the canvas on top. Because you did the net underneath the canvas, so it was hidden. And it kind of just looked like it was part of the decoration.
Oh, I see.
So-
and the kobolds, are they under the
But you,
canvas as
but
well?
you do have it ready in case any of them escape out of the.
Oh,
Okay,
that would be
so-
awesome.
Snipe.
They're
snipe,
nice.
snipe,
That would be cool.
snipe, snipe, snipe.
That would-
Freeze all
Let's
of them.
roll some dex saving throws. Not all of those are good.
Excellent.
I see a 5 and 17.
Let's see what I got here.
Don't you have a number you can choose?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Would I
let's
be able
hold
to
on.
do that?
We
We'll
have
see what
a
happens.
fail.
That sounds like a DM call.
Let's see.
While,
Let's see.
While just after
I do have a
roll,
+3
first thing I'm
dex.
going to do while you're doing this, I'm going to cast the Spirit Guardians area effect.
Yeah, your Spirit Guardians. That is a
Oh.
damaging. That is a damaging ability.
Also,
Okay. So we are going to do a couple things here.
also, what's the DC for a
That's
fail?
a success. That's a
What's
success.
the money? Yes, please. We have a donation.
Donation.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Really, and the link is just up above. I'm pointing at my screen. That's not. It's just up above. It says
You can
it starts
read it.
with extra-life.org, and we very much appreciate it. We're only $25 away from taking our next nasty bite. Reminder to everybody watching: at every $100, Ambrose and I, at least these gentlemen, will
I may try something, but boy, do I not want taco sauce with fig Newtons.
We will be dipping. Currently, it's going to be Fig Newtons again.
Oh.
Into randomized. I mean, there it
That's $25.
is.
I think that's the first and only time I've ever seen a cash donation on our stream. Well done.
So you can keep
We'll
that
pause-
over
yeah.
that thing right in
So
there.
that's a fail, fail, fail. For your own edification, let's see.
Would you?
From
Would you like to do the honors?
I'm going low. Going low. What would you put at the bottom?
Poison?
Because we're in no order.
It looks like chocolate.
That is Hershey's syrup.
Oh,
so you guys will get a surprise round on. I'll let all three of you guys do a surprise round. Which
Oh man,
Chocolate
so,
horseradish?
We're gonna be doing chocolate syrup with
Oh.
horseradish.
God.
So you're not joining this one.
Ah, no. The chocolate with fig Newtons probably isn't bad, but like
Yeah, the horseradish with the figures might be questionable.
horseradish
You
with
only have
anything.
your wife brought some other foods.
Yeah. Oh, we could do.
You could end up with chocolate Doritos if you're lucky.
Ew, no.
Chocolate Doritos and horseradish. Oh,
Right
no.
here.
Okay, and I'm going to hang on just one moment, please. I'm going to.
I do
post
not
the link
want to
once
do
more.
I love
I got tased one year, buddy.
Newtons. That's awesome.
Oh.
That's $25.
I don't know. Remy might have the taser instead if you want.
Nope.
No, I don't have it.
That's $25 spent. I'm glad it's going to charity. We're a great charity, by the way, Remy.
This is why I do it every year. I absolutely love it.
Well, I can understand if people don't like this charity. People that don't like children and don't like to help people might not like the charity.
Why do I hear a sad violin in the background?
Yeah.
All right, and go ahead and just click that link that I just posted. Right there on the page, you will be able to see a donate button, and then you should be able to follow the instructions from there. And it'll be good.
Thank you, Mother. You
Yes.
are wonderful.
Thank you, Grandma.
One of my favorite clips on YouTube is two not political pundits, but they're like strategists, the people that are involved in politics and strategy and stuff like that. And they're arguing on C-SPAN, like with each other.
Okay.
And then callers are coming in and asking them questions. And then one person goes,
Cool.
I just want to say that I'm really upset that we can't. And one goes, oh God, it's Mother.
Seriously?
Because it's two brothers on the opposite side. And one goes, wait, is this really your mother? And the other goes, that's our mother, yes.
That's great.
Okay. So this is going to be fig Newtons with horseradish and
Hershey's.
Hershey's chocolate.
Who brought the horseradish?
That
Well
would be
done,
great.
Brandon. Well
Get
done.
a little bit on there.
Perfect mystery topping. Who brought the Newtons?
That was me
That's
too.
also the
Nice. I
That's
love
also-
Newtons.
And the
Yeah,
funny thing is, I hate Newtons.
Yeah, exactly. He's like the one person that doesn't even like Newtons. That's
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. That's disgusting.
There we go.
So
Yeah.
this was $200 raised?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oops, there it is.
Hey, child on the church
Oh,
sheet.
baby.
I'm okay. I can lick it off my own hand.
Oh my
Cobalt
gosh.
chocolate
Get
fantastic.
it?
Oh, that's
He doesn't even like Fig Newtons. That's great. That's,
Oh, buddy.
Well, I made it. That's fair.
Yeah, you
There's
did.
a restroom downstairs.
there's a can right behind you. You need something to drink here. It's just lemon water. Drink it. You need something to wash.
What are you talking about, Lambros?
Empty.
Good.
It's lemon water. I mean, it's a little sparkly. But you'll be
Oh, I don't
fine.
like anything about that.
Best $25 I've ever spent.
Yeah. Thanks for
You're welcome. I'm here for you.
That's
I'm gonna go die.
You want to put that
It's
down
gonna
with
be a
that?
long stream.
Wash it down?
That's awesome.
Oh,
We
man.
have paper towels.
napkins.
I have wet naps.
There's a bag.
Where?
That
Wet
bag
naps
is
are
Robert
great.
Roast. Do you know where that one?
This orange thing? No.
It's like it's a little.
Is it this?
No, that's not bag.
What is it?
It's a.
I can walk downstairs. It's just on my hand.
It's a reusable grocery bag. God, that was awful.
Is it the silver one?
Could be.
It's right there.
Oh.
Oh, the silver one right there?
Downstairs still.
I'm gonna get something.
Oh, is there a plate and forks and stuff?
Book. No, book and controllers.
No, right there.
Oh, okay. You really should do that on full
Here.
Oh.
There should be. No.
You got it wrong.
And the funny thing is,
Everywhere is chaos.
We
the
know
funny thing is,
yeah.
that's the first time I've tried horseradish.
Seriously?
Yes.
Well, you don't like it.
Scarred for life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Steve, that's today?
Horseradish is like wasabi's ugly cousin.
Oh,
Ugh.
no, wasabi's worse.
Yes, but
You think?
Oh, yeah.
that's why it's a cousin.
Yeah, it's cousin.
Does anyone want any food while we're here?
I don't think any of that information is really important except for the intelligence and wisdom.
I'll be fine.
But we know
I'm
what the
very
theories
sorry.
are. Jesus. Keep
Oh,
those.
yeah, they actually
It's
come out.
beautiful, beautiful.
That's alright.
Love you. At least it's one shot.
That's fine.
Do you want a lunch box?
Yes, that'd be
For
wonderful.
all you know, cobalt sweet.
And there's water,
We're
energy
gonna find
drinks
out.
here.
Exactly.
Oh, God.
Finally, we're gonna keep
I
going.
want to say thank you for bringing that. Oh,
So
that
he's
was
entertained
great.
So for our
I didn't realize you knew 2 condoms. One, that was one condom
No,
and
no,
one thing.
we
That's
were
it.
singing that.
I had no idea it was getting that bad. By the way, I'm not so what? What was worse, the horseradish in the Fig Newton or the ketchup in the Fig Newton? Yep. I think the ketchup sounded pretty
No,
good.
But I
Horseradish and chocolate.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The first one.
Nope, they don't. I don't know if you knew that.
Pure chaos.
have that now.
So for our viewers.
Oh.
This is what a kobold looks like.
Oh, cool.
Holding it up in a good spot, or is that okay?
No, that's great. And thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And we're going to have to do that again in a minute.
Oh,
Nice! Seriously? That's awesome.
You can dip your banana.
There you go.
well, hey, you know what? It might not be as bad with the banana chocolate and
Bananas
and chocolate.
Unfortunately, you're doing two condiments, and chocolate's the only good one I've seen.
Maybe it's
So,
like,
well, chocolate and
caramel.
There's some caramel.
Oh, and then, chocolate and like taco sauce wouldn't be too bad.
Might not be horrible.
But it depends what you're putting it on.
Chocolate and ketchup. Chocolate and ketchup.
No,
Oh,
that I'm not surprised.
You're wise, isn't it?
all right. So
Yeah, that was.
Oh, this tastes so good.
I just tried hitting an hour
So
ago
much better than that.
with me when I walked in. He gets super excited. So.
You listen, Sherry, you know Brandon by association.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Do you know
And
what
should we go
number
to
it
these,
is?
yeah.
What's that? Go with the white now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the whites.
Oh, you don't no.
So when we see that,
I'm gonna be up and down all day.
Come in, we'll,
There we
I'm
go.
so scared.
partake once more.
so
Wait, how much are we at now?
That'll be 300. Once that other donation.
you see about 10 kobolds
Holy
come out from
moly,
underneath
really?
this coat. You think that one of them's got a fake arm that goes through one of the sleeves and the thing.
Can I see a picture of Cobalt?
This is what a kobold looks like.
Oh, not okay.
I had a different. Okay, cool.
So it's got a bit.
It's
It's got a bit of a kind of a jackal snout, but it's more scaly and it is more draconic. So it is like that dragon snout with the ears backwards. They have clawed hands and feet.
Okay.
Not heavily like you could damage with somebody, but you know, like a dog or something like that. And they do stand upright. Oftentimes.
They're about 3 feet tall, 4 feet tall.
Yeah, they're short. They're like a gnome almost.
Okay.
They fit 10 in that coat. It was very much so like a what's it, Princess Bride kind of style.
The Holocaust coat.
Yeah, exactly. Holocaust coat. There you go. Shit.
If we don't know, I hope we had a wheelbarrow and a Holocaust.
And you see all sorts of weird little contraptions that they had making this thing work.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to dispel Ray of Frost and load in Magic Missile, because then I can hit more
You
targets.
can do Magic Missile instead as a cantrip because you guys are gonna have a surprise round on these guys. So
I'm gonna
about
do it at
6
third,
of them
by
get
the way.
stuck underneath this
We have four freedom.
and we have 4 running.
Let's stop the runners.
So I'm 4 running,
We have
Right.
4
So
kobolds
I'm-
running.
so I'm going to
Stretch goals.
1.
Not entirely yet.
I'm casting this at 3rd level, by the way,
Just
so I have 5 darts.
unless you want to
Okay.
go
So
to
you're casting,
nice.
you're casting a 3rd level spell as with
Yes, I'm casting it as a 3rd level spell.
okay. So you can have 5
So I
darts.
can,
Are you targeting 5 different creatures? You targeting each of them twice and one of them once?
I'm gonna do 5. How many can I see?
Where you are.
So there's only 4 that are escaping.
Oh, there are 4 that are.
So you can hit 4 of them once, and then one of those 4 a second time,
Okay.
if you'd like. Or you can try to attack the ones that are inside the net, but you have
I'll do the
you
4.
don't really have good vision. Okay.
I'll do the 4 and 4,
So
and I'm gonna.
you don't have to roll to hit. You just need to roll to damage.
Because it automatically.
You're gonna do it at second level, is it?
Yeah.
If you want to hit each of them once, you can hit. You can roll a second level.
Okay, so.
That way you don't have to use a 3rd level slot, which is super valuable. But you can also.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's a good idea. So I'm just gonna do a 2nd level spell, so I only have 4
Sounds
darts.
good.
Oh, perfect. Good
So.
call, Ambrose. Good call.
Thank you. So
So one of them takes 1.
that's 2 damage, because it's
Yeah.
1d4 plus 2.
1d4 plus 2, so it's 3 damage.
Yes. No, it's 1d4. I rolled a 1.
Plus how many?
Plus 1. Sorry.
Okay, plus 1. Okay.
So how many got caught in the net?
6.
Okay, so 6 out of 10 are caught in the net.
Ah, what?
Which,
My dice.
Did you just
with my
Did you find it?
I didn't.
It was a DC 15 dexterity saving throw to be able to get out from underneath that cloak and out of the net. And they realized what
3
was
by the
happening.
way.
3. So you didn't hold on. So it was 1, 2, and then 3.
Well,
No, I did 2 and then 3 damage,
2,
and then
2 to 1, 3 to another one. Then what?
5 to the next one.
5?
5,
4
because
plus
I rolled a 4.
Gotcha. 5.
And then 4.
And then 4.
2, 3, 4, 5.
did you lower
2,
the
3, 4.
No, but I caught the ones that were escaping.
Yeah.
Okay, and I replaced the Spirit Guardian
Okay.
as well.
So that'll be on. So for your surprise round, you will be casting Spirit Guardians. Okay. So we have what you guys are doing. You, sir, what do you do with your surprise round?
I'm going to try and run over and
You use your movement.
yeah.
You have plenty of movement. You can get over there and attack some of the ones that are escaping if you'd like.
Okay.
You want to make an attack on them?
Or would you
Or would you like to try to athletics and wrestle and keep them restrained?
Grapple them.
Well, since he's already shooting some.
One of the 4 that he hit with the magic missile hit it in the back of the head and it went down and didn't get up.
Okay.
So the one that he hit for 5 damage.
So they only have 5 health.
They don't have a whole lot of health, or at least not these ones.
Their first weapon. I knew that. I just didn't. My character didn't know that, but I did.
I'm using it like a 6 shot. Just
So you marked down your second level spell, right?
I did.
Perfect. Are you looking to capture or kill?
Run over. I'm going to change it a little bit. There's still 3 that are running.
Mm-hmm. One is running to try to disappear within the marketplace, and 2 other are going towards the main street. He other got the other one that was going out.
I don't know how this works out with actions. While I'm running, I'm going to yell stop or die.
Okay.
That
contending.
may be
Gotcha.
maybe my action.
Roll an intimidation check. This will be your bonus action to do it.
23.
23.
Modified.
Let's see here. It's not great. Look at my cobalt stats. Yeah, he the one that's in front of you freezes, trembling.
Okay.
Does not know what to do. Do you want to move past him and attack the other 2?
The other 2 still moving?
They are still near enough to each other that if you were to move between them as they were running out towards the main street, you can cut them off, and you can go 1 and then a 2 if you'd like. All right, so you go overhand, roll a d20 for me for an attack, and you will add
That's my modifier.
plus, let's see, 4 and 3, so 7.
7. Okay.
Also, is the latch still up?
It is. It's on the back of the building, but he left it up for you to go.
Okay, so
17 hits.
17
Go ahead and roll a d10 for damage, and you add your strength modifier.
also
should
as
be
my
4.
Correct.
as my movement for the surprise round, I want to get down the ladder.
You can get to the ladder because is it a bigger building?
Okay.
And,
Then
so
I
you-
will stay up there. Actually.
Yeah, okay. You want to stay up? You can just move to the other corner, or what do you want to? You want to stay on the corner closest to the main street?
I want to stay on the same corner, so
Okay.
I can. So they're running towards the main street, right?
Yeah.
So I can.
Well, 2 of them are, and then there was a third trying to escape that he's scared into submission, and it's just sitting there trembling, kind of looking around, realizing that it's one separated from the pack because it went in toward the marketplace rather than out towards the main street. And then this man yelled, "Halt or die!" and ran past him with a huge glaive, and it just went and just stood there. And it's going to spend its first action of being terrified. So
13 damage on the first one.
13 damage. You slice into it, and you get a tail that goes flying into the air.
Oh, nice.
And it goes right into the ground.
Now I'd like to attack the second one.
Attack the second one.
22
Okay,
damage.
plus. Yeah, it's plus 7. Plus,
Mhm.
okay. 26 to hit.
You rolled a 19.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was thinking. So there's another subclass where 19 also crits.
Is it really?
But not
Oh,
this-
there is.
but not this one.
I've heard of that. Is
Yeah.
that the
Champion.
Barbarian? Champion, okay.
Barbarian does it as well.
Damage was
Is 8.
plus 4 is 12.
So you swing around and you see a tail go up, and you use the momentum to go down into the other one, and it just goes down and doesn't get up.
You have
I think the
plus-
terrified one is probably still terrified.
It is.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Okay. That's not a bad surprise round.
So instead of using my
If you can, you can choose to do something different.
I would actually like to secure the net.
Okay.
Use my craftsmanship to secure the
Very good. So you grab the rope and you pull it in tight.
Oh,
Start
so
reeling
one
it.
of the copper items that I have at hand and really.
Roll an athletics check for me. Let's see how well you are able to pull this netting.
Nice.
11 with athletics plus 2, so
You're proficient in athletics, correct? So you have your proficiency in it.
Oh, my bad. Okay, so okay, so 16.
Nice.
16.
Nice.
Good job. You're able to pull it tighter, and it makes it much more difficult for them to escape. The DC has gone up for them to be able to escape.
Cool.
Good job.
If you guys are able to keep them all in this net for a full round without any of them escaping, we'll say we'll go out of combat, and we'll call them captured. So
You can change one of the rolls to a lower number if you need to.
I can.
yeah.
I will. I have a 6 and a 7.
The 6 and 7 is not getting them out of that.
There are 6 kobolds in this net. It is made for fishing, but
Right, yeah.
it is strong net because you're just trying to get trout and such. All right, so I need you all to roll initiative for me. It may just be a single round, but I want to make sure that we have the initiative in place.
Before we,
That's a modifier?
That is +2. Correct.
I got a
Wow.
4. Hang on, 14.
You have no modifier. It's a 1. It's a straight up 1.
It's just 1.
I got a
I have a
14.
12. So it's better. Yeah, yeah. After you. No, after you.
And you got 14.
14.
And you got a 12.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So let me roll for some kobolds. Oh, you know what? Okay. So those are all dead. So we're going to do. Well, those are all dead, and one's
Yeah.
terrified.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have a.
That's a
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing because I love it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Was expecting to not see someone. Like I can see.
Keep that 7 on hand.
Well, these are initiative rolls.
Oh, okay.
So this is just to see
Oh, that's
where they
good.
go in the order of things. So they a good number of them are going to go before you. I have one of them has rolled very high. He actually got a natural 20 on his initiative.
Wow.
So he fails to get out of the net. Next up is 3 of them all rolled 22 initiative. One of them critically fails
Critically failed. He gets worse.
to get out of the net. Yeah.
Tangles himself worse.
He actually tangles up this other. He does tangle up one of the other guys who was very close to making the DC, but because he pulled him closer, it was an 18.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going to say that he. Oh wait, is that a 1 or is that 11? That's an 11. Never mind. So he doesn't trip that one up. So that would make that a 19 and 20. So we have one. We have.
Cool.
The game's over. I can make it run. If he can make it into 1 or 2 or whatever.
Oh, one time you go get cereal, he'll be full belly of snacks.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You'll be fine.
Okay. So
Nice.
on their initiative run, 2 of them escape the nets.
Really?
They do.
Well, that's funny.
They
You
must
have
have.
two dice, so you can.
You can
Indeed.
use them both?
6 and a 7, expending both of them.
6 and a 7.
Nice.
In the morning,
Stuck
That's
in your morning of, you have this vision of kobolds trying to get out of a net,
And
and they
you're
just
no, I don't want
don't. They just don't get out of the
It
net.
just doesn't work out.
Oh, funny. What a premonition.
And it didn't really register in your mind that that's what you had seen in your vision until it happens in front of you, and you're like, that's right, that's
it's
how that was
deja
supposed to
vu.
happen.
It's crazy overpowered, by the way.
It is. It is crazy.
Divination Wizards, the embodiment of deja vu.
There, exactly.
So
I loved it. I loved it.
now we have the mage.
Yes.
You see 1, 2, 3. You see all 6 kobolds still stuck inside of this
And this
inside
is
of this
still
tent,
terrified, right?
and one still terrified in the middle of the street.
If I ran to the ladder, would I be able to use my bonus action to get down the ladder and around?
You cannot use your bonus action dash. You have to use your action to dash. A bonus action dash is a rope.
In other words, you take 2 movements and no action.
That's what I'm doing.
Essentially.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yes, that's correct.
I'm gonna do that and just run
Double your
around
action?
so
Okay.
I can.
That leaves you with a bonus attack or a bonus action. Do you know anything you want to do?
What would be a bonus action?
There are some spells or bonus actions, administering a potion.
Cantrips are the only thing that
There's not really any
use, and I'm good for this round. I just want to be at the ready, far enough away so they won't like
Got it.
stab me
So
immediately.
you definitely do make it. You make it over to the edge of the bank. You go down the ladder and out to the alley, and you're able to make it just to the outside of the alley between your kiosk, which is where the netting is, and the person next to you.
Map if you want.
I drew it out, but honestly, this is not a super complicated map.
Okay.
I mean, it's very impressive.
I
It's
appreciate
good
it.
for all the-
Again, did not anticipate a cobalt trap.
So I'm
but I
right
love it.
Here, would you say?
Yeah, you came out one booth down, but you can come out and you do see the.
Okay, so I have visual.
Yes, you did.
That's all that I need. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm
Because
just
you
gonna stay back here.
took you 20 feet down the ladder since the downward was very quick, and then 10 feet out.
You only use 1 second level spell circle, right? That's it.
That is what
Nice.
he's
That's
using.
cool. That's cool.
So, let's see. And then back to my initiative. That leaves Gwent next.
I will grab the one that he won't be terrified forever.
He won't.
I'm gonna grab him and grapple him.
You grapple him. Make an athletics check for him.
Sit on it.
I'm okay with that.
You have to make an opposing athletics check.
Dude,
11.
So,
Yeah, 11.
fun story about kobolds.
Oh.
That's a 1.
They have a -2 on grappling.
Small little creature, not a lot of muscle.
Well, so then my 11 got me there.
Okay, so he is grappled. He is not. His movement is 0,
Okay.
and he's unable to. There's something else that he's unable to do. I can't remember what it is with that grapple. The important one is he's not going anywhere.
Perfect.
Yeah, that leaves you with a bonus action and a movement. Well,
Movement.
your movement to get to back to him, I think.
Yeah, I think I got back.
Okay.
Because in this version you can't split your movement.
You can. You probably have about 10 feet of movement, but if you're dragging something, it's at half speed. So you can get about 5 feet. You can get him. You can drag him back.
How much farther back I can get him?
You can
That's
pretty
fine.
much get him close to the net where the things are. You see pieces of
Oh, so
cobalt
I'm
just
getting
sticking.
close.
Yeah.
I can't grapple him and still attack something else.
No, because
Okay.
it's an action to grab him.
that's all right.
And no, he's got the one runner that we didn't
Yeah.
kill.
I would like to vote that we keep this terrified one, no killing him for interrogation.
I love that idea. It's a great
You
idea.
got-
Really.
you got-
This is all in action. That's metagaming.
Well,
He can
would
say that.
I would say that you guys had
He just
planned.
arrived.
I would say that you guys had planned beforehand. Like, let's try to keep as many kobolds alive that we can. There were runners. You just gotta kill them if you.
Yeah.
But you saw this one was afraid, so you grabbed him. Well done. Then we have 2 more kobolds that are going to try to get out of this, and if none of them get out, we're going to call initiative. One does scurry out. It's one of the blue ones goes scurrying out while the rest of them, and he tries to make a mad dash around into the front of the bank here. So he doesn't get super far because he was prone in the net. He uses action to get out, then half his movement. What other movement? I did not remember.
No idea if their movement is 30.
Yes, it is 30. Correct. Wait. 30.
Fast for the little guys.
So he uses half his movement. He's only able to be about 10 feet out and then 5 feet this way. So he's right here. Not quite to the bank.
And we're at round 2.
You're round 2.
We have to roll for initiative.
No, initiative is once carries in combat. Yeah.
Okay.
So I will say, Remy, do me a favor, roll another athletics check. I want to make sure you're able to keep them in the net. Oh, you're good. Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whoever that was, I greatly appreciate it.
Facebook donor.
No, that was.
Oh, okay. I'm like, it's a weird name, but I like it.
Thank you.
Hold up. We had 2 donations.
Oh.
One was anonymous.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever you
That's
are.
awesome.
The hacktivist group.
And then we got another $100. So
Another 100.
Whoa.
Oh wow.
So you guys have
Wow.
2 nasty eats to do.
No, because that one put us at 225.
Got it.
And then the other one put us at 325.
Got
So thank you.
it. Nice.
Really appreciate that.
Very
Neil,
cool.
would you like to do the honors?
Choosing?
Actually, you know what? Why don't you do
Yeah, I've chosen one. He's
You
chosen
know
one.
what? I'm in on this round.
Oh, I like it. That's a whole pack.
Don't add that.
Don't do that. Exactly. Are we still using Fig Newtons? Or are we switching it out? What are you using? Well, then I'm in.
It's a weird thing that adds to the
Yeah.
It is
That
weird.
phone's gonna fall, I think. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just guessing here.
Alright, what's it gonna be?
BBQ.
Barbecue sauce, that's cool.
Wasabi.
Wasabi, it's green, right? I don't know.
Chili habanero.
That's actually nice.
Yeah, that could be really good.
Wow.
While you guys do this, I'm gonna run to the restroom because I've been drinking like coffee a lot.
Can you? Is there a water spigot upstairs or just downstairs?
There's one downstairs, kind of where you find.
Okay, actually, there's a sink in the bathroom. You can use that.
Before we do this,
Okay, we'll take a quick break.
See my green? Oh, we're
I
taking
know,
a
I
break.
stopped getting it over there.
Okay, never mind. We're good. I'll find it.
break time.
Thank you.
It's right in the middle of combat.
Exactly.
Well, we're kind of in the combat tonight. You roll a check, and as long as you go above 15, you will tighten the netting.
Well, but we got one on loose, don't we?
You do have one of those, and Ambrose will be able to, I think,
Dissect.
Uh,
Here, this is
yeah,
easy.
you go there. Thank you.
I can help you.
So I'll go ahead and sit here and vamp for you folks. So, that should update momentarily.
No idea what water holes.
Very simple. Kind of.
Nice. Thanks, simple man. What's Skinner? Okay. Was it Leonard or was it Skinner? Who sang that one?
Yep. And it was covered by.
There was a cover.
There we go. It was a really good cover. It was Chinatown.
Oh, did not know that.
They actually did two covers. One was the original cover and an acoustic cover, which is what I danced to at my wedding with my mom for the father or the.
Oh, I remember that. I actually remember that.
Oh, check it out.
Yeah.
It was a good day.
Yeah.
Good day.
You accomplished something
No,
that
really
day.
fun that
It was actually a great day. It was nice. Really nice.
So, to those that are watching, thank you very much for the donations. Also, to those watching that don't know, we're about to do one of our challenges because we hit a $100 milestone. And our challenges are eating, well, currently it's dipped, or rather poured on with randomized condiments. This go around is going to be barbecue sauce and chili habanero on fingernails, which is odd, to say the least. So, whenever everybody returns, we will proceed with our challenge. And when we hit 500, which we're only 175 away from now, I know it says 300, but I have $25 cash here. So when we hit 500, Ambrose, who is not great with spice, is going to try the. Where do we go? Oh, here it is.
Where did Ambrose go?
The last dab triple X, which I tried.
It's delicious.
It's actually a really good taste, but it is pretty spicy. So.
Yeah, it's not the spiciest of them, but it is hot. It is very hot.
It's not the bomb, because when I tried the bomb, I threw it away.
Bombs, Satan's butthole.
I mean, that's on a bad day.
I'm not a fan.
Not pleasant. I still haven't released anything.
Still editing working out.
Yeah, I've been
Little tweaks and stuff. I really liked what you showed me.
It's almost done. I think it's like 90%, 95 maybe. There are a couple of things that I want to do just to add some flavor.
That's fun. It's very fun.
And sweet time. Hello. Alright, so once Brandon returns, we can eat our treats.
Treats?
Yeah, treats. I mean, come on.
Is that the word we're using now?
That's the word we're using. We get our special little treats. Our unique tweets.
Tweets. Unique tweets.
Tweety boy.
Utah, Utah?
Utah, Utah?
Utah.
Today? Okay. Something. I thought I
So-
saw something.
My buddy Kevin is on the way. Or will be soon.
Okay.
And did I tell you about our exhibit is?
Oh.
We're going to be playing through the new resident meeting.
No, not Biohazard, but the new one.
The new
On
the
PS5?
Oh, fun.
And
Which one is it?
Will you be playing?
I will.
Will you be playing in VR?
No.
Oh.
I didn't bring the Oculus because obviously there's not space.
That would be cool.
It would, and I would totally do it. But no, he is a big fan. And
Okay.
he has gotten to the point where he can speedrun a 22-hour game down to just over 2 hours. So he's going to try to get me to do that.
Good luck.
And it should be fun and interesting. And
The speedrunning community is a really interesting community. Hearing people like ask questions and talk about it is really interesting because it takes people a minute once they start to understand, like, oh, so this is a community effort, and it really is. If there's a game that like nobody hides their secret to being able to like, it gets put out very quickly. And like, this is what it is. Can we replicate it? If we can replicate it, can we improve it? This and that. And so a lot of times people will start speedrunning a game, and it'll be like an 8-year-old game, and they have all these different like methods, and then they hone that a little bit more. So it's kind of a group effort to do it. Yeah, it's really cool.
all right, boys. Okay. Are you going to join us again?
No.
Oh wow, that is significant habanero.
Oh, you want to sit?
Yeah, you make sniff it for.
See how much habanero you can get on your.
You don't have to. You can change the ratio. You just have to have some of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, don't.
You may want to bury the habanero under the barbecue sauce.
The barbecue sauce will help it.
It's gonna help it.
Oh,
Probably Nabisco. Nabisco is probably not going to run with this one. I'm just guessing. It got to the R&D stage.
Has Nabisco gone too far?
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot. You want to trade me? Trade me.
Yeah.
Trade me.
Is it green habanero?
Sorry, I just went for it.
Not key.
So unpleasant.
Oh, okay.
Waffle?
There we go. Is that about right?
Stop it, Dan.
I'm gonna do it. There you go.
Culinary.
That's a lot of habanero, dude.
Culinary suicide.
Culinary suicide.
That's what we're going to call the challenge.
I was gonna call it a
Oh,
culinary
there
catastrophe.
you go. Oh, culinary catastrophe. Even better.
That's just not good.
During the cobalt river.
Yeah. You alright?
I don't recommend it. No.
I don't like it. No, sir.
No, I like one bit.
Mr. Morris, how did that fall go? I didn't like it. No, sir.
What is that from?
Ren and Stimpy.
Oh wow, good call.
Oh,
Somewhere I have those.
I don't remember a lot of Ren and Stimpy, but I do remember that.
A friend of mine was throwing it away, so I grabbed it. Seasons 1 through 3 on VHS.
Really?
On VHS. You have to have a screen.
speaking of, we have a game.
That wasn't good.
Yeah, go for it.
It was really not good as well.
That's a significant habanero.
Delicious.
On the right side. Oh, it'd be great. Yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah, thank you.
That was better than the last thing we tried. Oh, Dr. Pepper?
Thank you guys for donating. I really enjoyed
Yay!
their weird faces when they ate that habanero sauce.
Not good.
That was painful.
Very cool.
Oh, dude, you're only $175
Wait,
away
$500.
from the Triple X.
Oh.
Wait,
The saddest. Oh.
so have you coached him on what to do with hot sauce? What to do after you eat hot sauce? Have you coached him at all? Ambrose, did he give you any tips on what to do after?
No.
Do you want some? They are little tiny ones.
Oh. Oh.
This is what if you're playing a giant, this is what you do. You'd have to try something all small foods.
Makes you feel like Andre the Giant.
Exactly. That's what his hand looked like with a beer can. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, no, I've seen him.
That's what a beer can was. Actually, no, to be fair, I think it was smaller. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he could wear like the circle of a beer can would fit around his finger as a ring.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Alright.
Awesome.
So where are we?
I think we're gonna play football.
We're gonna do two things. I'm going to have you make an athletics check to see if you take these out of the initiative order.
Cool.
There's 5 still in the net,
Okay.
and you have 1 captured and you've grappled. Let's see if you can take these 5 out of the initiative, and if so, then we'll have you go first since you're on top of the initiative.
So basically,
see if you can hit it.
my role will be to tighten the net and ensure nonetheless.
Exactly.
I was actually
Your roll or your roll?
Yeah.
If you'd like,
Yes,
if you'd like to do something else, you can.
No,
But
that was what I was going to
Okay.
ask. If I could just tighten or wrap around another copper item.
I kind of assumed that if you're doing that effort, you're going to continue that way unless you're doing otherwise.
They speak Draconic, right?
Do you know?
I do know Draconic.
You know Draconic.
I do.
So you would have to try to speak with them and see if they speak Draconic.
You know Draconic?
I do
Oh,
know.
cool.
Can I
Is
make
this
an
language of magic?
intelligence?
It's like speaking Latin when you're a priest.
What kind of check would I make? Would it be a nature or a con check for this?
Yeah, that's I feel
To
So
what?
to see what they. To see.
You did roll an Arcana check about the kobolds earlier. So you do know that you have Draconic heritage. It's most likely, if they were to speak language, would be a Draconic. Yes.
Okay.
You don't know for sure that that's the case.
I accidentally read mage armor as mega armor.
Mega armor?
Mega armor, that would be great. You speak to both of you.
Oh,
Okay.
traveling. So I can't speak Elvish. You guys can have
Yes,
conversations
yeah.
with them. What the hell?
Okay.
Yep,
The
but
mega armor.
but the two of them speak
Mega
Elvish,
armor.
and the two of you speak Dwarvish. He does not speak Dwarvish.
Oh,
But
so
we
can
speak
have
Elvish.
conversations
The human speaks all 3
in
languages.
Dwarvish.
Yeah.
I like it.
But I like the fact that he speaks to dragons. That's kind of cool. Rather
And
useful.
he'll message me things.
It's true, exactly.
It's just in Draconic.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, I need to go.
Yeah, exactly. I think my mom's calling.
Hear my mother.
Alright, so it's my role, yeah?
Athletics check. Because you have them already tightened in there, roll with advantage.
Oh,
roll
good.
twice, yeah.
Because that was a 5. Alright, 17.
All right,
better.
good enough. Need to be at 15.
Well,
Oh, that's a high difficulty. Okay.
It's a lot of kobolds,
It's a lot,
and it's
yeah.
a net made for fish.
It's like wrangling cats here for a minute.
Kind of, yeah.
Nice roll.
He's playing animal control over here.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
I'd honestly rather wrangle kobolds. Cats are
Fair enough.
All right. So that is, I believe you were near the top of the initiative.
Who's last?
Oh, you're at the bottom. Well, then that would make sense. That would be your turn to. So I'm gonna take
So
those
that's,
6.
That's an action.
I'm gonna take those 6 out of combat.
5.
Oh, 5, yes.
That's an
So
action.
we-
Yes.
That is an action.
Can I drag the net back any, or is it?
You can use your movement to do so, but you're going to be moving at a quarter speed because of the fact that
I just drag him a little
you
bit
can move
more
about 10
into the-
feet. You can move about 10 feet back to the
Just
and
hold
kind
him
of
a little bit
and
further.
pull it around one of the posts to really get a good hold on them,
Yeah, tight.
and close so the gap that you've basically closed the gap that that one got out of. You're able to ring that in and then keep it closed.
All right.
So you're just
And you're in your heavy armor, so you just kind of stomp down
What I
and
did-
hold
what I did
tight.
is I pulled it closed. I took a bar,
There you go.
copper, and just.
And just twist it.
Nice.
And he does. He
Nice.
Supermans that and kind of
Nice.
because he had a piece of scrap nearby for this purpose.
Yeah, nicely
Well
done.
done.
I like it.
So
I like it.
that leaves the two of you guys.
We have one runner.
You are first. There is one runner that is over by the corner of the bank, and he's about to get around out of light of sight.
I'm going to ready a ray of frost, and in Draconic, I'm going to say, take one more step, and I'll rip your head off your body and then dissect you slowly.
Roll an intimidation check.
And I'm pointing my finger gun.
Nice.
Roll
It's
it.
gonna be finger gun for the entire time.
Finger guns.
Intimidation, it's charisma, so 15.
Nice roll.
Thank you.
So, two things happen. One, you get the sense. Roll an insight check too. I want to see if you can gauge whether or not he's stopping or not
I feel
before.
like Vax might screw me over on that roll. Insight is 13.
Oh yeah.
Bad.
So you get the sense that he's trying to stop, but he does take another step by accident because he's kind of moving already. Do you fire?
I'm just gonna.
Ray of Frost. Roll a hit.
What's your alignment again?
neutral
neutral
good.
good.
Neutral good.
I'm neutral.
Okay. Well,
That is a 13.
All right. That does hit. So go ahead and roll damage for your Ray of Frost. I believe it's a D8. It also reduces his movement speed. So even if
now we have to handle. I have an idea of how we'll handle it.
Yeah, 1d8.
Cross that bridge we come to.
Probably not.
7.
My area
7.
before.
That's a dwarf.
You hit him with this bolt of
angry dwarf.
frost in his back, and it goes down his legs, and he
With the intimidation.
and then falls over dead.
I was hoping his legs would crack off. Bummer.
It's not that powerful to spell,
And I
but
just can't.
it is a cantrip.
Hit the cantrip. Yeah, probably not gonna happen.
I just go.
I froze his legs off.
Hey, I got 42 points of damage out of a cantrip the other night.
What?
In,
That's
Path-
a good
cantrip was that?
in Pathfinder.
But still.
Wait, was it in Pathfinder?
Yes.
What
Oh,
cantrip
wait,
was
what was the shatter spell? That was like 41, right?
Oh, that was a double shatter spell.
Mhm.
Oh, Shatter spell's nasty. I think you have Shatter, but I'm not positive on that.
It was
I do have shatter.
Which is good for groups.
Arc of lightning. What's
Oh,
that?
that's
I don't remember.
Lightning
I
arc?
think it was Lightning Arc, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty cool.
Also,
Apparently rolled
also I
well.
take it back. By the way,
Yeah.
for both of you guys, your cantrips, it's not just one dice, it's two. Whatever it lists
Oh.
on there, it's because at 5th level, all of your cantrips increase by damage by one dice.
Oh, wow.
Now let's see what I roll in the
You have a
second
Sacred
one.
Flame, I think it's a D8, so you'd roll 2 D8s for damage if
Ooh,
they.
Sacred Flame.
They have to make
That's
a.
like my
and they-
that's like my go-to spell
never
in my
Sacred
other
Flame.
campaign.
That
I'll
was-
just
they
be like,
cover
"There's a
on it.
wooden door, Sacred Flame."
It's like a beam of
It
light
doesn't burn
that happens.
things. It's
Well,
radiant
my
damage.
DM
They're-
hits the burn
if they're
things,
undipped,
so-
there's extra
Oh,
damage
yeah.
on them, but also they get
It's
recovered.
very
So
fun.
if somebody
Just
can
like
barely
you
see
have
somebody, you
ashes
call
of
that down,
doors everywhere.
they don't get any damage to cause
So we're out of combat. You've got a bag full of kobolds.
What do you
Where do we?
And you,
Where do
my
we
friend,
exchange
have
these?
one very scared kobold who just sort of take one more step and die, and then watch his friend take another step and die.
Die. Okay.
So he knows we mean business.
Yeah, exactly.
And
So they do speak Draconic, by the way.
That's cool, but they don't speak common, do they? First I'll be
well,
like,
I said
my.
copper. I said copper where
Oh, you're right.
They paid attention. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me know when it's my turn to talk. Otherwise, we're not in combat anymore. We can all talk. Correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Look at the one I'm holding, and I say, my friend, you've taken something that doesn't belong to you. We just want it back. And see if it calms him down at all. Probably not.
okay,
But it might.
you hear in a small, squeaky voice, very timid, just says,
Yeah.
"Oh, we, you don't take anything that isn't already hers. We are just messengers. We
Are
I'll
we
take-
doing this in the street, just in front of everybody?
roll a perception check.
All who?
You, because you are asking that.
Oh, well, I
You're
was just
inquiring.
asking if we had.
That's a nice roll.
That's a 21.
Yeah, you look around and all eyes have turned to this kobold trap
One
that has
would
been
imagine.
sprung upon. A few gasps have been let out during this small little combat that you guys in this little melee in the streets. 2 kobolds have been struck down by a large glaive, and magic has struck down like 4 others.
5.
It's 5. Nice.
Because I got 4 and then
That's right.
Brave rolls.
Because we have no.
Well, you got 3 of the 4
There's
runners,
3 of the 4 you killed.
and then the fourth.
Oh
fourth
yeah,
roll.
and
Yeah.
that one I
Anyway.
tried to intimidate into stopping, but no.
Well, sometimes you're midway through a step when when a
I
message gets.
understand that. My character not so much.
So there's a bit of a. There's definitely
Hubbub?
there's kind of like the circle of people during a fight kind of thing, but they could be backed off quite a bit, and you are seeing the crowd is whispering, gossip is going on about these strange creatures that have just engaged in
Can I
combat.
roll an insight check on the gossip? See, is it bad against? Is it against
Roll,
us or not?
I would say roll a perception check just to see if you can get an idea of what the whispers are, if you hear anything.
Well, 8.
It's just all the whispers get muddled together. It's kind of, but you get the sense it's just people talking, just kind of like going, "Oh, what is this? Who are these people? Fight in the middle of town, that sort of thing."
So I will say loudly to the ones, I've already spoken once to the ones in front.
Mhm.
I'll say loudly to the ones in the net. You've stolen something that doesn't belong to you. We want it back. We just want justice to be served, and no one else gets hurt.
Almost in unison, you just hear all of them go, "Unite token, unite copper."
Okay. In other words, they think all the copper belongs to them, but the people around us heard me, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was the important part.
Okay. What do you want to do with your bag of kobolds? Do you want to interrogate them here?
What's the exchange rate, kobolds? Can we swap them in for like one good orc?
You can probably get about 1 copper per kobold.
Okay.
I think we need to collect them somewhere. I want to.
Yeah,
I want
take
to
them off the street.
take them off the street, interrogate them, intimidate them.
You
I'll
get
look
the
around.
sense
Is there-
that you
is
bring
there-
them to the officials. They have a jail cell they can throw them in.
Let's do
Let's
that.
do that. I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
What's the most secure jail cell?
There's the, basically
Is
the
it just like the one, very much like Blazing Saddles jail cell sort of
think of it like a old western town where they have like probably 2 or 3 jail cells, and one of them usually has the town drunk in it. So
Nice. Very Mayberry.
very Mayberry. So you're able to, without too much effort, especially since you've bent that metal piece around the opening for the netting, you're able to kind of just put that over your shoulder and start dragging some kobolds to the main street. It's not too far from here where the sheriff.
While he's dragging them, I'll say to the crowd, we're sorry for the inconvenience, folks. Just had to take care of some things. Just want justice to be served. Hope you guys have a nice day.
Roll a persuasion check for me.
Fair enough.
Just want to see if
Okay.
generally
I
how
don't
people
expect it to
receive
work, but if any of it works on anybody, that's better than nobody.
Yeah, it's very likely it will.
And
It's
I'm
just-
going to add to that to assist.
Oh, thank
do you want to put a hand on his shoulder as you walk by and give him guidance?
You know what? There you go.
Oh,
That and
people.
I'm going to holler out.
Oh.
The rest of the wares are on the house, folks, and just leave the booth as it is.
Wow. Nice.
We don't need them.
Persuasion, correct?
How long has it
Roll
been
the
since...
d20 with advantage, so you can roll that a second
Okay.
time and take the higher of the
And
two.
it was persuasion, correct?
Persuasion, yes.
How long
8
since
to
it,
10
has it been
plus
since I casted
12.
prestidigitation on the booth?
How long does it last? Is
An
it an hour? Yeah, it's not been an hour. It's pretty early in the morning.
Okay, I'm just gonna take it away.
And you can keep doing it. So it loses a little bit of the luster that he was kind of giving onto it in the booth. Prestidigitation usually used for cleaning and stuff like that, not minor illusion, so it didn't necessarily make it look different. I don't think.
You can
you
create
can
an
change the-
instantaneous harmless sensory effects such as shower sparks, a puff of wind, faint musical noises, or an odd odor.
Okay.
It's very much like thaumaturgy, just more.
Well, you can make it
wide
stinky, or you
range.
can make it smell sweet around the thing, or you can make like the
Yeah,
place. You can
I
also
s-
clean up the place, which is I think what
Yeah,
you
which
did.
which is what
So-
I did. So it,
So
like
there's
all
not
the
really an
metal looks
undoing of
like,
cleaning it. Does that make sense? Unless you want to like gust a wind a bunch of dust onto the place. But that's
all
you
the
know,
metal. Like I just like took the like dents and indents.
you're
and,
trying to make
like,
it sparkle a little bit more.
Yeah, like
okay.
the dirt's all off of it. It's nice and clean now.
So gotcha.
Nice.
So
They
it
can
still,
sell that
it
for
still
a
looks
bit.
it still looks pretty good. And
Nice.
and it
you
looks
see some people slowly just like kind of space out. There's still some lingers and all looky-loos, but it's no longer a big crowd all staring at you like it was.
Perfect.
People have kind of been like, okay,
Back on the 20.
the kerfuffle's over.
Got it.
Luck
Yeah.
particles.
There's nothing here. Modified
I'm
12.
telling you they
by the way.
exist.
Good. Okay, it was
Okay.
above a 10 is what I was.
Yeah, okay,
looking
okay.
for. Okay. So the
Very shiny blue.
you guys get them over
Nice
to
to
the sheriff's station without too much. You bring your little friend over. You realize he's not struggling anymore, and eventually you just kind of lead him by his
I'll give
hand
one of
next
these.
to him. Oh, you put him over the shoulder and burp him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
he kind of is like stress breathing a little bit because he's like.
Yeah, deep breath in.
And by the time you get to the sheriff's station, you think he might be asleep over your shoulder.
Oh, that's
Can we keep
adorable.
him?
Can we keep this?
Yes.
This is my little friend.
Party pet.
Say hello to my little friend. It changes the movie
How tall
substantially,
are they?
doesn't it?
They're about 3 feet tall.
So you dominate these things. You dominate.
Oh yeah, by good like
Like
foot
four-
and change.
You're like 4 foot something, aren't you?
I'm like
I
twice
think they're
as
3
tall
feet
of
tall.
him.
Is that right?
I think it's funny how it's like
You're a really tall dwarf. 4'10"?
you're
I've been
4'10".
with people that are 4'10".
How tall are you?
6'2".
6'2". You're taller than me.
Taller than you?
You're an inch.
You're 14.
You're an inch taller than me.
You're 6'1" already?
Yeah.
Oh, are you really? Okay.
You're
Well, I'm
talking-
probably
are you
never
talking
wrong,
about
though.
he's talking about his character.
Oh, I thought you meant you
Oh.
personally. I thought you meant. I'm
Oh.
like, you're 14? I'm like, I think I would have noticed if you were 6'1".
I was going to say.
The only reason I knew that
I mean,
is
your
6'1"
character.
sounded very familiar. I went, I think he's talking about the.
Character. Okay, I think I meant you personally. I'm like, when you opened the door for me, I don't think you were 6'1".
Yeah, I'm like 5'8".
Oh, okay.
I believe your character's 5'11", so you're just maybe an inch or two shorter than the elf.
Got it. Yeah,
but it's
okay.
not, but it's not too much to where it's like the dwarf or anything like that.
I outweigh him though, I think.
So I believe kobolds are like somewhere between 2 and 3 feet tall. So they're like here-ish,
You're like
And
twice
I'm like-
their height.
and you're
literally
like
twice
5.
their
You're
height.
just under 5 foot, I believe. You're
Yeah, 4'9".
Yeah, you're like almost twice their height.
I am twice their height.
You are.
Just
Yeah.
one. As a
yeah. They don't
People
quite come
want
up to
the
your
Noopa-
waistband
I want the Noopa Noopa.
when standing with the ear
14,
stops and all that stuff.
Oh, well, that's
change the experience. Exactly.
It
You can
can
get on the
make a
Disney
big
rides
difference.
Wait, would we be able to keep it as a pet? I want to keep it as a pet.
now. You can maybe
Party
befriend
pet.
him.
You
You
can
can,
certainly
we can add one to our party, perhaps.
You can
Frank
certainly
says that's a
try.
great,
NPC it.
A great gamer tag or band name, Bag Full of Kobolds.
Bag
full of
kobolds.
kobolds?
I like
It
it.
is. You know, if you want to, you make a cobalt pinata and just whack it until all the kobolds come out.
Well, you see what's inside.
Throw up on us. One or the other.
Oh, look, I found a blue one.
It's nice. I can see that.
So you guys get back to the jail cell. The one that you've interacted with, first off, you took him alive, which he appreciates.
Funny, although I will say this: the ones that are dead don't really not appreciate
And
it.
because you pulled him away from the group,
Not
he's he doesn't chime in quite at the same rate as the other ones. He feels like almost like he can't really follow the group's lead quite
Okay,
as well.
interesting.
Can we take him to a different cell that the other ones would be separated?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
If
just
you-
take him to a room.
Actually,
Well-
would I be able to?
Well, as
you
you're dragging over there, he did pass out over his shoulder. If you want to take him back to the room and just kind of talk with him one-on-one, you can do that.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Um,
But the other one's in a jail cell.
I
Jail cell.
Make sure they're guarded.
Yeah.
I would like to stay behind and loot the bodies.
Okay.
Oh.
Investigation check.
You've done it
Make one investigation
Murder
check for the
over
bodies real quick to just kind of scour.
Godlike
And you kind of
investigation.
before.
10.
10
Yeah.
plus
A
anything.
little ramp. That's fun.
Thank
your,
you.
Your investigation,
It's
you
10.
are proficient in it.
No, I know. I rolled a 2.
You rolled a 2. I think you
Oh,
rolled
I got
a
a
10.
you're
10.
modified 10. It's a modified 10.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I will usually give you them. I'll try to give you the modified number.
You find this a dagger on each of their hilts
So-
or their waistbands.
That's 5 daggers, right? 4 daggers?
Yeah, but they're like crude daggers. Some of them are made of
I'll take it.
stone. A couple are made of scrap metal, like from the yard there that you think. In fact, roll an intelligence check real quick for me.
Me?
Yeah. Well, that's almost a gimme.
Almost.
16.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to identify that some of these are definitely made by pieces of the scrap from the old junkyard.
Okay.
So they've taken some of the alloys and metals and like sharpened them into like a knife. So one was like serrated on one side and the other one's not sharp on the other side. They're just weird scrap daggers, but they keep one or two of them on their
Okay.
persons.
I'm gonna take this.
And a couple of them have slings, which
How many
not
scrap
used.
daggers?
4.
4 scrap daggers?
They
okay.
weren't all armed, but the purpose of it was mostly to have some of them have weaponry, and a couple of them in the nets do try to like you kind of yank them out or you grab the dagger out from their hands as they try to start sawing through the net and stuff like that.
Okay, so later,
They're also tightly in there. It's really kind of hard for them to do that anyway.
later I'm going to ask him to fiddle with that and make them a little bit better. Because I have 4, I can make them 2 bigger blades, right?
Maybe.
Maybe it might take some time. Plus, one's made of stone. The other one's made of an alloy from the junkyard. Another one's made of some sort of
I
like
meant like
bone
how
or
many
tooth.
scrap metal daggers?
Just 2.
Okay. 2 scrap.
2 of them like
I'm
a,
just taking-
a weird metal alloy.
I'm
that
just
looks like-
taking the metal.
almost like
daggers.
you could see like junk from like a plane crash or something like that, where it's like twisted a little bit and jagged, but
Okay.
sharp enough to be able to cut with.
I'm just gonna take the 2 metal daggers.
Okay,
There you go.
So I can.
sounds good. You can write down 2
And
daggers.
I am gonna take.
So you're taking
One
the
sling.
one that fell asleep on your shoulder
Yes,
To-
exactly.
to
I'm gonna take one of the slings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
and the others in the jail cell.
Yeah, write down a thing.
Yeah,
It is,
okay.
I believe this thing is a simple weapon, and you find 4 small stones, but you can usually just use stones you find on the ground, part of this thing for
Yeah.
ammunition.
First line.
How much damage does that do, and what's my modifier
I think it's a D4,
for it? Okay, yeah, I'll take that.
and you may be able to add your. You can't add your dex for the damage, but you can add your dex to hit.
Plus 4 to hit, and then just 1d4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with
In
that.
real life, have you ever seen somebody use a sling? It can't be easy.
Wait, is it like a
No,
slingshot?
No, it's like
Oh, it's
Like
David and Goliath.
David and Goliath.
David
yeah,
Goliath,
that's it,
just
yeah.
so.
Yeah, exactly.
Just wanna pierce
And each of them have like a little,
Thing's
like
skull.
the 2 slings that you found. Each of them had like a little ammo pouch with like 4 rocks in it, and they're
Oh.
kind of small for you. You probably do better if you just grab your own ammunition off the ground with
Yeah.
like pebbles that are a little
And I
bigger.
want to see if I can. I want to go back to the junkyard at some point to get like little metal pieces so you can make like little balls that can just.
Okay, that's definitely something you guys can do in time, depending on if you guys want to embark right out where you guys may go from here. We can kind of skip over that. He's forthcoming. Now you kind of separated him from the pack, you get the sense that like he's no longer like flying
no
with
longer
the
pack
flock. So
mentality?
exactly,
Okay.
it's more of like He's easier
As
to
far as you know, it's
interrogate.
easy on the left.
Kind of. He's also seen mercy, and he kind of understands, like, okay, like I said, they're crafty. He understands if he communicates with you, you can probably live.
He will.
And so you kind of have a conversation with him over the morning goes on. And
Give him some food, by the way.
oh, he gives
Rainbow
food.
Probably
So you use the honey rather than the
Yes, exactly.
yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
He's
the
pretty
tracker-
forthcoming.
Pretty useful though.
He tells you
I like playing Wizard.
they finally found one to pay tribute to.
Oh, that makes sense.
That they're collecting the copper for the horde.
Mhm.
Because every dragon needs a horde.
Okay, there you go.
And if they're really going to praise the her
Mhm.
like she deserves, they need to make sure she has a horde like a dragon would.
Makes sense.
And the best inkling you can get is the copper is the easiest thing to accumulate in a
That makes
mass.
sense. That makes
So
sense.
there's a lot of little pieces, and suddenly you get this pile.
You need a giant pile of coins. You might as well do
Um,
coppers. That makes perfect sense. That makes sense. Pretty smart.
Now,
Sharp for a cobalt.
with
Yeah.
well, it's you get the sense that there's some contradiction of logic there because there's not the same value. And what
It's
you do
shiny
know about
things.
dragons and stuff like that is they really like gold. It's weird that it's
Yeah.
copper. They seem to be focused on the amount, the numbers of objects rather than the value of the
Coins
objects.
they're not the brightest tool in shit.
No, they're not.
That's the wrong metaphor, but you did it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I actually really like that
Yeah.
metaphor because it's
Yeah.
intentionally the wrong one. But you get the sense, and he gives you some directions as to where to go. There's
Do we know what she is?
I'm guessing she's a dragon.
He-
Let's say we
he-
can ask.
he
What does
calls
she look like?
He calls her a dragon.
What does she? Now
She's-
we go.
Can you
He says
define- can you-
he says she is our dragon. She has ascended to the greater being. She has become winged, and she will guide us to our goddess.
So she grew something that grew wings. Can we roll a check to see if any of us know something that would fit that bill?
Yeah, roll a nature or arcana check. All three of you guys can choose one.
Oh, I was gonna be like, I'm not in the room because
All good.
this guy's scared of me and
That
he might
makes
withhold
sense.
information.
That
So
makes a
I'm
lot of
standing.
sense.
I'm just standing outside the door.
All good.
Nature and arcana are both.
And you can listen and kind of intuit.
Yeah,
from
that's what I'm trying to
So go ahead
do.
and roll an.
I got a 9 on that.
Arcana,
Okay.
wait.
Hey, there you go.
Wait, what
19.
is it?
Modified
Plus
zero, plus zero.
Still great.
Just
What is
had
it?
to do it the old-fashioned way.
It's an arcana roll or a nature roll.
They're both
Arcana
intelligence.
or nature, whatever. They're both intelligence?
Yeah.
I'm not so smart.
Arcana then.
Okay.
So that's a 26.
So
Jesus.
I know everything.
Nice.
from the kobold that you did know for a brief period of time, you don't, and you can confirm this, is that kobolds want to become dragonkin, like real dragonkin, not just
Like
koboldkin.
Dragonborn.
Kind of like they want to become,
More
they want
powerful.
to ascend, and
Okay.
to do so they need to be able to. They will pay homage to a dragon, whether it be their deity Tiamat, or if they can find a dragon to serve under, they will.
Makes sense.
And something seems to have maybe united the clans around here, under one banner.
Okay.
And so he's saying, she is our dragon. We will pay homage to her, and she will lead us to glory. And there's very much so like an ideology there, kind of thing of like, this is what has been taught. This is its worldview. Is that you bring stuff in,
Yeah.
you pay tribute, and it will bring the clan upwards. And and he says,
It's more.
she-
It sounds very religious.
yeah.
Okay.
And she's, he tells you that they have a small little cavern. There are more kobolds,
Of course.
and they've been accumulating the wealth there.
Nice.
And when you describe what you're looking for, the copper clapper, he goes, oh yes, I think I saw that one. And you kind of like draw it out for him. It's this big contraption that slams downwards and slams downward. And he goes, yes. We put it to the side. It wasn't copper, but it looked good.
Okay.
So it sounds like it got kind of caught up with everything.
I suspected that. That's why I can tell him that's what you took that you shouldn't have taken, and that's what we need back.
But it makes copper pieces.
No,
It looks like them.
it doesn't make copper pieces. It
just changes the shape of copper. You could put the copper in the pile anyway, without it having look like a piece.
Oh, but she wants money. She wants pieces. She wants a
I
hoard.
would, if you give that back to me, I will give you 5 copper pieces.
He really thinks about it. He goes, "Well, it's back in the den."
How do we get there? We'll make the exchange.
At the drop, we'll make the drop.
You bring copper. 10 copper.
7.
6.
Okay.
Because he's really elated by that.
Duck season, rabbit season.
Just so. And so he'll agree to take you there, and lead you there. His name is Kirby.
Of course it is. Nicely done. Kirby the Cobalt. I like
Kirby
it.
the Cobalt.
Well done.
What color is that cobalt?
He's blue,
Oh,
or
okay.
he's kind of an azure color.
So he's not pink.
He's not pink.
I was hoping it was copper.
With the red snow. I'm going to feed.
Kirby.
No
Oh, Kirby.
Aw,
Kirby.
that's
God,
cute.
took me a minute.
Yeah,
Nicely
same here.
done. Nicely done.
And he does tell you that it will take a decent portion of the day to get out there. They did have to leave early in the morning to get into the town to try to get big heist again, because they've been doing this like once a week and they've been pretty successful with it. And they were going to come in town and they saw your little wonderful cobalt trap, which very well done, by the way. Do me a favor, all 3 of you write down one more inspiration, because that was fantastic.
Write down a inspiration.
So what inspiration can be used for is if you want to have advantage on a roll, you can make the claim before you attack or do whatever you're going to do with that roll. You can claim, I'm going to use inspiration on this, and you roll with advantage.
It's not, I don't think I have an inspiration yet, do I?
Right there.
Oh.
Everyone started with 1.
Oh, that's right.
I want you all to mark it up as 2, because that was a fantastic trap. It went off swimmingly. I'm proud of you.
Oh, there we go.
So,
Thanks a lot.
so he
I hear things happening.
it's rattling, coming down.
Like,
So he leads you out to the outskirts of town and starts to get kind of hillish, like it kind of started rolling and stuff like that. And he takes you between this ravine and down into this kind of deeper area. And you see the opening to a cavern. It's not
you
a
want
big.
to ready a spell there, big guy. I don't know what spell you can pick, but you may want to ready one.
Wait, did we take a long rest before this?
I don't know. Do you guys want to take a long rest before you go there?
No.
Short rest? We need a
It's
short
still
rest?
pretty early in the morning.
How many
so
spells
that's
are you
all
down?
I can.
I can do a trance for 4 hours. I don't have to actually sleep. I can just transfer.
Can we on our so it's part way? Can we take a wagon or something? Let him rest in wagon because he's the only one that really needs it.
You would need to see if you can get a wagon from somebody in town.
Does he
It's-
need a wagon
it's
or
very
anything? He
possible.
just slow it
Well,
down?
he needs to be able to, instead of sleeping, he
You can-
meditates.
Honestly, you
But I mean,
can.
does he have to be in a structure, or can he just do it in like a knapsack or something? Like
Well, I was just thinking we could pull him while we're
Oh, we
while
can
we're
keep
traveling.
moving.
Honestly,
I
someone
got
could
it.
just
We don't
push me
know.
because honestly, I
Well,
like.
what I would say
Sure.
is instead of floating your way there, because that's more for flavor than it is actually something like that. If you guys can get a horse and one of you guys would ride the horse, you could ride on the back seat of the horse and meditate and just kind of go into that meditative trance. It is about a 4-hour ride out there, so
Okay,
if you take
yeah,
its time.
That'd be perfect.
So while this is being decided, I'm gonna go talk to the mayor, get back the keys,
Perfect.
and
Good on you.
say, whoa, we've caught ourselves some kobolds,
I heard.
and
How many did you catch? Was it
we have
was
a
it all of them? Total of 5. They were saying it was somewhere between 12 and 20 of them the first couple times. That seems less.
Some may not have survived the capture.
I did hear a little bit about that. I sent one of my guard over there to clean up. I
Thank you.
appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys taking care of that. Honestly, catching kobolds in the town and taking care of them as such, it is. I think it will make the whole town feel a lot safer. So I appreciate the display of power within our good town here.
Certainly. Now,
Is there anything I can do to help?
Absolutely.
What's going
Here
on?
are your keys for starters.
Have you recovered the copper clapper?
Not yet, but we have word that we know where it is. It's we've captured a number, and one of them is very, very vocal. So, what
Got a
we're
tucker.
looking- Yes. what we're looking to do is
He's capitulating.
take a ride out there.
He's
Our-
cooperative.
Cooperative. That's it.
No.
We're looking to take a ride out there, but our elven friend needs a little bit of rest. Is there a horse or something that we can have him ride while we
I can arrange for 2 horses.
There we go.
One for each 2 of you, and they're stable enough as long as you were to say match bigger folk with the dwarven folk. The lighter.
With me.
I would not put the human with you.
I'll take the kobold. You can have
I would distribute the weight to be nice to the horse. They are on loan. And so he does arrange for a horse to. It will make the trip a little bit easier. It is not quite a full 4 hours, but you guys can rest for about an hour after you guys get out in the kind of general area before to let him kind of finish his meditation and go ahead and take the long rest that you need for that.
Nice.
Literally, all I need to recover is a 2nd level spell slot.
I know. You do have arcane recovery, which allows you to recover a spell slot during a short rest.
Really? That's cool.
That's cool.
Before we
Okay, now I
bounce,
know that. Thank you.
I'd like to ask him what the horses would cost if indeed they did not make it back, because we are going potentially to war.
Well, I don't remember how much a horse is, but it's not cheap. I want to say it's like 10 gold each.
Okay.
So
We'll try and bring them back with horse.
and it's part of the task for the town. If I need to eat the cost for that, I will take care of that. Don't worry.
Very
But
kind of you.
To be fair, you don't have to
We'll
give us
do-
your best horses either.
We'll do our
try
absolute
to bring them back.
best.
Betsy has been a friend of mine for many years, and she would hate to see her 2 horses go by.
Simple fact that her name is Betsy. I'm being
That's
way
his
too.
friend's name, not that's the only. That's
I
his
am
owner.
being way too charismatic here. Not playing my character properly.
It's all right.
We'll do what we
We
can.
bring horse back, maybe.
Guys.
So you make it out there without too much. Actually,
Roll for random encounters.
who is leading this expedition? Well, you're riding with the kobold,
I
right?
I'm riding with kobold.
You would be leading with him. Do me a favor. Roll a either. Oh, that's plenty.
Let's see what I got. 19?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I should be okay.
Yeah, as long as you don't have negatives on anything.
Okay,
I don't know if you have survival, but that's plenty. You're able to follow Kobold's instructions pretty well, and you are able to make your way out to this small little cavern with this ravine. You guys do want to have to wait a little bit because it did with the horses. You guys got out quicker than the 4 hours that it would normally take. So you guys rest for about an hour and get ready to go into this cavern.
We feed our cobalt friend and make sure he's
Tie up the horses.
still friendly with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll tie the horses somewhere out of.
He
out of
seems
harm's
like he's
way.
getting antsy to get back into the den now that he's back there. You don't get the sense that he's going to be real loyal.
Oh, I
Nice.
expect him to be tough. No.
Yeah. But he is under the impression that actually do me a favor because you were not in that room. The 2 of you guys roll a deception check for me because
I like deception checks.
to see if you can deceive the kobold into thinking you are actually going to trade 6 copper for the copper clapper.
What makes you think I'm deceiving him?
Are you not deceiving him?
No, I'm planning to give him the copper. But
That's
I'll
true.
still roll. He doesn't know that.
Mine's an 8, but I didn't think we were receiving.
I got a 12.
Then
Yeah, I
persuasion.
thought we were being honest with them.
Then persuasion. And he's
Different
amicable to
roll?
it, so no, you're fine. Neither of you guys were below a 10, right?
No, I was a 10.
You're fine.
Well,
And plus it's true. Persuasion.
You have a negative.
Persuasion is minus 2.
Yeah, so I.
He looks a little nervous at you, but he goes with it because this guy was kind of cool to him earlier. So you guys make it out there, and he's a little bit antsy. He goes, "Why not we go in now?" And you guys kind of explain, "We're gonna rest, make sure we're all ready to go, and then we'll make the deal when we
I gotta
are."
make myself look presentable for your friends.
If
For
you-
her.
To pay tribute. Yes, yes. Let me go in, and I will let them know that you're here, and we will arrange for the trade of goods.
I need your help getting presentable. We'll all go in together in a minute.
Yeah, well,
Make you look like
You
Kobold.
can
And
go
he-
in as our you can present us.
And he starts to get a loincloth ready for you to wear,
Perfect.
just like one of the other kobolds. So and he goes ceremonial and like and he
I'll put
ties
on-
2 loincloths together and puts it all the way around you.
I'm rallying the armor. That's perfect. Yes.
And you're kind of like, well, it's over the armor, but okay.
That's
You know.
I'm happy with it. I love it.
It's like the it's like the Klingon sash. Like, oh shit.
Yeah,
I guess.
yeah. I don't know. You want to wear a
My
loincloth? or not?
character, when he's awake, super presentable, super fancy. When he's asleep, not at all.
Well, I imagine
Doesn't
That's
sleep.
a-
I imagine
Nice
when you do
color,
the
nice
trance,
color.
the eyes kind of roll back.
I'm just
Roll a
like,
little bit. Nice. That's awesome.
just sort of leaning on the nearest person.
Just like
Nice job,
pristine.
Ambrose. Nice job.
Like halfway there.
Nice.
So you make it out okay. You take your short rest. You're able to convince the kobold to wait. And you have.
I have a chest set.
I believe you're proficient with a gaming set. I don't know. I don't know if you have one.
Oh, proficiencies. My bad.
Oh, okay.
I understand. It's one of those things that you probably would have one on you, but
One of these
But I
days.
don't have anything.
I didn't throw a bunch of inventory in there because it's gonna get in our way.
Yeah.
So, do you all go into the den all at once?
I think we
Do you
do.
have any invisibility or anything of that nature?
Question.
Might be worth our time.
You don't have thaumaturgy, do you?
Did you continue to give the +1 to your armor?
Yes. Yes.
Also,
if I don't mention it, assume that that's where I'm.
That's why I was asking.
I am going to cast Mage Armor.
Okay. And that lasts 8 hours.
You don't have anything like that?
No.
Pass without trace, anything like that?
Well, you're not being sly when you're going in there, but
No.
it is good to.
Well, one of us could be. It'd be nice if somebody were unknown.
Mhm.
But although I guess our
Okay, I can
Kirby friend would.
try for a stealth.
Kirby.
Wow, we're gonna leave him behind.
Is there any tricks we got up our sleeves? Anything you?
Well, that's why I was wondering.
Yeah.
You could, if you could go in all.
I can't. I don't have any invisibility.
You know?
Unfortunately, I pressed the digitation. I can look like something else.
Actually-
No, I can't.
Let's discuss this. Are we going in to
I
be
can be
peaceful or are we going in to
taller.
chop things up? It does make a difference.
Because it started to be peaceful.
Yeah.
See where we go. See what we. See if we can figure out what she is.
If she turns out to be benevolent, are we just gonna say hi and walk out, or
Yeah, tell them they back off the copper in this little town here, and
Cool.
we'll be good.
and if she causes problems, it's not our fault.
I'm lawful good. I gotta play this.
You're lawful good, wow.
Smooth
What do you
as I
think?
can.
You do know kobolds are lawful evil.
I
I
do.
just said that.
I do, but it's
I
also
am going
unnecessary
to.
It is.
So I have. What's my clothing like? Is it sort of like? Do I have sort of like a cloak that I
You
can
have
hang my
long.
hands up?
You have long robes, and
Okay,
the cloak
in
that
that
goes
case-
over the cloak of the cloak of vision. I think it was.
Yeah, cloak of vision.
It's on the inside is like constellations and stars, and they kind of glimmer and shimmer, and it's not.
Would I be able to flip that back so I can be all shimmering and such? I
Yeah.
like to be fancy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I flip it, and also I'm gonna have Ray of Frost prepared in my hand underneath my cloak.
Okay. You can have that ready to go if combat were to ensue.
Exactly, and I'm gonna have my hand on my short sword.
I'd also like to, before we head in there, I'd like to use my magic weapon and add the +1 to my bastion.
Okay, so you will have a plus. It'll
Plus
just
one
add
to my
1 to
armor,
whatever
plus
that.
one to my bastion.
Wait, is that the same
Those are
ability?
two separate, no.
They're two
Yes,
separate.
One is Blessing of the Forge and one is magic weapon.
Perfect. Is that Blessing the Forge a spell?
No, that is a domain feature.
Okay, I see. I feel like one of
Wait,
those
guys,
are.
You said earlier, kobolds love traps. Maybe it's better to get them to come out rather than our going
Well,
in.
I have an ability called
Do you find trappers?
Find Trap.
Do you really?
Really?
Cool.
Nice.
You just keep coming up with stuff that's useful, don't you?
That's
Nice.
so you did as a character. Thank you for the build.
Yeah, I'm enjoying
Honestly?
playing a wizard.
Honestly, the Forge clerics are a lot of fun. If you ever want to play a necromantic character, cleric.
That's what
Nice.
Not the wizard.
Exactly my thought.
Play death cleric.
Yeah,
They're
That's
nasty.
exactly what I want. I want to do a drow death cleric.
Cool. Well, that's appropriate. Nice.
Almost made that for you for funsies, but I was like, no, let's do the dwarven Forge
No,
clerics a
I'll let
little
that
bit
for a
different.
long-
Yeah,
long
exactly.
campaign.
I think the next character I'm gonna play will be a wizard.
Nice. They're fun. They're
Wizards,
weird, but they're
From
fun.
my experience,
If I can put my 2 cents on that, only if it's D&D. Pathfinder wizards are a little underpowered. You may as well do druid if you're gonna do wizard.
yeah, if I'm gonna do it.
Or sorcerer.
Or sorcerer.
My first Pathfinder build is going to be a gnomish alchemist.
Wizards are kind of like, they feel limited for some reason.
I think they get some of the better Pathfinder. I don't know.
They're heavy hitters, but they're limited because like I can do everything that the wizards can
Okay.
as a druid.
Also,
But-
You're not as weak.
But I don't have one.
You also have wild shape and some other cool
Right, I have
abilities.
more abilities than the wizard.
Okay.
I just can't do them quite as well.
Okay.
But I can
am
still
I
do
getting
them.
3/4
So,
cover
I'm
from
the jack
him,
of
or
all
is it
trades.
half cover?
Yeah.
Whereas he is the
If I stand behind him,
It's
I'm just like.
are great if you have a party of 7 or 8.
I would say you would get a
Two or three,
plus
maybe
2
do something.
to your
Party.
armor when standing directly behind him.
Okay.
If somebody's you'd have to line up with what the attack is. So it's not always going to be the case, but if we will have a map here in a minute, and we will place people as to where they are in the map, and you will, depending on where the attacks come from with that, we'll see.
Oh, I heard about me. You're
Um,
mounting around down there.
so, you
Okay.
guys approach the
Okay,
den
yeah.
with your friend Kirby.
Yes. Although let's say that as far as Kirby is concerned, we're leaving someone behind to watch the horses. And we follow stealthily behind. I would assume he's the most stealthy.
So Kirby feels like only the two of you guys are going with him, and he's staying behind. But in secret, he is going to follow you.
He's going to follow us.
Okay.
To the, does that seem?
If Ambrose is cool with that, I'm cool with it.
Is that good with you?
Well, he's
Sounds
he's still coming with you. He's just doing it quietly and hopefully without Kirby knowing.
And if he needs to send us a message, you have a messenger, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Is that a cantrip?
The
It
message
is.
app.
It is a cantrip.
It is. It's a
Yeah,
very
I just have the message app. Let's pull it up on the phone.
That's
That's not. No.
That's awesome, Ambrose.
That's
not,
7, and he
no,
notices?
No.
so as you guys go close to the den, you hear as he's stepping on branches behind you.
And
guys.
I'm like.
And Kirby goes, yes, come on. And he just like acknowledges he's coming with you guys, and he's like, oh, okay, come on.
And I'm just like trying to be stealthy by doing this.
Yeah, nice.
I can't see you can't see me.
It's the magic sheet theory. Nice.
And he kind of nods and goes, yes, good strategy, and then keeps
There we
coming.
go. Nice.
So you guys make it into this. You may make it into a this crevice, and it.
How long does your detect? I'm sorry.
What?
How long does your detect traps run? Can be continual if you keep casting it? Is it a cantrip?
Hold on, I have to look that up.
Okay, so I have
No,
19
fine
armor
draft,
class.
a level 2 spell. So
Okay, so as soon as Kirby notices me, I'm gonna run up behind that.
I'm not. If it's, if it's the,
Behind
You
him.
can just
So I can.
that's fine.
So now I'm at a 19
one
armor
shot,
class because
one
I'm
time you get to look in a
mage
straight
armor
line
on
that
my
attack.
mega
if
armor.
that's the case, maybe we
Save it. Or maybe we can have it come
So right now my armor class has raised significantly from 14 to 19 because
How'd you do
he
that?
gave me a +2 to standing behind
So
Dad's
so-
character,
hold on.
and I have 17, and I just cast his
Don't-
mage armor.
Don't necessarily add that in, but we will keep that in mind if somebody does a range attack at you and you are standing lined up with that range attack with him in front of you, then yeah,
full cover.
you'll get like a +2 basically on the bonus to your AC. Like he's a shield.
Trap within range of the line of sight.
How long does it last?
So right now it's a 17 though, because I just mage armor
That's what mine is.
or mega armor. I don't know.
I
I
like
misread it the first time.
It should say duration at the top of the spell.
It's giant.
It's instantaneous. It's one action. There's no duration. So it's a
It's like a
it
ping.
traps in my.
I think it's a bang. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, depends
It's
on
like
how
a
deep into the caverns. we go.
echolocation.
So we'll
You want to cast it now or wait?
Where
What's
are
the range on it? You're just going into the entrance of it. It's the entrance is kind of like a narrow crevasse almost, like the broken stone goes up pretty high and then like sometimes it's open to the sky, sometimes it closes off, and you kind of have to like scooch through. Sometimes you're not having too much of a trouble because you're smaller than the rest of the group, but you are wide shoulders, so you have to go sideways the entire time. Sometimes the breastplate scrapes against the metal the stone a little bit.
fix that.
You know, but it takes more damage out of the stone than it does your breastplate. It's good craftsmanship.
Thank you.
And I'm nimble, so I'm just like.
That's what you do. But you don't have too much of a problem. It is meant. You can definitely see that there's a bunch of cobalt tracks on the ground. This is the way that they go in and out.
Keep a very, very close eye on where the tracks are. If they're skipping any spaces or anything of that nature, we're being
Nice
very,
call.
very, very
Okay.
attention.
Okay.
Nice call.
Roll
I'm
a
doing that.
perception check for
I'm
me.
doing that as well, so giving him.
You're assisting him with it.
19. So
Roll,
Nice.
a
He's
sec-
even
roll
roll
again.
20 though.
Perception.
Roll again with advantage because he's assisting you in
23.
looking for stuff.
Okay. No,
Okay.
So 23.
23.
I think you're good.
That'll work.
You do see.
Can I do guidance?
You're actually watching. I don't know if you can guide yourself.
I don't think so.
You do notice Kirby absent-mindedly step over something, and you point it out to your party.
I'm directly behind him.
We can follow him. We follow in his literal footsteps.
That's exactly what I was
Well,
going to suggest.
he doesn't even mention it to you. He just kind of goes, "Whoop, doop," like just kind of like you see his legs do like a little bit of a thing, and you go, "Oh wait," and you just notice this thin little wire.
Exactly. So I'm following directly behind him.
And when
I'm
you
leading
look up-
us, and perfect.
And when you look up, you see this log that's got all these jagged pieces of wood sticking out, and you're like, "Got it."
Okay. And when I see him do that, I point. Because he's continuing.
And you see where he kind of steps over intentionally this thin little wire that you didn't even see until he pointed it out to you guys. You see just a glint of the light. It is starting to get low light in here, and while the two of you guys have dark vision, you know that your human friend does not. I believe you have light as a cantrip, so you can cast that on your weapon or an item or a stone.
Yeah.
Ooh, my staff.
when
They
it's-
took my staff.
Well, if you're leg, then you can cast it on my weapon.
I was going to say that. Are you carrying anything that would be useful for?
I blade. You just fine.
So I'll
So you can cast it on the hilt or the blade of the glaive. So that way you can either be blade up or blade down. It's up to you.
Oh,
Which one would you have
blade
to do?
up, I think.
cast it right next to my hand on the handle.
Well, although
Okay,
although
it's at the base of the blade.
Weapon draw.
Base of the blade,
Trying to
okay.
be diplomatic.
It's you can't put it away. Like it's on my back.
Oh,
Well,
It's 60
you can
long.
you can holster it on your back. So you kind of have this.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to put away.
Okay, so yeah.
It's-
but if it's on my back, it still sticks
This
out
is-
on my shoulder.
This is a halberd technically.
Okay.
I just did this as a ranged weapon.
Oh, okay.
So it's just basically like a long staff with kind of a nasty looking hilt at the end, so you can kind of like backhand somebody if you wanted to. But around the where your hand goes up against it, it goes into a thin blade that arcs a little bit and is jagged on the backside.
Got it. That's okay. Yeah.
So you can kind of sweep and trip and do kind of maneuvers with
Okay.
it.
Sorry, go
You
ahead.
can touch one willing creature.
You can cast light on an
Glow.
object
No,
or
I'm talking
person.
about guidance.
Guidance.
Oh, I
Okay.
see.
So yes, I believe you can guide yourself technically. It's broken as fuck, but you can do it.
Yeah.
I totally thought you were talking about light. That'd be really.
I'm not saying you're
You're
wrong.
Human.
Or
radiant.
and you can cast light on a person.
You look absolutely.
On their eyes, you blind them, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you can. In the old D&D,
I know, I believe you.
you do, but I don't know if you can now.
Where am I? Am I in the middle?
Well, I'm going to ask you for a marching order. I know it's Kirby. I know it's what is your character's name? Distrin. I know it's Kirby, Distrin, and then what's the order for you guys? Do we mage?
I think I
do we
could
do
go
a
with-
mage sandwich or do we do a mage
Yeah,
caboose?
mage sandwich is always best.
Okay,
And,
Okay.
that's-
Well, that actually makes sense because he's
Because if
dark
they're
vision,
going
I
from
need
the
light
back
source.
so you have the
Put it
light
in
in the
front of
back,
me. Yeah.
and you can have it cast on the pommel of your thing, and then you sling it all around the back. So you kind of have like a leather pouch that the blade slides into.
Makes sense.
So that way you don't have to like draw it all the way out of a sheath like a short. You can never be able to draw it. But if it has a holster that like just sits there, and then the thing that leans into it on your shoulder, you can just kind of let it there, and you can grab it out pretty easily.
In
So it
that,
sits in the pommel, and you just kind of have this like glowing light behind you.
in that case, I want to.
Is it right here where they have the light on the shoulder? What's
They have a little laser.
Predator.
Yeah.
I think it's right on, yeah.
You can touch my little gemstone on the top of my staff.
Oh, no, he's got
But you don't need light.
Yeah.
I'm the one that does.
No, I know, I just-
Oh,
We're
okay.
ahead of you.
Oh,
sort
thank
of
you.
thing. You're welcome.
And it is just getting dimmer. It's not dark.
Okay.
Okay, but when
it's
it
just one
does
of those-
get dark, cast light
You're,
on
you're in
something.
what's called there's three phases. There's like regular light, then there's dim light, and then there's darkness.
Got
Because
it.
you're not in darkness, but you're in dim light. So that's why I was bringing
Does
that
anybody
up.
have like a sigil or anything like that that you can place on Kirby?
No, you asked
What does that
us
mean?
this earlier.
Something.
Like a
asked
tracker.
you that.
Oh, okay. No.
Artifacts would just stick the tracker. Slap tracker on his back.
So
That's kind of what I was hoping for. But.
as you
That'd
move
be
through
cool.
this crevasse, you come into you feel the air change a little bit as you come into a large room, which I will hold up.
If
My
you look
camera
I was
at
just about to say what.
There you
to
go.
see first. Let's see how well that looks. I don't know if it's good or bad.
which camera is holding it?
It's
This one
right
here.
here. It's on.
It's not.
And
Oh, it's a
so
delay. I forgot
just
about
to
that.
give an idea, they're coming out through this way, in the big open area
Oh, that's handy.
of the
Are
cavern.
these 5-foot squares?
They are.
That's a huge cavern. Okay,
It's a
cool.
pretty good. It's a pretty good sized cavern.
Minis for
Yeah, and I'm actually going to hold on.
I have minutes.
Do you have minutes?
Yeah.
Have some minutes.
That's a 50 foot by 80 foot by 70 foot cavern.
It's a pretty big cavern.
Yeah.
And you can tell that it's been worked a little bit. It was maybe like an old cavern that was like medium size, but then it's been worked and stuff like that. Make a perception check for both of you guys.
Oh Jesus. We're walking into the traps. I know we are.
Actually, at this
just to
point,
get a general
actually,
sense of
as
what
we
the-
begin to go into this cavern, I would like to use my fine trap.
Hey, don't forget, if you need it, you have a big long hallway. I'll give you a place for it too.
I saw. I think these are too big.
Hey.
Yeah, that's fine.
They're much too big.
Perception.
That's okay. I may still use them,
14.
so if you have anything
Got
that...
it.
I wanted to print this out bigger, but just didn't have the sheets for it.
Maybe this is just the perfect size.
Passive is a 7. Does he have a negative on his?
Okay, it's right here.
And honestly, we can use these. We can use these as groups of 4. Every group
Oh,
of 4.
oh yeah, because mine's. Oh, got it. Yes. So I got a 22 on perception. I like the round.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Doritos.
Yeah, actually,
Thank you.
Doritos.
It says party size. It's a party bear.
we can actually use
I'm
You
good.
just need to dip that with the next.
Some of those
Next
things
stretch
would
goal,
go
right?
well. I can see putting what Cool Ranch with some barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, that.
Not
Well,
this one.
CTL's not okay.
Pork bears. That'd be okay. 22 on perception though.
Well done. What did you get? Just to kind of get a sense of what you guys see when you come into the roll. You should. When you were available.
Alright, that's. What are you gonna be nice? Please be nice to me.
Nice.
Perception, what's my perception? So 22.
22. Nice. You all see it.
You all
We
see.
heard
There-
that.
It's not one thing. It's a bunch of holes in the sides of the cavern here, and they're tunnels. They're about cobalt size.
They're not good size?
They're about
Okay.
cobalt size. Some are a little bit larger, some a little bit smaller. Some look like they're just an indentation that maybe somebody nests in. Some go up and weave around. Some go down and weave around. It's
Substantial.
it's a network of tunnels in this place.
Okay.
What is this trap doing here?
I used a marker. I was gonna start using it
I was
for.
seeing if it was if it was.
It's a giant rat. Good luck.
I was wondering.
Yeah, good luck.
Fair.
We're fighting a dragon.
RUS.
I will use that for later though. And as you come in, you see kobolds moving around. Some are going into tunnels, some are moving around, some are carrying water around. It's just kind of a community. And most of them stop and turn and look at the full-sized humanoids that just walked in. And you hear a couple of them go. So they say something gutturally in Draconic. You understand it as saying, Kirby, what are you doing
What the hell are
here?
you doing?
Where's the copper? Why did you bring people?
Can you say in Draconic we bring gifts for the broodmother?
I say that.
Okay. Roll a persuasion check. Or sorry. Do you actually bring gifts?
We have our copper keys on our pouches, right?
We have.
Okay.
We could buy
They don't need to know we have. They don't need to know we have gold.
No. Not yet, but we do.
Greetings.
Hey,
We've got a studio.
no, I went to the Maker's Market up the block and
What's a maker's market?
spent
Oh,
a bunch of
no.
money.
That's not okay.
It's
I know
a
So-
maker's market is that different.
where I do the.
You
Oh,
s-
that was an extra
Yeah,
one.
I'm doing the booth today.
you
First Saturday of every month.
you say the right
So I
thing,
went to go spend money.
but you put the wrong emphasis on the right syllable.
Oh yeah, we got jewelry and Christmas ornament.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we got all the love, all the love and attention. He is.
Always. Look at that handsome body.
Can I get anybody in?
So he rolled a persuasion check to try to get them to, when you spoke in
Oh
Draconic.
no, I can show your face.
I rolled a will.
What'd you roll?
He did roll a natural 1.
Oh.
And what he says is, we have come bearing many gifts. And what he actually says is, we come to bear your many gifts.
Okay.
Oh no.
Alright. Okay. Let's
And-
have like one.
And you see a lot of like kobolds kind of stop and slow down, and a couple of them like pull out a dagger.
Meanwhile,
And you
I
get-
already said, so I'm just like,
And you get the, but you get the sense that like, okay, that could have gone better.
It's not over. Because Kirby does chime in. He goes, no. And you can hear this in Draconic, and he's speaking Draconic. And a couple common words come in, so you kind of get the sense of what's going on, that he's trying to disarm the situation. He goes, we have deal. They come for the contraption.
We come to trade.
They come for the contraption.
Clopper.
What he said. We show it to. We show it, and she give it for more copper. They have more copper. 6 pieces. And you kind of. That sounds good to Kirby, but it doesn't sound good to the whole den.
Right.
So Kirby's not the smartest.
I think we figured that one out.
Kirby got swindled. Kirby got convinced that you guys were on his side, and he believes it.
Maybe we believe it. We don't know.
And you guys are very possibly going to try to diplomacy your way out of this. So you see one kobold come forward, and he's got feathers draping off of his ears on the backside, and then a necklace with teeth on it.
Okay.
And he has a staff and what looks like a big rat skull on the top of it.
I will bow to him.
Not like bow, like I'm not prostrating myself.
Prostrating.
Prostrating myself. Yeah, exactly.
But you bow,
Yeah.
and he goes, yes!
And I
You bow before her,
We do.
you come to give tribute.
We do.
Is he speaking common?
Yes. He is able to speak. What tribute do you come to give to her and her horde?
We'd like to meet her. We'd like to meet her. And honor, copper, trinkets.
Ask her if we can do. Perhaps we can be of service.
Wait, you give me trinkets and I give to her.
No.
Yes.
Should we turn around and walk out?
I'm at a charisma.
Oh, well.
My fingers are starting to get cold.
Still, I like it.
Very
I hate
well.
to go, man. We
But
can
I'm
honor
not
her. If you don't think she's worthy of our honor, we'll leave.
She worthy of all your copper.
Please let us honor her.
You give honor? Here. He puts his hand out.
No, we give honor to her.
I give honor. I give your honor to her.
You give us your honor, we'll take it to her.
My honor?
Yes, give us your honor, we'll take it to her.
My honor is in me, and it stays here.
When you ride on my shoulders, I'll take you to her. That'll be our tribute to her. We'll be taking you to her.
If you're staying
She's-
here,
think
I
how-
need to give her honor.
Think how much she likes you. She likes you so much. If we give you to her, she will love that. That's the biggest honor we can give her, is give her you.
He stomps his staff twice, and it makes a clattering noise, and it gets attention of most of the kobolds in the room. And he says, "Head hurt from bad negotiation. We take, we rise." And he starts slamming the thing down. I want you all to roll initiative.
Yeah, we tried.
The natural one was a bad way to start.
At least we skipped one trap. We looked at it, we skipped one trap.
I need a dice scale.
Plus what? Plus 0, so 20.
So I got +4. I got a 5 initiative because those are natural 1 effect initiative rolls.
Okay. No, it's just you add to whatever your initiative is. So you add 4.
Okay, so I got a 5. Okay, Dax is going in jail for the pack. Anyone in dice jail?
That's awesome. Nice, nicely done.
Be hit. Really? No? You roll 15? Really? 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 No, this die I haven't used for a while.
Did you post a picture of Kirby? Kirby looks like a vacuum. Oh, maybe it's his head. 6.5 copper. I like it.
Six.
That's a good amount.
It's a negotiation right there.
Nice.
How
Alright.
How many have we gotten into?
Oh yeah, what do we have?
All right.
We still
Like,
think about it?
So,
Currently, 325.
Cool.
We have 25.
Dristan, you have a 20 even, right? What did you roll for your initiative?
Modified 10.
Modified 10. And you?
5.
5. Okay.
I rolled an
After
article.
you? No, after you. This is like it's pretty much the reverse order.
So Gwent has a 10 and
What's your name again? Al.
Athastal.
I like that with tomato. I like that with tomato sauce and maybe a little parmesan.
Athastal.
Yeah.
So we have the chief going with the 24. He too rolled a natural 20.
He's a chief, by the way. No, no.
He is.
I thought it was Sean. Okay.
He's
Both. Okay.
Since
Do it.
I know this would be kind of retroactive, but could I have used command and made this better for my identification?
Maybe. So command works for 1 round. You can tell them to do one thing, such as grovel, or drop, or run, or all sorts of things. They won't directly put themselves in harm's way, but they'll follow the command to the best of their ability to.
So I had told him to accept our offer, and then
It may have gone that way for 6 seconds.
That was 1 round. Yeah, there you go.
Because it is a very useful spell for certain things. Like you can tell him to freeze and drop, and he'll just drop his weapons. You can tell him to grovel and he'll get down on his hands and knees and become prone. So there are very useful things for command. But there are spells like Charm Person or Friends is another good one to try to help lubricate the social interaction. So that is good, interesting. Good question. Good question. It could be, yeah. And honestly, to have him grovel may have then confused him because of the fact that he thought he told me to grovel and I did, so therefore he must pay up. Yeah, I was supposed to grovel, you know. So there's good things you can do. And command has a certain set. Oftentimes I'll like say, okay, we can work on what the command is, not necessarily just the 5 things that it'll give you.
We still don't know what the hell she is, but we'll figure it out.
We're gonna figure it out. Now Kirby did say she's a dragon.
Oh.
Yes, but
She is dragon. She is ascendant dragon.
Okay.
Is what it is the terminology I believe he used. Is that she's ascendant to dragon.
Okay.
Yeah.
so we're not.
So it might be a false dragon. It might not be like a textbook dragon.
Might not be.
It might be an ancient red dragon. We're not quite sure.
Let's hope not. Because y'all are level 5.
Exactly.
All right. So the chief will go first. Let me see here what I have for the chief. Okay. That is not what I'm looking for. This is Titanfall. The militia number is it's cute.
It's adorable. I think I'm not going first.
The chief is going first. So you guys moved into here. I'm gonna have each of you guys to negotiate. Yes.
We're in the room.
And plus, you don't want to be lined up in that hallway right now.
Who am I? Am I the coordinator?
That is Remy because he's the big dwarf. This is Kirby.
Yeah.
And then I had the 2 of you guys for the dimes for the time being.
Well, it makes more sense if this is the case because he's tiny, normal size, and skinny.
Oh, so in other words, this is the dwarf. This is me.
Dwarf fat.
Oh, okay. I'm
Not fat, big.
I chose the kobold because it's different colored.
Yeah.
So Kirby came over here and is standing here, and he looks very confused because now his friends are apparently getting in a fight with the chieftain. The chieftain is going to use Bane. He bites his tongue and drags it across his hand at you guys. And you all need to make, what is Bane? Hold on, it's a certain saving throw. I'm trying to remember which one. I think it's a wisdom.
Yeah, that can't be good.
Wisdom. My wisdomness.
Yeah, you guys are much better than I wisdom. Wisdom would make sense. Jesus.
Charisma saving throw.
Oh! Well, you're fine. You rolled an 18, dude.
Well, yeah, but I also lose 2 off of that because.
Yeah, I think it's 16
But high was
15.
I've missed
now
out.
a 3
Well,
is amazing.
3 is
amazing.
DC 10.
Yeah.
I need more dice.
It's a very low DC.
20.
Okay.
Don't need more.
So,
He needs different.
You do get hit with Bane. That means you'll roll a d4 and subtract that. It is a concentration check, so if he dies, it goes away. Or if you hit him hard enough and he can't concentrate to maintain the spell, it'll go away. So just keep that in mind. But for now, the saving throws and chance to hit, you'll roll a d4 and subtract that for the time being.
1. Oh, wow. Oh, that's good.
Is that
But
per
for
roll,
future.
or is that,
Per attack or saving throw.
but is that per roll, or did he
Yes.
just roll 1 and it applies to the future rolls?
Is that for all rounds?
No, he'll roll with he'll roll with his d20.
Okay.
It's like bless.
You don't
Oh, I see.
It's like it's the reverse of bless.
Yeah.
And that's his turn. But he will use his movement.
After he does that, I'm just gonna scream and be like, somebody kill him.
And you feel this like pull downwards on your shoulders as he does this to you, and it's very much so like a moment. Well, it's like being dragged down. You feel like something's like on your neck, pulling you downwards almost. I'm going to use this one for the chieftain, and there are a lot of little kobolds all around.
Scary pokey.
There's one over here. There's one over here. And there's one over here. And hopefully I don't have to roll d4s soon.
You can always roll a D8 by 2.
Well, no, that's not a d4. I said hopefully I don't have to roll d4s soon. You threw me the d8. You threw me the d8 back.
Oh,
my bad.
It's all good. There we go. Just a couple of them. Okay, so I'm going to put this one as the chieftain. So the D100's the chieftain, and the other ones are just kobolds, which I rolled initiatives
Only
for.
4 of them?
Only 4 of them for now.
Okay. Cool.
But you get the sense that when he bing, 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 there's a rattle inside inside of the rat skull head. That went ting, 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 inside of it. So almost like a little two little symbols inside of it, rattling around inside there when you shake around. And that seemed to have gotten all the air attention, and you hear noises down the tunnels.
You'd mentioned the tunnels. Is each one of these things a tunnel?
Some of them are tunnels, some of them are little hovels, some of them don't go anywhere, some of them go deep.
I'm guessing the number of tunnels somewhere between 8 and 10, or are we talking about maybe 30?
Somewhere between that, maybe like 15 or so. It's not
2.
It's not a honeycomb, but it is concerning.
Okay, fair enough.
All right. So
Maybe
next,
I'll kobolds see in the dark.
yes, they can.
Okay.
And it is dim in here. You guys can see it, especially with your light. You guys are not under disadvantage to roll or anything like that.
Okay, cool.
But that makes it Dristan's turn.
Okay. I would like.
Your war paint character sheet over there.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's kobold blood.
Okay. So I would like
Yes,
to.
go, man.
You captured 5 of them.
What? Yeah. Yeah.
I would like to.
Frozen kobold's legs. Frozen kobold's legs.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I would like to. So. Using the spell would be an action. Speech is.
If you want to say something to your allies, it's a free action. You can't give them an essay, but you can give them a couple sentences and get a quick message across.
Friends, Roman.
And speaking to enemies.
Same. You can have a short conversation, like 1, 2, 3.
Okay. And who's up next? What's over here?
It'd be hard for you to know,
Sure.
but you think some of the kobolds are rallying a little bit faster than your allies.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to. He's standing right. No, he's not standing right. But wouldn't he be-
This is Kirby.
Right.
This was the chief. He cast Bane and then took a few steps backwards.
I see. I didn't realize that. Okay.
So you can move into him, I believe. I think you have 25 movement speed. So you can go 1, 2, 3,
4, 5 right there and get up on him if you need to. If you want to just melee the bastard.
Exactly the sacred flame.
Because it is a dexterity saving throw on their side, and if they fail, they take 2d8 damage. If they succeed, no damage. This is cantrip. Anything first level spell or higher, if they succeed on saving throw, they only take half damage. But on cantrips, they take none.
Okay, so I'm going to cast Bless to counteract.
Bravo! It neutralizes it.
Thank you.
Let's just.
So it's a straight roll.
You're not even gonna roll the d4. So it actually purges them that, but you can also cast Bless on both of you guys. I believe you can target 3 characters.
Bless me, Father. I have not sinned.
So because it just neutralizes you, you don't roll a d4 with it in addition, but you guys can both roll a d4 with your attacks and your saving throws.
Okay, cool.
It is a concentration check. It's a concentration spell. So if you were to cast another concentration spell, that would dissipate, and the other one would take effect. So Spirit Guardians is concentration, and a few of them are concentration. Anything that's like long term is generally concentration. The spell will usually say a C on it or something like that, but it's hard to. I know it's hard to see on that.
Okay.
So
I'm casting Bless on us.
Bless is a bonus action, or is it a action? It's in the spell. Sorry, that's why I tried to print that sheet out for you. I apologize. No, it's not your fault. I didn't save the thing.
As soon as he cast Bless, I'm like, oh, that looks better.
Yeah, genuinely, it's like, ooh, okay, that feels a lot better than it did before. It is an action for Bless.
Okay.
And it is 1 minute, so you will have 10 rounds.
Okay. As a bonus action, I'd like to pull out some coin and say, stop. We have no quarrel with you. We want to honor your deed or your breeding.
Okay. Roll
So
a
I will pull out some coin.
roll a persuasion check.
Oh, good. Good.
I know.
Wow. Wow.
Minus what?
Nat 20 minus 2.
I understand. It is a net 20.
You
So-
couldn't have done better.
Now it's a 10 GM inside. Okay,
Yeah.
how do I do this?
All right. Let's see.
Should at least affect someone.
Yeah. You're absolutely welcome.
You rolled a nat 1 and then a nat 20 in the persuasion for this thing. Not you in particular, but just in general.
Yeah.
So
This one's cursed.
it does cause the kobolds to wait for a command from the chief. They will not attack this round. So
So it's up to you guys.
so
I'm here to teach
before you do see this kobold over here. 2 more came out with him, but then he kind of like steps back, and they both back up and wait for the chief. And you guys see that.
Can they see the spell, the bless spell?
They can see that you cast something.
Okay.
So they definitely see that you guys are preparing for something, and they're not quite sure whether the chief's going to say, okay, let's do this, or they. It kind of depends on, and there are 2 more over here that came out of the tunnels with this guy over there, with his initiative. And then next up is Glint.
Our clear D4s look very similar.
You're going to wait.
Genuflect.
Okay. You use your action to. You use your action and your movement to try to show peace. Okay, well done. And then the next 2 kobolds do the same thing. They will wait till the chief decides what he's going to do. And you see, same thing with this one. Another couple of them come running out here.
Fight these things. Their range is low.
Couple of them run out there.
Then we do.
And
Actually, yeah,
one right there.
Except for the bless.
Cool. I'm just saying they're. I have to engage them. You guys can do range stuff against them.
I'm not super ranged.
Oh, okay. You're
But I'm very
de-ranged.
tanky.
You're de-ranged.
There it is.
And instead of this one getting bulk worked, in other words, like 2 more guys coming out, you see a couple of them come out from the hovels back here. And now it is Athastal's turn. What do you do with your cold fingers? Okay, so you don't cast the spell. Right. You let
That's awesome.
you let the cantrip fizzle, despite the fact that you really just wanted to free some
I
kobolds.
just want to blast the chief right now.
You don't will.
He's angering me.
So
Don't like him.
I don't like him going all. I don't like him at all.
it is the chief's turn, and he's going
We
to
don't
look
like
at
to
you
make things easy on DM, by
and
the way.
say, "You make deal now? You grovel?
I will grovel to your queen.
You will grovel to our queen." Roll persuasion check again. As long as it's above 10, you're fine. Well done.
Oh,
He goes,
13.
"Tink tink," and you hear the rattle in there. He goes, "Very well. We shall see you grovel to the queen."
wait. Since I slept, do I get my divination, or is that on dawn?
That is a good question. Let's look at the phrasing of that.
Good call.
That is a very good call.
I think I just remembered that.
Good call.
When you finish a long rest, roll 2 d20s. Roll your d20s, buddy.
Nice.
13.
13?
That's not a bad one for your.
Alright, Vax, can I let you deal now?
If you get a 1 on this one, it's fine.
16.
Yeah, great.
Oh,
Perfect.
Those are good to hold on.
So write those down for yourself in the margins, so that way you have those that you can use. And again, it's broken.
It's amazing.
It's great,
It's
and it makes it also makes the divination wizard. Blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas like the other wizards are like, oh, I do a lot of damage because I'm a explosive wizard, or there's one that's like.
Divination's like, you can't do that. No.
There's one that gets a free transformation once a day. There's one that does a free protection spell. Like, there's different things for each one. That one's just really kind of cool. At 17th level, you get 3 of them. Or maybe it's 15th level. I don't remember.
Oh yeah, I was reading up on that.
Maybe is it
Two's
18th?
pretty amazing.
I don't remember. Yeah, 2 is already
I'm
amazing.
surprised the thing you're doing it against doesn't get a saving throw against it.
Nope, you just that
Yeah.
was the fate of that creature.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I love it.
and I believe you have to proclaim it before the roll, so you can't just like wait to
makes
see that
sense.
it's really low and then go, okay, no, you actually get
That
it.
makes more sense.
Oh, okay.
That makes more sense.
I believe so. I was like, okay, this is important. This is when the fates happened.
Okay.
So
That unbreaks it a little bit.
he holds his hand out and he shoos the kobolds. Goes, go, 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 go. You bring them back. And you see these duck back in the hovel. They make really angry noises at you guys. Like, 'cause they were really looking to steal your copper and gold and all your pretty shiny items. A few of them do stay nearby. And you do see that some of them are a little bit more armored than you saw with the guys in towns. One of them's got like a breastplate chest piece on. Another one actually has a sword, like a short sword. It's not great, but it's metal and it's got a hilt, and you probably stole it from somebody.
Would I be able to, instead of having my usual finger guns, would I be able to just imbue it in my staff? Like the gem, just like, not super like.
You would know that if you were to ready a spell like that, they may see that as an aggressive action. Because they do know
I
that
was just wondering if I could do it like incognito.
you can try. Do you want to?
Would it be a stealth check?
It would be a stealth check
Okay,
for,
then
for you to
never
try to be to try to be quiet and stealthy about it.
Limitations.
We are so close to talking away out of this thing.
Way good for you. Good for you. That's awesome.
That 20 couldn't come at a better time.
Oh,
Oh, beautiful.
nice.
I just like to.
Funny thing is, I really do want to fight, but it's just not the time for it. I think we see how we can do.
I want to know what the.
You're lawful good. You're okay with this.
Yeah, this is.
You know,
I like dancing around the fight.
I think I'm actually didn't think about it, but I think I am playing the character right. I'm lawful. I'm good, but I'm chaotic. It's like annoying me that we're not doing anything. But I'm like, okay, that's where it should be.
Fine. I want to know what the creature is before we have to fight our way in.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Well, the other thing is,
Is it
keep
worth
in
it?
mind that now they're going to lead you into the inner chamber.
Wait.
And you see these 2 kobolds right here run over to these things, and there's these 2 posts with these large ropes.
Traps. We get to avoid the traps.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
there's these two ropes here that are this like wooden like stakes that are a gate where they go into the mud and the dirt, and they pull, and it's very much so King Kong, like the exactly coming up with, but it's wooden and like strapped together. There's two stones roped into it, so it's weighted down and stuff.
Like the Wish.com version of King Kong Escape.
Yeah, and you're about to step forward. He goes, no, around, and you look down and you see what appears to be hay with some like dirt thrown over it. And you kind of move it with your foot, and you see punji sticks down below. And you start to look around, and you notice all the little traps here and there. That there are spots in this place that are just death traps. Like there's another one of those wooden logs up top that's like in this crevasse and ready to swing outwards and go down this crevasse here.
Tried to fight and leave this place. It could have been very treacherous.
They honestly. You think the traps are probably more dangerous than the kobolds were.
I imagine so.
I believe it.
And they're better at setting traps than they are at combat.
They're not that impressive at combat so far.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
But they also didn't get pack tactics on you guys yet.
Exactly.
So he leads you around the traps here and there, and there are a few that are very obvious. There's a few that you're not quite sure what he led you around. It's
I'm trying to remember where what we're avoiding.
Yeah, you can do that. Make an intelligence check for me.
I would like to do the same.
Go for it.
You try it, please.
Will do.
The smart guy in the room.
15 for
Yeah, no.
intelligence.
6.
It actually works out well with you because actually just
12.
Nice.
Okay. 16.
so that actually works really well for you because of the fact that you are a dwarf and you have a stone crafting ability and an affinity for stonework, you're able to kind of look at it and go, okay, that's where I'd put one, and there was one. And that's where I'd put one, and there's one.
That makes sense.
And I bet you if they did a trap, oh, there it is. Okay, gotcha. And you realize that there is solid ground coming out here, and you kind of have this weird pathway that zigzags, and it sharps all the way around this way. You have to go down this way, and then you are able to go this way. So it's this weird winding path that he takes you through. And it's almost like a dance.
That explains why the room is so big.
And you guys adeptly avoid the encounter with the horde of kobolds. For now. And the gate raises up for you, and there's a torch on either side of it.
Consider it.
It is. And he takes you to the edge of the room and then points and goes, "You go, give tribute," with his staff. Do you enter?
I would like to. Would it be found aggressive if I used fine traps?
I would suggest that you communicate to him what you're trying to do.
Okay. Considering the number of traps that we've seen in here, am I safe to walk forward? Am I safe to?
Don't walk on that stone. And you look over, and he points at it's like a block, and it's like raised a little bit. Now that he says it, and he steps on it just fine. But you have a feeling anybody heavier might trigger something, and probably the porkless would just back down on you.
Okay.
So you avoid it, and
Okay, so I don't need to use
and
fine
it's
traps.
and it's this one right here. So that's why he had you go this
Yes,
way.
thank you.
So they walk over it just fine, but that's because they're a lot lighter than you. Yeah. So as you go into the next room, let's clean these off. They don't follow you, which is
Curious.
yeah, it is
How
curious.
about Kirby?
Kirby has disappeared.
Aww.
When all the kobolds scurried back into the halls, the instincts went, "Oh yes, I go with Mama," and just literally family member over there, whoever it was, cousin, second cousin.
As
both.
I get out of their line of sight, I'm going to ready Ray of Frost in my staff.
Okay. And we enter the next room.
We're gonna need to wrap up.
We will.
Okay. What's next on your agenda?
Resident Evil.
Oh, very cool. What time? How much time do we have? You have like 20 minutes, 1 minute, or like?
He's about 15 minutes out, so let's call it 1:30.
So
we can.
as you enter,
So why don't we? At this point, we just start running.
let's see where we go. I think I don't know what this.
We can wrap this up pretty concisely. Probably the next. You said half an hour.
About 2 minutes.
We can do that.
Oh yes, the early Mercer trick.
So you guys enter, and it's kind of dark in here, but you have the light. That's fine.
Okay.
Right here.
Well,
You
I have the
use
light
that
that
for drawing.
draws out darker.
That's your character sheet, though.
Okay, well, that one I don't think I need.
That's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
Okay.
So
You can borrow my mom.
you see that it goes left and right, and that there's like some pathways, and the stone there's more like stalactites and stalagmites hanging down and connecting.
Okay.
So it's less a community area like the first one was, where it's like, oh, there's an area, a common area here where the things are trading and
So this
moving around.
belongs to the queen.
This is a different area, and you do see some movement, but it's hard to see what. Oh no, I have a picture.
You will
Thank you.
find
No,
it.
but it's right there.
No, I mean, it's not so much hard to see because of the darkness. It's hard to see through the rocks, and because there's openings and stuff. But it's kind of like, okay, well, what's beyond there though? It's harder to see the darkness that way, and the light doesn't really shine too much further. So you get a little bit of movement maybe over there, but nothing much. And you're not sure if it's just moving water or shadows or what it is. But you enter, and you hear the gate close behind you guys.
Should've seen that coming.
Slowly. It doesn't. It's just kind of like you hear the ching 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 ching, and you realize, oh, that's going down. Got it.
Okay.
And then it goes.
On the plus side, we did notice that there are stones attached to the gate, so if we have to open the gate, we
Like,
cut the stones off first and then try and hit the gate.
Yeah.
It's like entering
Smart.
Bowser's chamber in the
Kinda.
Mario games.
All right. So,
I will ask you to choose a coin to represent yourselves.
I'm gonna keep being the fat kid.
You be fat kid.
You want to be the dime or the penny?
I'll go down because I'm the skinniest.
Okay.
Sounds good.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Y'all
So-
made it more complicated.
I did not.
We're gonna bring the dwarf in
Not
first,
even gonna go there.
and the two of you guys there. So as you guys move in here a little bit, we
You wanna
will.
slide? You can move the microphone
got
if
it.
you need to. It's
You guys
that's
see
just
a
the
little-
microphone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be right there.
Nope, not at all.
There you
It's
go.
just
Cool.
to make sure that the theme can be.
You see that there's kind of a common area, a center area, and you hear something move in here.
What's
And-
the- oh, shit, we should have.
Somebody
asked
gonna
what
get-
to refer to her by.
Oh, somebody in your. Oh, actually, we can remember what they called her.
Now, the gate behind you is like a hashed gate, so you can go back
Oh,
and like
talk.
talk through it.
Okay, I'm gonna turn
It's
around.
the brood mother, by the way.
What?
It's the
Out
title.
of respect, what do we call your queen?
We cannot give her true name, but we call her Kahil.
Kahil. Because it starts with the
And he says it like that, like Kahil. And he rattles his chain a little bit afterwards for effect.
Yes.
The flavor.
Yeah, I think
All right.
you're on the right track. There you go. I think that works.
Kaheel, just like it sounds.
Oh.
So not what I was.
I-E-A-L.
All right. And I will. Well,
And then he did,
I've got
and then
words in
and you
the-
see the little eyes through it. And he goes Kahil, and he disappears.
Nice. Good color. Good color.
You didn't ask for his name either.
I love the kobolds. They're funny. Okay.
Wait till you meet
It's
Spurt.
Jerry.
All right.
Is it Roscoe Jenkins? What was his name? The one video game that somebody was yelling. He would just go running.
Leroy Jenkins.
Leroy Jenkins. That's
Close.
All right, chumps, let's do this. So
That's yours. So somebody with better charisma should probably holler.
who would like to seduce the dragon? I'm kidding.
It sounds like
to seduce them, but you know.
There is not a bard in the party. There will be no seduction.
Exactly.
I mean, unless we have a really weird fighter.
It's possible.
Draconic fighter. Okay.
I mean, am I chased? Is that?
I don't know. Are you chased?
Clerics, I don't know.
Greetings, Mother Kahil. Kahil. We come to honor you
And I go.
and meet you. Nice, nice. Perfect.
Kalima.
No, nice.
I thought about that. I was like, no, to 1 point. So,
So that's what I say. She ain't say
What-
anything back.
what do you say?
Greetings, Mother Kahil. We come to honor and meet you.
We
Roll a persuasion for me.
Guidance.
Ooh. Gonna need that, guys.
What's your total?
Total is 6.
Okay.
2 plus 2 plus 2. No ones.
And you hear your voice echo through the cavern, and it kind of goes, and then it comes back to you a little bit through the other way. So it's like there's some reverberation in here. You hear a little bit of trickling of water, and then you hear, "Come forward."
Nice.
Common.
God.
Um,
You yelled out in common, it responds in kind.
please tell me it's not a Medusa. That's all I'm looking for. Okay.
That would be bad.
Yeah, it would. Do Medusas work in total darkness? Like, if you can't see them, do they work?
I don't know.
Anyway.
It's probably a good thing that it probably means a good thing that I don't know, because otherwise I would have done that
Yeah, I was
research.
gonna say, that's lack of information is information.
You want to lead? Want me to lead?
Yeah. I'm gonna move forward.
You want to move forward to the
Once
center?
we're not a wizard sandwich, I'm going in the back.
As you guys,
I'm going to vote we stay against the walls.
which ways would you guys like to do? Go.
I'm gonna move right there.
Right down
Right
the
up
middle.
here.
I'm going to stay right. I'm going to put one shoulder against the wall on the way down.
Okay.
I'm gonna basically be right on this corner just to.
I want all three of you guys to roll a perception check. Also, there's, as you guys move into this, there's a little bit of mist in here. It's not cold though, it's warm. A warm mist, almost like steam, which is weird.
Okay.
In addition to perception.
I do not. I thought. Oh, proficiency gets added to your perception, doesn't it?
No.
No.
Perception is.
It's right here. Yeah. It's plus
If you-
0. It's a wisdom.
So,
I got
perception?
21, by the way.
Nice.
No, 21.
Nice.
My
What
luck's
do you
coming back.
What do you perceive?
Oh,
Everything.
you hear something, and you get a very brief glimpse of a shadow go over you. Just in a straight line, just.
Has its wings.
I think I know what it is.
So, what do we do next?
We come bearing gifts and offer a trade.
Alright, let him talk.
And you hear, "Come closer."
Can we tell what direction the voice is coming from?
I don't know where you are,
It
Malish.
not with your perception check.
Not mine. Okay.
We'll do another one in a minute here
Yeah,
if we
please
get
look.
further into here.
I
But
would, but I don't know where you are. Can you show yourself?
okay,
At this point, I'm going in the middle.
roll persuasion.
Oh, good. That's great.
You still roll high.
Oh!
Not like that.
It's a -1.
So 0. You hear, "I will come forward, and you will leave all for me." And you start to notice around your feet that there's copper pieces all over the place. Not a lot of them, but they're all over the floor
she's
and
messy.
pieces of the.
I'll take a couple of copper pieces and drop them.
And
on
drop
the ground.
them. And you hear swooping over you all.
Which direction is it going? Can I make an investigation? Check it out.
I want you to roll initiative because I
Oh.
want to see how quickly you guys can react to what sounds like an aggressive movement towards you because it actively sounds like it.
15.
15.
Thank you. 13.
11.
So
We're closely grouped.
15. You 13? You said?
You got a 13.
Both of you guys got 13.
No, I got 11.
You got 11. So we have
T13.
13, and then Gwent is an 11. Now we need to roll. Okay.
And secret checks.
20.
I hate that shit.
Yeah.
I hate secret checks.
Okay.
I've known DMs that they'll write down they actually write them ahead of time. So they just look at the sheet.
It's actually a good
cross one
strategy
I like
because
that.
it makes combat a lot quicker,
And you
especially
don't
if you
have
have a large group of them.
off, and then you don't have to. Yeah, and then the party doesn't even know when you're rolling.
Yeah. Oftentimes they'll just do a list of rolls and they'll just mark them off as they do things. Yeah, it's smart. You sense an attack coming in,
Even
And
after
is-
drop the coins?
even after you drop the coins.
Okay.
She wants it all. And you're trapped in there with her. You're in her lair. What do you do?
I'm going to drop Ray of Frost. And
Okay.
cast Lightning Bolt.
You want to count last lightning bolt. Do you see him or her? I need you to roll a perception check to see if you can target the person. Because I know how to make you
Okay,
spend
that's
it.
a good idea. I'll roll
It's a
perception
it's a
check.
third level
Still-
spell.
Oh,
Not
no,
gonna make
no,
you roll.
actually, I changed that. I'm
We're
going
not
to keep
gonna
Ray of
really
Frost
work.
on. I'm
I mean,
going to...
not
So
if
you
I
can
see
spot.
it.
Oh, no,
I
that's
think
fine.
we
No,
can still-
yeah, we're fine.
Let's see.
Perception?
Yeah.
14.
14. You do see a shadow over you. Do you want to try to take an attack at it?
I don't want to risk it.
I mean, it's a cantrip. You can fire him off as you want to.
No, Lightning Bolt's at 3rd level.
And well, you don't want to. Do you want to use the lightning bolt at it, or do you want to?
No, I'm going to try Ray of Frost.
You
So
try
if
Ray
it
of
fails,
Frost.
that's fine. I don't
Okay.
waste the 3rd level spell.
Sounds good. Make an attack.
Now we're in it.
9.
9
Wait, plus 8 is my spellcasting
plus
modifier,
8.
Nice.
So 17.
That's better.
17. 17 hits.
It's a bit better.
Roll damage.
It's
Two-
he found it and hit it.
He
Hit
saw
something.
a dark shadow over the top.
No
And he
way.
and he shot a ray of frost at it.
No way.
It's 2 of them, right? 2 of my...
2d8.
So even with dark vision, we don't have a clear.
You see,
effort?
because of the mist, it's kind of like this movement and stuff like that. And again, the mist isn't cold because it's not settling. It's like rising around you guys.
What do you need?
10.
10 damage. All right.
Nice.
So we have 10.
I'm also gonna cast. I'm also gonna get tell you should cast that light spell soon.
Light spells already.
No, because I've got one.
Oh, yes?
I've
He's
got one already in my.
He's got the
already in my
light
weapon,
cantrip on
right?
that, and that is
I thought you wanted
assisting
the
you
second
say
one.
see
I've got
in
one
the
already.
darkness. It's just through the mist. And then just out of game, the mist will dissipate, so you guys will have a better, clear view as what you guys are fighting as time goes on, especially as combat initiates.
I think I know it.
Okay.
What it is.
So you see it, and you quickly, with the 2 fingers, and a bolt of frost goes, and you see clearly for the first time, all of you, the silhouette of wings up above as frost hits the chest, and it goes, ah! And fire comes flying downwards at you guys. I need all 3 of you guys to make a dexterity saving throw.
In that brief instant, can I roll a perception check to kind of see like the outline of everything?
You did roll a perception check to try to catch it. You did get a look at it. It is winged.
What are we rolling in?
A
Dexterity.
dexterity saving throw.
23.
7.
You
23.
use a standard dexterity modifier, right?
And
Plus
you're not
your-
proficient in it, so yes, just the
Oh,
modifier.
saving. Oh, you can be proficient in saving throws.
Some of them. Each
didn't
class
know
is
that.
proficient in 2 saving throws of some sort.
What did my bless do for us?
You have a D4 on your saving throw.
Oh, thank God.
So give me the total for you guys. You passed, you'll take half damage on this.
Oh man.
And I don't have bless.
So I'm
anyways,
at 10.
right?
No, but
Because I'm just
you
That's
succeed
green,
on the
so
saving
10.
throw, so you'll take half damage.
I think you're fine with a 10 and I have a 9. I think I suffer and you don't. That's my guess. We'll see.
So how much?
9 and 10.
9 and 10. Both fail, you'll take full damage.
Okay.
Some highs and lows. So
That's a
12.
6.
There's 2 6s.
Oh, wow.
That's a 6.
Okay. So
And that's a 1. So
just throw your
17,
drink. Come
18.
downstairs.
18 damage to both of you guys.
Wow.
It's fire damage. I don't know if that
And 9
affects.
to me, right?
And 9 to you.
Doesn't change much for me.
I don't think you guys are any of you guys are resistant to
I'm
fire.
sorry, what was it? How much?
It's 18 damage.
18.
And you guys hear a shattering noise, which is, if it was a breath weapon, you would hear,
Okay.
but you hear "Ching, vroom," as something shatters and causes flame.
Oh.
Oh.
Gather.
Okay.
Gather art.
Cool. Careful now.
Yep.
And as you made a success, I'll let you move 5 squares in a direction you'd like, or not 5 squares, a square, like 5 feet in a direction. So if you like want to roll over this way or roll over this way.
Us?
Yeah, she threw from above you guys. She tossed something at you. It seemed like fire came from it, but something didn't quite line right. Yeah,
Holding on,
but it was a fire of some sort. Yeah, a Molotov almost,
was it from here, this side or that side?
right above you. You just
Right
flying
above
over and
between
dropped
us,
something
okay.
on you like a
I'm
ball.
gonna go here so I can at least
Okay.
have partial cover.
I just wanted to, because you succeeded very well on your dexterity. I imagine you roll out of the way and got covered, and that's why you only took a little bit of the flames.
Nice.
All right, so I'm going to reveal the map as that fire dissipated a lot of the mist and allows you guys to see roughly what the layout of this place is.
Okay.
And you may not see this area necessarily and stuff like that, but we'll explore it, and I trust you guys. And we will put her here.
I was gonna put
In
that.
her
Can we
turn,
actually see her at this point?
you saw movement above there and like a silhouette, and you saw him ray of froster, and that gave you guys a good vision of when it hit.
This is where she was when she got hit, but we don't know exactly.
And she kind of tumbled out of the way and out of the vision again.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, actually, I
I
need to
feel like
roll
on my
initiative
red
for a couple
cross-
other things. I need to roll initiative for something
I
else.
feel like on my Ray of Frost, I just kind of like
Too bad.
ran a couple steps, slid just
Nice.
one,
Like you did like a baseball
like-
slide.
and that kind of like, and then I just slid to evade her fire.
Nice.
As long as I have a visual on her. I
That's
know
the
what I'm
problem.
doing
I think
next.
that's gonna be the problem, is maintaining a visual.
Next visual, as long as I have a visual and she's like closer, I'm just gonna be
And
like lightning
actually-
bolt, lightning bolt.
Because you hit her in the air and did 10 damage, not too bad.
Not terrible for a
You do
cantrip.
hear kind of like a clattering on the other side of the cave,
Okay.
almost like it landed.
Oh, okay. Thank
And
you.
it may not be grounded, but it's definitely not in the air swooping around right now.
Got it. I'm gonna assume these are essentially caverns. They're not carved.
No, this is much more of
So-
a natural cavern
So there-
formation.
Are there some spots in the ceiling that are lower where like she couldn't fly over me?
A little bit. And you know, you
Hey,
can
how's
see
it
this
going?
with the stalactites here. Hello.
Hello.
Kevin?
Nice to meet you, Kevin.
Kevin, I think you
Brandon.
met Neil.
I believe so.
Yeah,
How you doing, man?
Hey, buddy.
Wow, look how big it got.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
Happens.
I got stuff everywhere, but
Yeah, make yourself
sit over there.
comfortable. I know there's not a ton
So,
of space.
what happened is you got a vision, a brief vision of this winged thing flying through the cavern, and when the fire landed, it was with a clatter, like a shatter noise, rather than like a breath out.
Okay.
It didn't seem to come from it. It seemed to come from where that thing landed and shattered.
Mine were like almost like a Molotov cocktail kind of thing.
Interesting. Okay. So that she
So
threw
some
something at
some
us.
things aren't. Yeah, exactly.
And
And-
then we hear a sound like she landed somewhere.
You hear like a clattering over in this noise as like scraping like claws against stone.
Okay. And who's up?
It is.
Me, right?
It is you.
All right. So we don't have a visual on her. These are walls.
The black part.
They're like stalactites or rocks in the way. You wouldn't be able to move through those freely.
Oh, that
Can I see them through them kind of? Can I see basically what?
You can kind of get a sense based on the noise and the motion and where she flew towards,
Okay.
where that she's over here somewhere. That's why I left her over this way.
If she's doing area attacks, it may be best for us to disperse a bit.
Seems like it might be an idea.
I can guard you, but let's at least get away from him. So
Oh
we're
yeah,
not-
that's a good idea.
I can try and guard you.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Um,
need you to guard me.
I can try.
I need.
Yeah, well, get good because you can do.
Okay,
if
now
she
I'm
doesn't
going
land, I can't touch
to-
her.
Use the area effect
Not very well. I have reach, but not great reach.
here.
And my armor class
As I can
is
see.
17, so
Okay.
if she.
I want to use my spirit gardens.
Oh,
Ah.
Spirit Garden's at a radius around you, as far as I understand.
Oh, around me.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So you can definitely move over there. Let's
Okay.
see. So you go 1,
Well, that's
2,
pretty handy,
3, 4, 5.
actually. If you get to yourself,
You know what? Actually, that's good. I'm gonna move there.
And you're up against the rock there, so you would
So I
have
have
partial
cover.
cover depending on how things move and stuff
Okay.
like that. You
I
can
would
move
like
there,
to
or I
poke my
can,
head out.
or if you want to go here to try. Yeah, I would say you have partial vision over there.
Okay,
If you
I'd
wanted
like
to try
poke
to-
my head out
Uh huh.
and use, if I understand it correctly.
I'll say this: the corners of these and stuff like that are not hard cover, so you can see through. And like, for example, you can move through this at like half speed.
okay.
You can also see through it and cast through it.
Okay. got
So
it.
if you, but if it's a full block like this, not so much.
Got it. I
But
see.
if you're on the edge here, you're fine.
So for now, I could cast something in.
You do see her, and what it is she's kind of clambered against the rock wall there, and you see 4 limbs grabbed onto the rock and scraping into it, and 2 wings over her back that cover part of her back, and she's trying to clamber back up and get ready to launch back out over.
Does he recognize? Do any of us recognize what this thing is?
Yeah. Well, that's actually going to be part of my turn.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Right.
Go
That
ahead.
would be a bonus action. To,
Yeah, you can
Good
use
check.
bonus action to see if you know what this
so
is.
number 1, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Nice.
Go ahead, roll. It's a nature check, I think it would be, or Arcana. It's up to you.
That's a straight. Okay, so
Okay.
9.
It looks like some sort of kobold kin. It's not. Dragon doesn't seem right,
Okay.
but it's something draconic and it's something that's not nice.
Okay. So
Mean
now I'm
draconic
going
thing.
to, if I understand it correctly, Sacred Flame is a
Cantrip.
ranged attack.
It is a ranged attack.
Okay.
So it needs to make a dexterity saving throw against your.
That's what
What's
I'm
your DC? 15.
Yep.
Okay. It fails. 2d8s. Radiant damage.
2d8s.
And she needs to make a dex throw to maintain her.
By the way, there's no
10.
limit on
10.
parking up front of the building, right?
It says 2 hours, but
Oh, does it really?
never ending.
Oh.
And I went past the 2-hour mark. It's not residential.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Okay, she does hang on to the stone. So she's about like 5 to 10 feet up on the wall there, but she's definitely within your vision and stuff like that. And you can call out and let your friends know, over here I found her, if you would like.
Okay. I'll do that.
Okay. So you guys know roughly where she is. It is Gwent's turn.
I don't know in this version if you can defer, but I will defer, and because I just want to protect you. So if you can tell me where you want to go, I'll go there first, and you can follow.
I want to go here, having
Right
cover
next to him?
behind him.
Well, I want you to take cover, and then if you take cover behind me at him, there's no point in me going over there too. It just makes it easier for her to hit. But I can't do anything alone. Well, I could try. Anyway, I didn't even ask. Ceiling height, like 30, 40 feet.
It's like 30 feet, maybe
Okay.
a little bit taller in some areas, maybe a little bit
Quite a
lower.
ranged
In
weapon.
I didn't give you anything,
Yeah.
but you can have 3 javelins,
Okay, that'll work.
and
Okay.
they're ranged attacks. You add your dex to hit rather than
I
your
think javelins
strength.
have strength. So they have strength to damage.
They do,
Okay,
but
cool.
it is dex to hit because
That's
it's
fine.
you know
ranged.
it's a,
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
so
Okay, good. I have something.
yes, and you have 3 of those, and you can retrieve them.
Right, got it.
So
Okay, if you go, then I will still defer to see what he's doing.
okay.
So can you do that? Can you fall back in the order in this version?
You can hold your attack, but you need to tell me what you would like to hold it for.
I can't hold and move though. I can't.
No, but
okay.
you can move now and then hold your action for an attack based on what happens. So, for example, say if she's in melee range, I will attack her, and then you would use your action to use both of your attacks. Does that make sense?
Got it. It does. I can actually just can I say? Are you gonna follow? Do you want me to protect you?
It should be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
That solves that problem.
So where would you
Each
like
one
to
is
go?
5, right? I'm
Yes.
right there. So I can move.
And you can move diagonally as 1.
Got it. But it's only go 6. I don't want to end up next to him.
So you can go down and try to go around where this area is if you like.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll do a double move.
Yeah, you can use your action to move if you'd like.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay. There you go.
I probably should have gone the other way, but that's okay.
That's okay. You do get a bit of a vision of some claws scraping along the walls there as it's trying to cling onto the. As soon as it, because these kind of all within the round all happen at the same time. So you see him hit a sacred flame in a flash of light, and you see in the back of something
Perfect.
that it scrapes down in there, so you know roughly where it is.
Okay, good.
All right.
Next up.
Next up is
That's
Alpha Stall.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is 1, 2, 3, 4.
too far up there.
Actually, yeah, is like
3 and a half.
if right here,
1/3.
this square that I'm on right now,
Okay.
would I be able to duck or poke my head out in front of him?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
you
so
can you have line of sight on her. He's not directly in front of you, just a heads up.
Okay.
But that's okay.
So I'm going to charge up, and my eyes sort of like go white, and like little sparks of electricity shoot out of them, and I'm just gonna Hadouken.
You're gonna do a lightning bolt. Is that correct?
I like it.
What is lightning bolt? Is it a attack for you? A ranged attack? Spell attack? Or is it a-
Dex saving throw.
Dex saving throw.
8d6 lightning damage.
8d6 be sweet, yes.
But
Ooh, I can't tell, but it looks low.
what is your spell DC? Your save DC.
16.
16. It does hit with 17, so it makes it. But it does take half damage. Roll those
That's
d8, and it's gonna take half
It's
damage lightning.
86.
You need some D6s?
Or you can just roll 4 of them.
1,
There you go.
12.
You get 2 6s?
2. That's 5, so.
You keep, 12.
17 divided by
17.
half. So 8
That's,
damage.
that's 4 of
17,
them.
that's only
he gets,
4.
He gets 8 of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
17,
5,
22.
22.
and then 7.
29 divided by
29.
2, you round down, so 14.
14.
Actually, you round up.
So
That's a DM skill.
you're. I'll round up. You guys are heroes. So it does 15 damage to her. And you see the mage reach out with his staff and point it towards, and an arc of lightning just burns through the stone, and pieces of stone come tumbling down, and it cuts across. And the dragon tries to reach around it and like duck downwards, and it gets a little bit, but its legs don't get out of the way, and it burns and scorches its side across as it cuts across the stonework. And you see this rivet of lightning damage to the stonework.
Nicely done.
Okay, so 15, correct?
Yeah.
We're gonna find out what she can do.
Minus, so that's the
Did
total.
we do damage of 10 to it twice?
35. Yes. So
Okay.
I'm just adding it into
Okay,
the
cool,
total.
yeah.
So this is a total here.
Yeah.
Like mine was 20.
Oh, that's right. That's you did 10. You did
So you did 10 and then another 10 for him,
Cool.
and then
I haven't done anything yet.
15.
you moved in position.
I'm running around.
So it is her. It is actually not her turn now. It is. You see scurry around here a kobold that has a breastplate on it
Okay.
and has a spear rather than it doesn't have a little dagger or anything like
No
that.
magic helmet.
It seems. What was that?
No magic helmet, just a spear.
No magic helmet.
Okay.
Has a spear, and then this other guy comes running around here and doesn't quite get to you and sees you there, goes, "Ah!" and pulls the spear out as well. So you do see a couple of the like what seem to be guard kobolds, and one more comes running out this way and doesn't quite make it to that right either. So you know there are other creatures in here. That is their turn, and then we have.
Is Arcane Recovery a free action? Or is it a bonus action?
It's what you do during a short rest.
I have to do it during a short rest?
It's a
It's,
it's something you sit down and like really meditate and recover the.
Dang it, I was gonna like
So
Yeah. Try and get it back.
lightning bolt
And
and
lightning
then
bolt.
Arcane Recovery and then lightning bolt again.
so it is her turn again, and you see very clearly from her branch. Actually, all three of you see very clearly. She turns and her wings don't like flap. They just turn and she glides on them,
Okay.
and they are very stiff almost.
Okay.
And she glides.
You're an angry flying squirrel.
She glides across here.
That's why she has to climb on the walls. Got it.
She glides across here, and
Wow.
you see her
She did
disappear
well.
that way.
That's annoying.
She's got about 40 feet of movement. Let's say. Let's see.
She can go right through those
2,
black spaces.
3, 4. She slides over the stalactites.
Okay, got it. That's okay. That's what they are, guys.
7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So she's here. She's still in the air. And she will swipe at. She chucks a rock actually.
Nice.
She like from a patch. She put like a good chunk of rock
Okay.
and just chucks it down at Dristan, who has an AC of what?
Nice. Tristan, your AC, I'm gonna borrow you 20.
Yeah,
21.
21. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it does not hit,
Right.
and you bring your shield up and bat it away as it comes flying this boulder at you.
Nicely done.
Punch it back.
Thank you. Thank
Mhm.
you.
And
Hey, put your back out like that.
now it is Dristan's turn.
Okay.
And I would say from here you do have line of sight on it because it did fly over the stalactites, so it does, and it is above them.
What the hell? Alright. So I am going to.
Light her up.
Yeah, Kevin's going to try that.
Yeah.
That HDMI. What's going on?
Just troubleshoot stuff.
Yeah. Okay, I am going to do. So is she on the wall? Is she on the ceiling? Or is she?
She's flying across the room here,
Okay.
and she took an attack on you, so couldn't double move, and she's right above
Very
here.
angry flying.
Just still flying?
She's still in the air.
Exactly.
I love
Okay.
that terminal.
I'm going to.
Very angry, very dangerous.
Exactly.
Flying squirrel.
Use command that.
Okay. What do you command her to do?
Come back.
Come back?
Oh.
All right.
Nice.
What is the saving throw for that? I believe it's a wisdom saving throw for command.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I didn't print out the thing for you, so.
Fails. Fails. Screen lit up. Yeah. What in the hell?
This is fun. Thank you for.
Yeah. Thank you for being patient. I know it's gone a little bit late.
I'm enjoying playing a wizard.
It
Never played
is.
You're good at it.
This is my first time.
That's cool. You're
I
good
like
at
the
it.
spellcasters.
I can see that. And they're more fun once they get to the like
Wisdom.
level. 'Cause you can
Yeah,
go-
because then you can just hurl fireballs.
Yeah.
So, wisdom is not her.
Really nilly.
Wisdom is not her
Willy-nilly,
jam.
yes, exactly. That'd be a good name for
What's
a wizard,
your
by the way.
What's your DC?
Willy.
His DC is 15. I rolled a 15, but she has a -1 to wisdom.
Oh, seriously?
Oh.
No.
So she fails.
Nice.
That's awesome.
So she's coming back.
So she will use her turn to come back on her whole turn. Her whole turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
She that's what the command does is it requires them on the next turn to follow that command.
Nicely done.
So we have Wint. What do you do?
Well,
Going to the gym.
if you interrupt the command spell by hitting the characters, that means the command goes away?
No.
Okay.
I'm just trying to keep her.
Then I'm gonna throw a javelin at her.
Okay.
And dexterity modifier +2. 10 to hit.
The
Probably not gonna
stalactites
hit.
kind of get in the way as you chuck it and it goes ching ching ching, and you don't quite get the right angle on it to be able to hit.
Is this thing, how far away is this thing?
That is about 5 feet from you.
Okay. Then can I use my second attack as a
You
weapon
can,
on him?
yeah.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
So you move closer to him and you
Yes.
make a and you chuck the thing, and with that same action, grab the
Exactly.
blade and pull across and just
Exactly.
across him.
Envisioning matrix. I'm not good on that one either. But I have a higher. It's strength is to hit, right?
It is
And
4
plus
plus
your
your.
plus proficiency.
So
So
it's
7, 14.
14.
Might-
14 hits.
Okay, cool. That's better.
Normally their AC is 12, but these are slightly armored, and you hit
Okay.
with 14.
And die 10 plus 4, as I recall.
10 plus 4. That's
14.
a 10. 14 damage. You
Okay.
you come across and you rake, and it goes across his chest and digs through the armor. And you
That was
see
what I
him
intended.
stumble backwards in a full 14 damage. He is looking on death's door.
Oh damn! But he made it through. That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
You can tell he's holding, like, trying to hold the armor together to keep that wound
Yeah,
closed.
nice.
And he's just like, he's afraid of you now.
Okay, we should.
But he's on death's door.
Okay.
We will now go back to the top of the initiative. Fastal?
Okay, I'm gonna move back.
Who's on death's door?
The kobold that he attacked.
I just
I
did maximum damage
Some
to
kobolds
my
came out of
blade.
the woodworks with some breastplates and spears.
I missed that.
I could
Nice.
still hit her. And I would
You
be
can.
at disadvantage.
Just a heads up, this is a kobold here.
There you go.
You
Yeah.
are behind the slide tight right here, and because you would get cover from it, so should she. So if she were to throw like a breath weapon at you or something like that, you would have cover because of this bit. So would she, based on you. So, but you can move out to here, not be in melee range of him,
Okay.
but he will be able to move
that
into
sounds-
melee range of you in your next turn, though.
Okay, but I've only used some. I'm gonna move back after I'm done with this
Okay.
attack. So I'm going to grab my staff, slam it against the floor, and there's little sparks of energy from my staff into the gem that coalesce into a little ball, and then I just slam it again. Just goes flying. I'm gonna do lightning bolt again.
Lightning bolt again.
I love this spell.
All right.
By the way, you make a
Dexterity.
good magic user.
Dexterity saving
You
throw.
make a very
That is
good
a
magic user.
fail.
Oh.
Roll your damage, my
Roll
friend.
damage.
Hold on. Let's do this right way. How many d8s do you have?
I mean, you have
Or
two.
is it d6s or d8s?
D6s.
Wait, yeah, it's 18.
Just remember which ones you got.
There's
You roll
those.
these with this- You can roll all 4 of those. You can mix them in. You know which ones are yours, right?
Yeah. So
You need one more.
how many do you
That's
need? 8?
One more. Here.
I don't have any more 6s with me.
Alright, let's see. If
Roll them all.
Roll that big damage.
1, 3, 10, 16,
Okay. I need to-
21.
I need to organize this.
Okay.
1 and 1.
10, 15, wait, 5, 5, 10, 15, 21. Yeah.
21. 21
Nice
points of
damage,
damage.
buddy. Nice.
As you see it arc down,
Nice.
this time he goes over with this ball.
Wicked.
And as he pulls it, the ball arcs across, and you just see it go straight down, and the thing can't get out of the way. Because it's instead of going across, it just goes straight down across it, and it rakes its back as it flies through the air, and just like you see it actually like the bones in it just for a second, like an X-ray, and it takes 21
Nice
points of
visual.
damage.
And I just laugh
Nice
manfully.
visual. Nice.
I'm at a 3rd level spell full, so.
Well done, well done. There's a good usage of those.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes,
fine.
you did. You hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice job.
And I still have all 3 of my 2nd level spells because I have Shatter and Mind Spike.
Nice.
Nice. I don't even know what Mind Spike does.
It's a it does like psychic damage, and then he can track it
It's a
Oh.
for like an hour or something like that.
tracking.
Really?
Oh wait, it's a
You have to-
tracking
but you have to
spell,
hit it with
but
it.
It's so
You have to do
much.
damage to
It's
it.
so
It
much
mind
damage,
spikes
would
it, and
probably
then you
kill
know
it.
where to.
Yeah. Oh.
It's like
Because
it's like
3d8
3D.
damage.
Yeah, 3d8. It's like
3d8
what
should-
max of 24. So plus I think it's
And it's the average is always half plus 1/2. So a half of the average on a die 8 is 4.5. So 3 die 8s can average to 13.5.
okay, not too bad.
Yeah.
Plus it's psychic damage,
You
so
probably would kill Cole.
and because
Yeah.
it's psychic
Yeah.
and because it's psychic damage, it surpasses a lot of resistances. So keep that in
Oh,
mind.
it is, so it is psychic. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the mind spike is a psychic damage one.
Cool.
All right, so that is your turn. Did you want to use the rest of your movement?
Just gonna 1, 2, back where I was.
Okay.
There you go.
So it is the Cobalt Centurions. This one will make an attack on Gwent.
You shouldn't have done that.
He shouldn't have, but it's, he is afraid of you, so he can't move closer to you, but he can attack you in desperation. He misses. What is your AC? 17?
17.
Yeah, he doesn't have a plus 10 to hit. So, you know, he's holding the armor, and he thrusts out with the spear, and it just kind of glances off your armor as you chuckle.
Oddly enough, when a creature misses me, I can make a melee attack weapon against the creature.
Oh.
So you want to spend a superiority die to be able to make him an attack? So he glances off to you, and as he does so, you just see this big open area.
Right there.
Make an attack. That's
10 plus, it should be 10 plus 7.
definitely a hit.
17.
So you're gonna roll your normal damage plus a d8 for the superior die damage.
Exactly. It was a bit overkill, but I don't want this guy. I don't want to.
Well, you did a little bit over half his health.
I
This
use-
guy's one down.
I have to use ritual.
9. Well, that's 9 plus 4,
12.
13. Plus, I get to add the 4 to that, so
Mhm.
that's 13 plus 3 is 16.
And the first strike you did 14 to him, right?
Yes.
So he is down. How do you want to do this?
There you go.
How do I want him to? How do I want to see?
How do you want to execute?
Oh,
this
what have I done?
Okay, this I'm gonna wait for.
What have I done?
When you get the killing blow, I want you to tell me how you do it.
So he misses me. I sidestep. I bring my shoulder around. I follow backwards to spin around, bringing the it's not a halberd. What is that? My glaive.
Glaive.
My glaive. I go low,
Mhm.
come up from about 7 o'clock, bring it up under his arm, and try and pick him up off the floor with the glaive.
You definitely do. Because he lunges like this, and you used to see that opening, and suddenly, sweeping under, he goes, and you just hear splat somewhere here in the distance.
Splat is the preferred. That's what I like to hear after.
Excellent.
Splat.
All right. So, that was his
That was
turn.
his move.
He's going, this one over here is going to see that and run away
Okay. That's
this
appropriate.
way.
That's appropriate.
And this one is going to move in to attack Afastal, who is in the bathroom, but I will do that when Heath's back.
That's fair.
So, after that, unfortunately, it is his turn.
Okay.
Let me attack him real quick, and I'll give him the damage when he gets back
It's
inside
his
even
turn. He
hit.
just cast the fireball. He just cast the lightning bolt. And I haven't
He
gone.
did. Oh, that's right. You know what? I was thinking it was your turn,
I know,
but
I
it was
haven't
your
gone.
reaction.
Yeah, it was a
So perfect. So we now have the Kobold's turn. That finishes the Kobold's turn, which I'm gonna use this Kobold to attack.
Okay.
That is a miss with his AC because it's only plus 4. I think it's
Trigger.
plus 5 to hit.
14.
Plus 7. No, he has
17.
major is 17. So no, it does not hit with the plus 6. So next is her turn. Kahil flies back.
Oh, yeah, she has to come back, doesn't she?
She has to return.
I forgot she had to return. That's awesome.
So she flies back
and stumbles this way because of the amount of damage, and she lands on this side of the stone.
That's what we wanted to see. That's what we wanted to see.
And you get a good look at her.
She missed you.
This kobold moved to you and tried to attack
Oh,
you.
he missed you. Yeah.
And a spear shot out at you, and a bit of purple armor like that wasn't visible before glances the mage armor glances the spear off of your side. And you kind of go, oh, that could have been a kidney.
Or at least a spleen.
Big hospital.
Maybe a spleen.
And then the Kahil's turn came, and she had to return. So she went back to the way she went, and then landed on the ground, not the wall. Because she launched off of the wall, she was able to move over there.
And whose turn is it now?
It is now your turn.
Yeah, I thought so.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go ahead and use the Spirit Guardians.
Okay, Spirit Guardians. So, let me look it up real quick, but I believe when you cast it, and then also at the beginning of other things' turns.
Would you like some Doritos instead?
We also have chicken and potatoes downstairs if you want to eat those.
Look at that.
So, would you like to describe how your Spirit Guardians go, or would you like me to? Because I have a. So what it is generally little either angelic or demonic figures will flit about and do damage to things within your area, depending on your. It is any enemies within an area that you deem an enemy. So like obviously good will be oftentimes like a little angelic sprites. Evil will be like little demonic sprites. But I would say as a god of the forge, each little spot is instead a little yellow anvil and hammer that slams downwards, and you just see like a spark of light that shoots out and rips through the air as it does. And you see ching, 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 ching all around him as these little anvils go off and forge his destiny.
Forge ahead.
And I believe, let's look real quick, make sure.
So what did you? I'm gonna watch video games. I don't know. Is it up and right?
Spirit Guardians, 15 feet. When you cast a spell, you can designate any number of creatures you can see be unaffected by it. So I'm guessing your allies. Unaffected creature's speed is halved in the area, and when the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it must make a Wisdom saving throw. So everything in the area, because it's the first time being in
You'll
the
actually damage it on its turn.
as well.
Yeah.
So it's a concentration thing. So they need to make a Dexterity saving throw, Wisdom saving throw. Ooh.
Good. -1. Is that a call?
Yep. Well, not. I think she's -1. They're -2.
Oh, I forgot about them. So it's all of the creatures.
Yeah, that's a failure against his DC on both their parts. So they will take damage, and he needs to roll it, which will be 3d8. Also, 1, 2, 3. No. So it does get her, and it does get this kobold.
Remy? Yes. When we get a chance? Yes.
3d8 radiant damage to all people that are starting.
Take your time. Yeah, take longer. You get 6 seconds.
What do we got?
3d8 radiant damage for your Spirit Guardians to both of
her
these.
and the kobold.
Whatever you roll is just going to be that damage because they both failed.
3, 8, nice. 12.
12 damage.
Yeah, that's handy.
He's looking rough, like you did about half of his damage, and then she is not looking good. So
I thought you were gonna say she's dead. I'm like, oh, wow.
not quite getting there though.
She's
She's looking
16
rough,
damage.
and you can see the wounds on her now.
While their turns are happening, would I be able to make like a nature check or something, or a con check?
What would you like
see
to do?
What she is.
Okay, did you roll that once already?
None of that, actually.
No. If you guys, now that you guys all three have a good look on her, and now she's grounded and stuff like that, roll a check for me.
Nature? Or Arcana. They're always the same thing.
Arcana.
Yeah, okay.
Arcana?
It wasn't intelligence.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
I got a 14.
I got a 5 plus 8 is 13.
13. So roughly around the same thing. This is some sort of kobold.
Okay.
It's not a dragon.
It's like an evolved kobold, some kind
But
of.
kobolds don't fly.
Okay.
So this is something kobold adjacent, but it's not a dragon.
It's kobold.
It's not a dragon.
Okay. Yeah, like, breath, there's a lack of breath
I'll have him roll as well. Yeah.
Not having breath was probably a tip off that.
Yeah, she's obviously trying to be a dragon.
And part of that is gathering a horde of
Copper pieces.
copper pieces. Well, she's still Cobalt adjacent.
Yeah, exactly. Did you find any of this anywhere, or you
The kobolds, yes, this is all made.
Well, for you.
No, thanks.
Man. Good job.
It's fun.
Well done.
I appreciate it.
Very well done.
I figured you guys were just going to track this thing back to this layer, but you're like, no, let's set a trap. All right, let's do it. Okay,
I didn't have a lot
so
of confidence in our tracking ability, actually.
Me neither.
let's see. It was her turn, his turn, and now it's your turn again. Use your reaction to,
I was trying to see
And
if
luckily-
Shatter Mind Spike were the exact.
and you can definitely move up to her and attack her if you'd
I can
like
attack
to.
her from here because I have reach.
You do.
So I would stay one away from her. I can actually move again when it's done if I feel like it. Yeah, 1 of 2 attacks, glaive. It's gonna be to hit. Yeah, it's my plus 7 to hit. First one 17. That may or may not hit her.
17 hits.
Okay. Well, 4, 13 damage. That's a nice
13.
roll. Really well on damage.
Okay.
Luckily, trying to keep up with you guys. You guys are lighting her up.
Ooh, you guys are lighting her up. So that's not 70,
13,
that's 81 damage total.
And on the backswing, I missed on the backswing.
Missed on the
11.
backswing. So you gracefully attack once, and then you go ring around, and it hits the rock behind you, and it just slows you down enough that the wing comes up, and it digs into wood.
That makes sense.
Wood. And you're like,
Wood.
huh? Because you hear as you crunch into it. It doesn't hurt her, but a wing shouldn't be made of wood. And you start to realize there's
That's
canvas
great.
between the wood, and these aren't organic. Whatever this
Okay.
is, it's a construct of some sort.
Nice. Good for her.
Frank says you should,
Good for her.
Frank says you should publish this on drive-through RPG.
Aw, well, thanks, Frank. I trust him on that. So, and she kind of thrusts her wing off to like push you off, and you can definitely see that she pushes it around and maneuvers it around, but the wing is rigid.
Okay. That explains
You have
a
something
lot.
called Action Surge.
I do not know what it does.
So what it does is it gives you a second action.
That's it. Is it second? So that'd be 2 additional attacks.
Would you like to do
Let's
that?
do that now.
Yeah,
Yes.
do that now.
Yeah.
It's
Go for it.
basically punch, punch, keep punching.
I get that once per long rest, I assume.
So
Thanks for reminding.
go ahead and roll 2d20s for me. Roll both of your attacks at the same
May I
time.
borrow?
Yeah,
May I
go
borrow?
for it.
Okay. Boom is right.
Absolutely.
11, 17, and 18.
17 and 18.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them hit. Roll 2d10s for me.
Okay, cool.
And would you like to use any of your maneuvers or anything like that?
They don't actually
You still have a bonus
damage.
action actually. So if you'd like, what you can do is you can do a
This is for a second creature. That's for when I
can
hit, I
do
can
it.
do more damage.
on a fainting attack. You can feint with a bonus action, and that gives you an advantage on it. Although, roll one of these real quick. It's whatever.
Actually, I did already fainted and I should have used a bonus action then, so I don't think I have a bonus action left.
All good. Sounds
Okay.
good. So you 2 hits. Go.
Plus 7 each.
Good.
9, 10, 9, is that a 10? No, it's a 1. So 10 plus.
I thought that was kind of
Yeah.
cool.
Well, it's
Oh, because it's
100
100%.
die.
Yeah.
So
So-
10 plus 14 is 24.
So 24 total.
Yes.
As you pull the glaive out, you rip the wood out, and she rolls onto her back, and you see the soft exposed belly. And you swipe upwards once, and then bring it around it and down in the chest. How do you want to kill this dragon?
So it's double hit.
It is.
It's a
You,
double
you
hit.
slice upwards, and you just see the the scales shatter openwards.
Suddenly there's bare skin underneath,
You have an open blow. How do you want
and
to?
I'll continue right
Do the
around.
coup de grace.
Just continue spinning it. Come up, hit, come back around, come up again, with more thrust. Try and catch the bottom of the rib cage and pick her up.
So you want to again sweep upwards and try to toss her. Roll strength check.
Yeah, they're little. They're little things.
Roll strength check for me.
Oh yeah, you're on.
Or athletics if you can.
Sure.
She is a big girl.
20.
20.
Yeah.
You definitely you scoop up and you catch some of the she has like a breastplate on almost.
Okay.
And you would cleave through it and you catch what's remaining of it
Okay.
and you dig in and you can feel her scream as you flip her and you see her go shoot and go sliding down this way and crumple in a corpse at the end of the hallway here.
That was what I intended.
Well done.
Excellent. Who wants to clean up the kobold?
Whose turn?
So it is your turn. You have a kobold next to you. Who attacked you and glanced off of your mage armor.
I'm gonna cast Mind Spike.
You has mind spike.
Why not?
What is it? What do I have to? Is it a saving throw or is it a attack?
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving
Nice.
throw. -1 or -2 for these guys. Oh, what's your DC?
Oh, you might make it.
16.
He just makes it. Is it half damage? I believe it is half damage.
Yeah.
Roll your damage.
So I'm gonna go, which is ASL for I'm confused.
Nice. Is it really?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
And 3d8.
Nice.
Roll your 3d8.
This,
If I recall-
borrow one of yours.
If I recall, he's not looking good already.
I think you're right.
I don't like this.
So that's a total of 10.
Is it 721?
And what happens to this kobold as the mind spike in?
So
Nice.
and it just like, you can see it start to shake, and then it just falls over.
Nice.
You kind of, and nothing really happens to it visually, but you see its head kind of go, and then it goes right just down, and you hear, all of you guys hear, this metal of this breastplate and all the weaponry just falls flat. There is one more centurion
Can I look
left.
this body really fast?
That's my turn.
We can after the combat.
Okay.
Yes. You will be right here. It's moved up here and was running away from this one who
You can just run up to him if you feel like it.
destroyed his ally.
And what is he wearing?
I'll say you have movement to be able to get to it. It's a breastplate, so you have a little bit of
Yay.
extra.
Some like
Cool. So I'm gonna
lace.
move up to him. I'm gonna use heat metal.
You can use
That's a
heat
thing?
metal. What do you heat metal?
Cool.
What's that?
What do you heat metal?
Everything on him.
His breastplate?
Breastplate is everything.
He has metal strapped pretty tight to his chest.
That's exactly what I want.
Do
It's supposed to be a weapon.
is it a touch attack?
What you want it to be.
That's cool. I like it.
Heat weapon
How funny. Never thought of using that.
or heat metal, not heat weapon. Come on.
I mean, you heat up a sword or something.
Oh yeah, if you can
Usually it's used to get to disarm the enemy. But that's fantastic. I love it.
Metal breastplate. Sucks to be you.
Nice.
Heat metal. I think there's a damage associated with it. I'm looking around real quick.
Metal pain.
2d8 fire damage. So he cannot avoid this.
Nope.
So
That's one of the reasons I don't want to do it.
and he struggles as it
An 8 to 5,
glows.
13.
8 and a 5. He struggles as it glows, and you hear the sizzling
Nice.
on the inside.
Kobold bacon.
Yum.
He's going to.
Meatball. That's on the menu. Lettuce, tomato, meat.
It is his turn next, so he's going to try to. Yeah, I know, right? He's going to try to quickly get the breastplate off. Let's see if he can do an acrobatics. This one had not gotten hit yet. It also has more hit points than the other ones. They have about 25.
Yeah.
So he does get the breastplate off, so it doesn't keep baking him. But he does take half that much. Roll another d8 for me to get it off. He's got to touch it and pull it off. It strips some of his 6 damage.
His skin?
He's really close to death door. Do you have a bonus action?
Yeah, I guess I do. What would that?
Do you want to use Bastion on him?
Yeah.
All right, make an attack.
What am I rolling for that?
Just a melee, a d20 plus your strength and your proficiency, so plus 5 total.
Well, what about attack bonuses? Plus
Oh, it is a +1, and you have a +1 bonus on it from your spell.
That's 6 plus 6, and that's the actual bonus.
So it's +5 to hit,
Uh-huh.
and then you had the +1 because of you imbued it with that +1. So it's a
Right.
plus. So that's to hit, and then this is damage.
I see.
So this is two-handed, but it's a d8 for the damage, and I believe you'll get a bonus to your strength.
8. So
8 plus 6 is 14. That's his AC.
Yeah.
The regular kobolds are 12 AC naturally, and then these have +2, so that is his AC. Roll a d8, and you will add your strength +1 because of the damage bonus from that imbued weapon.
So +3, 7.
4.
4 plus 2 plus 1.
Strength, so 6 plus 7, so yeah.
So as he pulls the breastplate off and tosses it to the side, and he looks over at you, How do you kill him?
Head's gone.
And you punch him, and he goes, "Hi!" and just like rolls into a crumpled mass with the dragon over
And it
there.
keeps going.
Somebody needs to clean up.
So we'll do a quick roll up here. You realize as you
the kobolds we're looking for.
I know, right?
Right here.
you do find the copper clapper,
Okay, good.
and you'll return it to its original keepers. And
The keepers of the copper clapper.
the keepers of the copper clapper of
Kobold. Clandestine kobold. No, the crafty kobold. Copper.
The crafty-
Copper.
We claimed the.
No. Claim the copper from the crafty kobolds.
you go to inspect the Kahil, and you realize that she's about humanoid size. She's big for a kobold.
Okay, wow.
And she's got these big wooden canvas wings that she's been using to glide around. And on her side, she's got two.
Said something that's glued wings to it.
Oh, really?
Did you? That's fantastic.
It's a dragonborn with the glued wings to it.
I didn't catch that. I heard the dragonborn part. But on her side, she's got two jars that you guys can figure out after a bigger on our alchemist fire.
Got it.
And she was using that to throw it at you guys. And she quite possibly had a little bit of magic on her side to be able to use thaumaturgy and make her sound bigger than she is. And she was using tricks to keep these kobolds to,
Do her bit.
fulfill her own dream of being a dragon.
Nice.
And she even got them to bring her a bit of a hoard. And what's the best way to make her feel like she's got a hoard? Than the most numerous pieces of copper that it possibly can find. Because
Nice.
silver, it's a little pile for a small town. Copper, ooh yes, big pile of McScrooge duck. You gather up the copper. It's about 20 golds worth.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Because it's 10 copper per silver and then 10 silver per gold.
Yeah, so they're worth a penny.
Yeah.
It's basically. And you got about 20 gold per, so it's about how much one of you guys were carrying on your person.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Plus the 10 gold each for.
Yes.
And you
copper
always will.
clapper.
Yeah, and you do find the copper clapper. It's just discarded on one of the sides.
Yeah.
It's actually made of platinum.
Is it seriously?
It's a hard metal, so that way you can really. It's inlaid. It's very pretty. It's an official Kingdom copper
So
clapper.
it's probably worth like thousands of gold pieces.
Very possibly.
Damn, I'm good.
I know, right? Yes.
That's why you made it.
Oh, you want to be with the guy, right?
Would I be small enough to take her wings and use them and make them better for her?
They are a bit destroyed. Part of it is because she's been banging around in this place. They were more for theater than they were anything, and she was able to glide a little bit on them. You could probably
take the design.
You could probably take them with you and repair them, but it will take some work.
Them with me, and I was gonna see if you could find
do have a master-
some, like junk scraps to make.
You do have a master forger here, and he has been acting with the scrap, and aluminum's lighter than metal, and then a lot of metals are. So, you might be able to do something.
Exist in D&D?
I don't know.
Oh, like,
In the real world, aluminum existed. It was really rare until about 1500 when somebody decided it was like worth more than gold. And then one guy in Alchemist actually found a way to pull aluminum out of a really common substance, and suddenly it became cheap, like the same price as paper.
Huh.
So he was actually a successful
So-
alchemist.
yeah, I'm moving the box.
Okay.
I like it.
Will you leave her body here or bring it back with you to town?
We're gonna bring it back with us.
Okay.
What does a 10 do?
They don't have much on them.
I do have to reboot the computer, so we do need to wrap this
All
up.
good. There's not much on them. You bring her body back. The kobolds scatter when they see that she is passed. They no longer have a leader. The chieftain looks very upset.
Hey,
But
we told
he
them.
rattles it.
We tried.
Fine. And he just turns around and hobbles his way out. And
Very good of you.
you see all of the kobolds kind of start to congregate and back to their colors of clans. The blues with the blue kobolds and the reds with the reds. And you think that the clan warring will probably start again and they'll keep themselves busy.
Works for me.
And no longer have they been united by the Dragon Kahil.
Hey, Dragon.
Well done.
Job on Monzo, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Good
Glad you
job.
guys had fun with
Seriously.
it. It's a little bit scrapped together, and I figured we'd just do a few fights. But boy, was I right when I said, you know what? I'm pretty sure they'll fill her with a couple hours worth of catching three kobolds in a coat.
Yeah.
10.
It took us, yeah, but it took us. If
There's
we
smells
was there a way? We would have had to track them back,
Mm-hmm.
which
may or may not have been successful. Obviously.
So there's a kind of I didn't think of I did think of setting a trap. I didn't think of setting that trap though. That was really cool. I figured there's maybe two ways you could figure it out. Either track them back or wait for them to do a heist again.
That makes sense.
And it could be a few days, but the fact that you guys were like, oh, we're going to be selling a lot of copper jewelry and valuables and this and that was good. Especially the fact that you knew that somebody was interested in gossip and was prone to spreading rumors. So it got, so somebody heard it over at a farm the night before or something to that extent. So it brought him in early.
Who else is working copper today?
Yeah,
I know, right?
Sounds like it actually. Yeah.
Well done, guys.
That was fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was
Seriously.
really fun.
Thank you guys for playing and humoring some of the weirder
Very
things
cool.
of these characters.
All right.
Oh, nice job. Do you DM often?
Sorry.
This is my second time DMing 5e. It's not my second time DMing D&D.
Yeah, fair enough.
3.5 is my jam. Go ahead.
We're going to be shutting off the stream for just a moment so we can troubleshoot, and we'll be back on within hopefully 10 minutes or so to stream the rest of the day. So,
Possibly Twitch, possibly YouTube. We'll see.
hopefully Twitch, probably not. Probably going to have to stay on YouTube, but we'll try.
Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, but the donations are still open,
You're
so if
welcome to
anybody
keep-
wants to donate still, absolutely.
I'm just gonna keep it
please
with,
do.
carrots.
Any recent comments?
We're at
Keepsakes, yeah.
350.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm
very
glad
fun.
you had fun.
Tyler said
Yeah.
nom, nom, nom.
Nice. Nom 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 nom. Thank you,
Alright,
Tyler.
so we will be back shortly. Troubleshoot, we're going to update the Elgato and get things
Nice.
hopefully
Thank you,
working
sir.
again. Be back soon.
I don't think this